Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1596 of the War News stream. And right now, we have extremely large news breaking out, literally breaking news, that the war has returned to the Middle East. And right now, major U.S. airstrikes have overwhelmed Iran across their entire coastline. And also, we're hearing about some attacks happening a little bit deeper beyond the coast. Also, huge explosions are erupting at several of Iran's critical ports. And Iran is now vowing severe retaliation as the war has officially returned. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past few hours of breaking news developments that have occurred within the Middle East as the United States of America's armed forces under CENTCOM's area of responsibility have now conducted a significant aerial campaign against the Islamic Republic of Iran, of which the likes have never been seen for months during the ceasefire and the MOU period, just hours before, after the President of the United States, not before, but after the President of the United States said that the United States of America now considered the Memorandum of Understanding and the ceasefire to be null and void, and that retaliatory strikes were going to be conducted against the Islamic Republic of Iran once more. Right now, we are hearing of extensive amounts of explosions throughout the entirety of the Iranian coastline and near coastal areas, with explosions being reported in Chabahar, Bushehr, the entirety of the Strait of Hormuz region, as well as the city of Iran-Shahar. And we've also been able to hear reports that the Iranians appear to possibly be launching a counterattack live on air right now, as some eyewitness reports from the city of Surjan have started to state that they are hearing the sounds of propeller drones or propeller-driven drones flying out of the area, most likely south, highly likely towards the United Arab Emirates or other countries within this area, possibly including Qatar and Bahrain. We've also been able to hear some other major breaking news that has also been coming out as well before we went live, and there is a significant amount of news coming out basically in a steady stream right now as the U.S. strikes continue against the coastline. We're going to be making sure to cover every single event that is happening live on air first, and then get to the elements of what's been happening before we got on air secondary, whenever we get the free time, as we do have breaking news coming out on air right now of further U.S. strikes being conducted inside of Iran. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we are tracking that the U.S. is still conducting strikes on Iran's coastline right now. It looks like they're pretty wide-ranging strikes that we're currently hearing about. We're also getting word, before we get to those strike videos right now, we're getting word that an Iranian security source has allegedly told a Middle Eastern source, quote unquote, we have warned that any attack will be met with an immediate and widespread response, and if the U.S. president wants the oil prices to rise, then Iran welcomes that. So they're already saying they're going to respond in a huge way across the entire region, and it looks like they might have already started a small response, but we are expecting a much larger Iranian retaliation coming very soon. So, Enforcer, we are getting some more details about that Iran Shahar attack, apparently at the location of the airport there in that city, which is a little bit deeper beyond the coast. It's a little bit more inland than the other coastal targets. So we have a piece of footage and also a Iranian report about that if you want to cover it.
And before we get into that, we also want to share a little bit of breaking news that we haven't gotten to yet. That as of late, it appears that reports are coming out that apparently the Kingdom of Bahrain have actually been involved in conducting their own attacks as a part of the U.S. response that is currently being conducted right now, according to some initial reports that are coming out from All Arabia. So it does look like there may be some Middle Eastern nations that actually are joining in on these strikes, of which we're covering right now live on air. But moving us on into the current strikes that are happening live in Iran Shahar, the U.S. Air Forces of the Navy and the Air Force appear to be targeting and attempting to knock out the Iran Shahar airport just to the area of the northeastern side of the city. The Iran Shahar airport does appear to be a fairly small complex, but has been used intermittently, at least from what we've heard from some reports, by the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force to some limited capacity. We're not exactly sure what sorts of elements or forces are based here, as it doesn't really appear that there's a lot of support facilities around the area. This would seem to be the tarmac that is used by the Islamic Republic of Iran Air Force, which may suggest that some sort of a maritime reconnaissance aircraft or other forms of support aircraft may have been based here and may have just been hit and destroyed by the United States. It could also be, additionally, air defenses that could have been hit, as we do understand that the Islamic Republic of Iran usually prefers to base their air defenses primarily around the airfields near to major cities along the coastline, rather than in more detached places trying to create an air defense wall on the coast. They more so create spot defenses around some of their larger cities, Iran Shahar being the largest city within the Balochistan province of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So that appears to be what we're seeing right now. We did get a video actually showing one of the fires several of the fires and the smoke plumes rising from the airport, which shows that several different targets must have been hit in the U.S. strikes that just happened moments ago. Here's that clip. Well, you see one of them actually actively burning while the others have only become smoke plumes. This might suggest that whatever was hit over there may have been an air defense system or an aircraft.
I'm getting some reports right now that apparently the terminal building might have been hit at this location of this airport in Iran Shahar, and maybe possibly a fuel depot to the left of it. That's what I'm hearing right now. I can't confirm that though. We don't have any visual evidence to back that up, but that's what I'm hearing. Also, by the way, this is a very small airport. Like the terminal building is like basically a shack.
It is a very small airport. These appear to be some of the few pictures that they have. We can see that Mahan Airways has operated out of this airfield in prior times. It is quite a very abjectly poor airfield. I mean, there's no question about that. And we can't really see a lot of extra details in the pictures here provided, but it looks like they may have hit the main terminal like Matthew was just reporting, and it also appears they may have hit these facilities further north up here, which may have something to do with fuel storage, although I'm not actually seeing any open air above ground fuel tanks anywhere near to the area. One important thing to know, however, that I am noticing out here is that there appears to be some tracks through the sand that will lead to some sort of craters or almost what appears to be dugouts that might be used by air defenses, and it's possible that those air defenses, if they are there, are currently being hit right now by U.S. guided munitions, which maybe give us an idea that the explosions are right on the airport when in reality they're a little bit outside of the terminal and the outer perimeter of the fuel tanks and whatnot that are within the tarmac of the airbase. Still, these strikes are the most recent one that we have been hearing of right now, and we are getting further reports coming out on air live right now. Matthew, what else do we have?
Okay, so let's jump away from our news about Iran Shahar right now. We're getting some very, very big news out of the Abu Shahar area. And keep in mind, the Abu Shahar area of Iran is home to the major nuclear facility that's on that spot where the Russians were seen before working out of. And I think they got evacuated. I think they might have returned in the meantime. But all that stuff aside, we've just gotten word that an anti-aircraft installation that was literally adjacent to the nuclear power plant was just hit. And it leaves the main power plant unaffected, but it looks like the anti-aircraft installation right to the left of it was taken out. So I wish I knew exactly how close that was to the power plant. I don't know the exact distance, but it's very close. And for sure, there's also a picture attached to it. You might want to zoom in and see if you can locate the power plant in that visual and see how close it actually is.
So a couple of identifying landmarks, folks, to see if we can do some spot geolocation here on air, is this sort of a tower structure that we can see here. Not really sure if that's a high voltage electrical wire or electrical pole. Not entirely sure. We can see this dirt lot and a couple of trees as well. Apparently this was very close to the Bushehr nuclear power plant near to the city of Bushehr, which means that it would be somewhere to the south and probably within this area. If we look around the area and try and find any sorts of tree lines that might exist, which it does appear that there's one right here, we might be able to infer that, since we don't have street view, unfortunately, that this person may be looking towards the Bushehr nuclear power plant from the northwest, looking towards to the southeast, and they may be seeing the smoke rising from somewhere directly along the perimeter, either of the small town near to the nuclear power plant or the coastline directly on the nuclear power plant. There have been several air defense systems that have been hit in prior waves of attacks by the United States Air Forces within this area, including the small village and the perimeter of the nuclear power plant, which would give us a strong reason to believe that there probably is an air defense system, highly likely along the coastline area, that has been hit and is currently on fire after another U.S. guided strike within the region. We're not sure if it was on the perimeter of the power plant, however, and sadly this picture, while the best one we have, doesn't really give enough detail for us to say exactly in a pinpoint location where this air defense system is and where the fire currently is at. So we'll try and see if we can get some more information on that here soon. We do have another video, however, from Chongadak, just north of Bushehr. I'll show you all that town right up here. This is the town of Chongadak, which is on the road leading into the city of Bushehr, and it appears that there have been some forms of strikes that have been conducted within the area of this town. We can see that right here. We can actually see multiple different fires that have been caused by U.S. airstrikes, suggesting that whatever was in the city, there were multiple different units of the system or multiple different targets that were individually hit by the strikes. We can also see the fires at the base of the smoke plumes as well, which show that they were on the edge of the city, wherever this person is filming from. Very interesting to note that we also were able to hear of some incredibly significant airstrikes before we went on air at the area of the Bushehr International Airport, which is used by the IRAF. But we actually have more breaking news that's coming out at this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so let's jump back to the Iran Shahar situation for a second. We did see the airport get struck there. I got some more information that it's confirmed from an Iranian source that an explosion hit the building, which was that terminal, which is basically the equivalent of a shack, and also they hit the runway of the airport too. So the Iranians are alleging that a firefighter was killed in response to it, but I have some doubts about that. We'll have to wait and see if that turns out to be true or not. But that's what we're seeing right now. Apparently that airport was decimated from the looks of it.
And at the moment, it appears that they're trying to render the airfield inoperable for the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force, as the terminal getting knocked out, which we would suppose there is some sort of support structures within the area of the terminal or in the terminal, have been destroyed, and we can also hear that apparently the runway has been cratered. We'd assume that if they've cratered it anywhere, they most likely cratered it right here near to this taxiway that actually leads to the terminal, meaning that this airfield or airport has largely been effectively knocked out as of this moment right now on air, and will not be usable by the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force or the IRGC for any sort of air-based operations. We're not even sure at the moment, by the way, if this facility was even being used yet by the Iranian Air Force or by the IRGC. That's a little bit unclear, but it does appear that this runway has been knocked out for them to use, whether they were there or not already. So quite significant strikes in trying to knock out some of their air power projection and air screening capabilities around the area of Chabahar and Konarak on the coast coastline and near to the blockade line that the U.S. is most likely going to be reforming along the entrance of the Gulf of Oman. So that seems to be quite clear of an action that they have conducted within that area. In the meantime, we have also been able to hear that there were significant explosions on the control tower in Chabahar port, which is, I believe, and I believe, Matthew, you and me were talking about this right before the show, this is the only deep water port within the Islamic Republic of Iran that can deal with larger vessels. And we understand that apparently the control tower here was hit just right before we went on air, which we could see in this clip.
Yeah, so Chabahar Port is the only oceanic port in Iran, if I can say that properly. It's located on the Gulf of Oman in the Sistan and Balochistan province, and it's developed as a strategic alternative for India to bypass Pakistan, and it acts as a pivotal node for the entire corridor. So this is the only type of port right here that gives Iran access quite like that. I think it's called a deep water port. I think that's the actual term for it. So this is the only one that Iran has. So the fact this one's getting hit, that's very significant.
And it does appear that it has largely had its control tower knocked out. Once again, to show you all the clip, we can see the explosion actually originates from a taller point on a tower. And we believe that the maritime control tower, which is used to operate the port and also guide ships in from the sea, or to at least marshal out their pilots to be able to get on those ships, have been knocked out, meaning that this port may be inoperable or may be operating inefficiently for the duration of however long this damage is sustained and not repaired, now that this U.S. strike has knocked out the control tower within the port. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that outside of Chabahar, moving closer into the area of the Strait of Hormuz, that the United States of America has made a significant amount of statements today via the office of the President of the United States of America, which have made it more than excessively clear that the United States considers the Memorandum of Understanding and the ceasefire to have ended effective today. According to some statements by the President of the United States earlier in the morning, which we'll not be able to play this clip, sadly, but if y'all want to hear the clip and hear him actually say it word for word, you can click on the link in the description below and go to this marker and listen to it for yourself. But according to the president on the MOU with Iran, he stated they, as in the Iranians, are scum. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. To give you all the full statement, this is the full statement and quote from the president. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. They're vicious, violent people. If they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. Which made it very clear, at least from the United States position, that it's over, and they don't really consider the ceasefire or the Memorandum of Understanding to be in place anymore. We also were able to hear that not long after that statement, the president then added that they would hit Iran again tonight, which we're currently watching on air right now, and we've also been able to see that as a result of this, Brent crude has already risen to $80 a barrel and is rapidly skyrocketing, almost $10 per barrel over the course of this day since trading began earlier this morning. And we've also been able to hear that the U.S. is apparently preparing to shift to offensive strikes, according to a U.S. official who spoke to Al Arabiya, as the U.S. seems to be getting back into a position of war. At the moment, it's a little bit unclear what the grander strategy of a return to the conflict for the United States would be, but we have been speaking and analyzing greatly on air before the second wave of the conflict, which we assume is starting right now, what the United States' objectives may be in restarting the conflict, and we would believe that the most important objective right now would be to focalize a air campaign against the Strait of Hormuz, break the Iranian blockade, and allow for the free flow of international traffic without the Iranians being able to impede it. Before we get on into the rest of our news out of the Strait of Hormuz, we have more breaking news that's been happening at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now Iran is making threat after threat against the United States. I cannot show this on the air, and I didn't even repost it on our Twitter page because it has a sequence of words that might get you a visit from the FBI if you show it on YouTube. So we won't be showing that, but it's a threat against top U.S. officials. I'll just leave it at that, and y'all can kind of make your own sort of assumption about what that says. Iran is putting up banners all over Mashhad, Iran right now, saying that they're going to start trying to threaten U.S. officials. So it's very serious. We heard the U.S. president mention that this morning. He had mentioned the threats that were being lobbed from Iran toward U.S. officials, and now Iran's putting up these massive banners on the sides of buildings saying that they're going to carry that out. So that's some pretty serious threats they're putting out there. And also, by the way, it's like, outside of that, I thought there was supposed to be an understanding here, an MOU. It's like apparently there was never really an MOU, which is what we had been saying the whole time. There was no understanding, and the feelings are once again coming out for everybody to see from the looks of it. So quite bad with the sentiments. And we are waiting for an imminent attack by Iran on U.S. forces in the region. I'm seeing that the Muppet-looking fellow, who's apparently an IRGC commander, is now saying that they're going to attack in the coming hour or so. So we are expecting that very soon. It's only a matter of time at this point. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that the Iranians are definitely going to be attacking, probably in significant form, especially considering that the president this morning has officially stated, or not really officially stated, but largely stated that the MOU is over, and also the ceasefire will end as well. And currently, the U.S. strikes that we're watching right now have not really had any sort of Iranian action preceding them that the U.S. is using as justification. We're quite literally just bombing them today for the purpose of bombing them, just to try and put them back in their place, put them back in line, however way you would like to look at it. We're generally just bombing them to bomb them today, which seems to be forcibly ending the MOU and leaving absolutely no room for misunderstanding that the U.S. is not willing to talk anymore, and we're getting back into the conflict. The Iranians are going to be taking the position, as this is their strategy, that they are once again going to attempt to enforce a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, stop any commercial ships from passing through, and try and wait out the United States in a war of attrition to see that the U.S. economy may get in such a bad state due to the oil shortages globally that the U.S. would have to once again agree to whatever Iranian demands would exist. And considering that we've already signed the MOU, which is now defunct, we would assume, that gave significant concessions to the Iranians are most likely going to be using that as the middle ground and then working even further from there to get more concessions, more payouts, and whatnot if the United States does not succeed in the conflict. On the other hand, we would expect that the United States of America's primary objective this time around will be to break the Iranians' blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, render the Iranians completely inoperable in being able to try and enforce a blockade in the future, returning the Strait of Hormuz to an international waterway with freedom of navigation being respected, and will most likely see that the United States may continue the air campaign beyond that to try and force the Iranians to accept U.S. demands or otherwise face total destruction, at least of the Iranian governmental apparatus, at the hands of the U.S. Armed Forces. That's what we're thinking right now, and it seems like the region is shaping back up into this way, so we could be seeing that this is the full-on return of the conflict as of right now, and this could go on for weeks, if not months, depending on how it's conducted largely by the United States. We have more breaking news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so it does appear that right now the Strait of Hormuz is largely empty in the Omani lane for ships to pass through, which, by the way, for context, in case you're not familiar with this, the Omani lane of travel in the Strait of Hormuz, that was the lane that the U.S. forces were trying to help ships get out of the strait and bypass the Iranian blockade. That was the lane for that right near Oman's top coast, and that lane is completely empty as of right now. The Iranian lane, though, the toll booth lane, it currently has ships passing through it in a very limited form, and there's a hell of a lot of ships docked at the front and back side of the Strait of Hormuz as well. So there is no traffic moving through right now. It looks like all the ships have stopped after Iran attacked them the other day, about 4 vessels or so around the area of Oman, and now the traffic has stopped completely. So I would say it's fair to say the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed as of right now completely.
And we can actually see that some of the vessels that are still transiting through the strait right now appear to be bulk carriers, but we're not really seeing, well, actually, the Flora is one of the few oil and chemical tankers we see, and it appears to be making its way on out of the Iranian passages. The IRGC will most likely announce the complete closure of these here within the near future, and we also understand that the Omani shipping lane has effectively already shut itself down, as nobody is confident enough to make the passage and assume that they would be safe enough for it to be successful. So it seems that the Strait of Hormuz is already re-entering a state of lockdown, and we already know that as a result, the price per barrel of oil in Brent crude is already rising drastically throughout the day and has risen about $10 per barrel since trading opened earlier this morning. We're not exactly sure on air at the moment what the current price per barrel is of WTI crude and how much that's been affected throughout the day, but we would assume that it's most likely rising as well, as everyone is once again trying to figure out where in the world the oil is going to be coming from if it's not coming from the Middle East, of which there's very little options.
You know, it kind of makes sense now that the Iranians are not letting any ships go through the Strait of Hormuz unless they go through the Iranian toll booth. It makes sense why the U.S. went for the Chabahar port because at Chabahar port, the U.S. hit the Marine Control Tower there, which generally directs traffic in and out of the port. So without that functioning properly, it's basically a free for all. The ships might hit each other, they might run into the port. There's a whole bunch of chaos that's going to erupt now that the Marine Control Tower has been taken out. So Enforcer, can you walk us through Chabahar, that attack, and also why Chabahar is important? Like, can we get some details about that? Because I think that's a very significant strike that we've seen tonight that could have some ramifications, not just for Iran, but also for India and other countries that trade out of that port.
Chabahar is somewhat significant for Iran because it allows for India to be able to bypass land trade routes via Pakistan, given the current political and foreign policy tensions that exist between those two countries. And it also allows for the Iranians to be able to transport cargo into their country on their own. As far as ports go internationally, this is certainly nowhere near to the largest, but within the Islamic Republic of Iran, this is actually one of the larger ports. There is another important port, however, that does exist within Iran, which would be Rashai Port, which we can see right here. This is the large, really more so container port for the Islamic Republic of Iran. You can see containers quite literally in the thousands throughout the entirety of this port, and you can also see that bulk cargo is also transported here as well into the port of Rashai. But Chabahar is fairly important because it bypasses the Strait of Hormuz, and it exists as a significant trading corridor for India to be able to bypass Pakistan, which is a significant money generator or revenue generator for the Islamic Republic of Iran's government, because it's basically just a transfer service for the Indians. Now that the control tower has been knocked out, this may be significantly reducing the amount of ships that the port could handle on a day-to-day basis, and depending on if certain key personnel were just killed in that strike, which they may have been, we may also see that a decent amount of the pilots and port control operators that have been there for a while may have been departed from this earth as of about an hour ago, meaning that they will also not be present to be able to help ships getting in and out of the port. This could start to significantly decrease trade that India is conducting via Iran, and this could also start to significantly decrease revenue generation by the Islamic Republic of Iran via this transfer operation that they're conducting with the Indians, which is really one of the primary reasons we understand that Chabahar exists. It's also been a significant anchorage for Iranian oil tankers that have been waiting for the U.S. blockade to be lifted on the blockade line in the Gulf of Oman, and once that blockade was lifted, tons of tankers have been leaving in almost a continuous stream from the anchorage of Chabahar and out. That control tower being knocked out might also make it more difficult to communicate with those ships, and therefore might give the U.S. Navy a much easier time dealing with the very few vessels they'll be getting out, basically piecemeal, to try and go through the blockade and most likely get obliterated, because the U.S. blockade is highly likely going back into place as of today, as yesterday that was already being considered as an option by the U.S. government, so we believe they're most likely working on enacting that once more via CENTCOM's area of responsibility and Fifth Fleet's area of command within the region. So that generally seems, at least from what I know, folks, I'm not an expert on Chabahar Port, but that would seem to me to be the general reason why they may have just hit that port and generally knocked it out of operation or significantly reduced its operational abilities.
Also, by the way, what's the current airspace situation looking like? Because I'm hearing a lot of people say that tankers are literally flooding the entire area. Can we see a flight radar view and get an idea of what's happening over the airspace?
Yes, so right now, to give us a civilian breakdown, and then we'll get down to the military breakdown, there are seldom flights that are currently flying through the Islamic Republic of Iran. All of them are involved in some form of Iranian airline. We can see Caspian Airlines, as well as Mahan and Saha within the airspace. It appears that Iraq is mostly cleared out, and most aircraft are still transiting through the Persian Gulf freely. However, that will most likely change very quickly once the Iranians start their counterattacks, which are now expected to probably be conducted here within the next few hours, maybe even within the next few minutes from when we're talking right now. As far as the military airspace situation is concerned, there is a behemoth number of tankers that are currently airborne right now around the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, including what we can see is two KC-135s and two KC-46s, actually KC-46s, that are currently within the Gulf of Oman, another two KC-46s, Well, actually, one KC-46 that's over the UAE, and apparently a UAE A330 aerial tanker as well, showing that the UAE's Air Force must be getting mobilized as well right now, showing that there may have been significant communication by the U.S. with other Gulf state allies. And we can also see more KC-46 Pegasus and KC-135s operating throughout the entirety of the area. Interestingly enough, an E-11, which is, I believe, an electronic warfare aircraft, it currently has a transponder on at Prince Sultan Air Base and appears to be taxiing to take off, showing that the United States may be soon conducting electronic warfare jamming against Iranian forces along the coastline. This aircraft is not, however, airborne or operational yet. It will only become operational once it leaves the ground, but it's definitely showing us that at the moment, the U.S. is launching a major air operation. I think the last time we saw any tankers in this number in this area was close to the beginning of the conflict when Khamenei was hit on the 28th of February, which started the war. So there may be dozens of U.S. multi-role aircraft that are up in the air right now, and this may be showing us that they're either preparing for significant air defenses against an incoming Iranian attack, or we might be seeing that they are preparing for even further offensive waves to start striking Iranian forces and targets within the near coastal areas in southern Iran.
Interesting. Also, isn't that E-11? Isn't that a communications aircraft? Like it helps to like connect people together, like voice systems, and also data links and things like that. I thought that was the use of the E-11.
Let me see here. I wanted to make sure because I said really quickly just a second ago, I was like, I think that's an electronic warfare aircraft. I'm trying to make sure. So let
Yeah,
me go.
the reason why I'm asking that is because I believe that aircraft right there is designed to connect aircraft to communications with ground communications, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, that's a bit of a strange deployment if that's the way they're using it.
So yes, actually, it's not an electronic warfare aircraft. Correction, I forgot it's the same airframe that the electronic warfare version is based off of, but I forgot its designation. This is a communication aircraft, however, so I have to correct myself on air, folks, and eat my foot. I got that information incorrect. I was trying to spew that off the top of my head. Terribly wrong. Not an electronic warfare aircraft. This is actually the aircraft right here, and this is largely a communications aircraft, which allows for real-time communication between the U.S. Air Forces in one corner of the world and their command that is highly likely within the United States of America. So this is showing that they're most likely getting an aircraft up to conduct real-time communication and command within the area, which also would probably be giving us an idea that things are about to be getting pretty intense here very soon. If it isn't intense yet, and one of these isn't up in the air yet, this one is about to go up from what we can tell, and that might be giving us an idea that things are really about to be hitting the fan, either as far as U.S. attacks are concerned against Iran, or Iranian attacks against the Gulf state allies and U.S. forces that are still within the region, of which there are many. So that
Yeah,
seems to be the reason it's there.
this wouldn't indicate like a ground situation, would it? Because to my knowledge, I see some people saying it. I believe the name for this aircraft is like the system on board. It's the BACN. It's the Battlefield Airborne Communications Node that's on board this aircraft. So, to my knowledge, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, this right here is designed to connect ground forces and these military platforms on the ground and data link it back to a command post. And this aircraft is the relay for it. So, would this suggest a ground deployment possibly? Like, what does this suggest?
Oh, actually, oh, wow, that's wild. Apparently, this is a different variant. I just want to point that out really quickly. This is a different variant that apparently has even larger communication systems within it, of which they had to build a hump onto the top and bottom of the fuselage. So that might be. Let me check that here really quickly before we get into answering that. So this is actually an E-11A. So this is actually the very one, or one of the very ones that we're seeing right now in the Middle East. That's what it would look like. As far as its communication abilities, it can communicate, and I'm reading this right here, folks, because I'm having to get familiarized with this on air, but it can communicate with air and ground forces. It can overcome communications difficulties caused by mountains, rough terrain, or distance. So what I'm believing that this thing might be in the air for, probably not for a U.S. ground operation in Iran. I would assume that that's still highly unlikely, although we do have the forces present to conduct a limited raids into Iran. This is probably there more so to be able to coordinate between the air forces and the ground air defense forces that we still have within the region, to be able to make sure that they're working together effectively and hopefully not causing any friendly fire incidents, and also making sure to conserve munitions, considering that they would be able to communicate, at least via this aircraft, that the U.S. Air Force is taking on these incoming drones and missiles, but the ground air air defense needs to take on these other air incoming drones and missiles that the Air Force cannot handle. That might be the reason why it's airborne, but it's hard to say because it could also be airborne because the U.S. is about to conduct special operations raids onto the coast in Iran. But I just feel like at the moment that would be a little unlikely because we haven't
Yeah.
seen them conduct anything like that yet.
Yeah, I just don't recall seeing this being deployed during the last attacks. I don't recall this aircraft being in the theater. So if it was there, maybe we missed it, but it seems to be unique. I mean, it seems like we would have caught this last time. Has it taken off, by the way?
It still looks like it's taxiing around the tarmac on Prince Sultan. So it has not taken off yet. It's still moving at a speed of 0 knots at 0 feet, right on ground level. So I guess they're getting the aircraft ready. They might have also forgotten to turn the transponder off. That might be the only reason why we're seeing this thing is because they started to turn it on the runway and maybe someone accidentally flicked the transponder on the ADSB to where it's squawking right now on the ground. It might blip off here before it even takes off, but it's on the ground still.
Interesting. And also, there's apparently an E-3B in the area as well, an early warning aircraft. That we've seen that before. That's not unusual. That thing's somewhere lurking around. I think lurking around Bahrain. I think it is somewhere around there. But those are usual. Like there's nothing uncommon about that. Those are almost always in the theater. There it is, right there. In fact, circling around. Looks like it's circling around the area of part of Saudi Arabia, actually. So it's hanging out. But yeah, that other E11 that we're seeing there, that's unusual to say the least. So we're also getting some more statements out of the U.S. government right now. The U.S. government, the U.S. president appears to have said, we just hit them very hard. We hit them 20-1. Every time Iran hits us, we're going to hit them 20. We did it last night, and we did a little something today. Also, by the way, at the NATO meeting today, the president did say that they were going to strike Iran again tonight, and he wasn't going to try to keep it secret because it was going to happen anyway. So he already said that earlier. So I would expect that an Iranian response is likely imminent. It sounds to me like the U.S. is back to offensive strikes. I mean, that strike in Iran Shahar, that's offensive. It looks offensive to me to a large degree. So pretty serious strikes. I'm surprised that Iran hasn't responded quicker. It seems like they're maybe on the back foot, and maybe they're still attending to that funeral that they got going on. They're still trying to bury the last dead bastard right now. So we don't know where the new bastard's at. He's still hanging out in the bunker somewhere. He still hasn't come out.
Right now, they're busy because they're pre-ordering the next round of coffins for the current leaders that are currently in place for the future strikes. Of course, being proactive and all. But of course, I do have to add the E3 is a fairly normal thing to see. It is just a normal part of U.S. air operations at any major scale. So nothing crazy there. The E11, however, is interesting. Nothing wild. It's not like it's a doomsday plane or anything like that. But it is interesting because we've never seen it before, at least with a transponder on within the whole theater. Ever since the beginning of the war earlier this year, so that's a little bit new. But it is interesting how the Iranians have not responded. They really didn't respond in major form to last night's attack. They conducted a very half-baked attack against Bahrain and Kuwait, which really didn't appear to conduct any damage to speak of from what we could hear. And we've also been able to see that as of right now today, this strike has been going on for a little while, and the Iranians still have not responded or even counterattacked from what we could tell. We did get to hear that there was some sorts of drone launches possibly near Surjan, but we're not entirely sure what happened to those because that was, at this point, about an hour, 10 minutes ago, and they probably would have started to reach the UAE or Oman at this point if they had been launched about an hour ago. So those may have been reconnaissance drones that they were launching, or maybe U.S. drones that were flying over the area that these people were hearing. It's a little bit unclear, but right now we're still waiting to see what's going to be happening next as far as the U.S. strikes go and what a possible Iranian counterattack might look like if they even conduct one, which is now starting to become a bit of a question. But right now, a lot of people are talking about the U.S.'s current strikes and how it looks like they might be going in to try and finish the job that was started and not completed as of several months ago. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so is the U.S. going to be forced to finish the job and remove the Iranian regime for a second go around? And 45% of the audience said yes, and the U.S. will succeed, while 34% said yes, they'll be forced to finish the job, but the U.S. will probably end up failing and not achieving their objectives. 10% were unsure, and 12% said no, these are merely MOU hiccups. So the U.S. has officially said that the ceasefire has ceased. despite the ceasefire really not ever being fully in effect. It's now ceased. So it's a quasi-quantum ceasefire. That's what they call it, I think. It's a ceasefire that's not a ceasefire, but it could be a ceasefire depending on the day. But today it's not a ceasefire. We have heard that for a certainty, and we can tell by the strikes that a ceasefire is now raging, as you can tell. The ports are getting hit. The coast is getting hit. We're seeing all kinds of places get hit, even strikes literally right next to the nuclear reactor inside of Bushehr as well, and also Iran Shohar and their airfield getting attacked. So I would say the U.S. will be forced to finish the job eventually. That was inevitable, but I think there might be some stalling that takes place between now and the green light being given for a full-on, like, finish the war type scenario. We have not seen strikes on Tehran, and that would be another big sign that something is going down in a bigger way. I would say we're getting very close to it. We're taking pretty big leaps toward the war really getting going in full-fledged again, but I would say it's getting there. It's basically imminent. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that the U.S. will probably go in and eventually succeed. I get why there's a lot of hesitancy by folks that the U.S. might not succeed, is because they didn't really succeed the last time. But the reason why they didn't succeed the last time is because the president was involved in drawing up the war plan, from what we could hear, from top to bottom. He has no clue what he's doing. So as long as he's not involved in the war planning this time, from top to bottom, and telling everyone what to do like he knows something, we might see that this actually succeeds, because the U.S. military does have largely a war plan and has understood that the Iranian strategy would be to attempt to blockade. Therefore, the U.S.'s top priority would be to break the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. And as long as they're able to execute the war plans that have existed in the U.S. military for decades unimpeded, without anyone from the top coming down and knowing better, they probably will be able to break the Iranian blockade and see that the Iranians no longer have the leverage to be able to pull over the United States, like they have had for the past several months since we let them get that leverage and didn't really act to stop them from blockading the Hormuz. If they do not conduct that action, however, and for some reason the war plan goes in the other direction, and we just start to see more bombings of Tehran on the near daily, we could start to see that the U.S. probably would start to lose the conflict again. The reason why we started to lose the conflict last time, before the ceasefire in the MOU went into place, is because the U.S. military was working off of a war plan that completely ignored the Strait of Hormuz and focused on everything else except for the coastal areas of the country. Because of that, we saw that the price of oil started to rise rapidly, and there were significant looming shortages throughout the entirety of the world, largely the Western world, as a result of the critical fuel shortages that were being caused from the stoppage of Middle Eastern oil flowing out of the area via the Hormuz. That's largely what forced the United States, even according to the president's own admission, to end the conflict and enter into a ceasefire and then an MOU, is because if the conflict had continued and they were not able to break the blockade, which at that point they said they had no faith they could, then there would have been critical fuel shortages here in the United States of America, and we would have started to get about as bad off as quickly as Russia is right now after 4.5 years of war. Currently, we would assume that, having that knowledge in mind and knowing that now, that the United States hopefully will be prioritizing the Strait of Hormuz as the main battlefield to be fought and won in this upcoming conflict, of which I think is largely starting right now. So I would be with a 45%. Hopefully we'll see that the U.S. will finish the job and succeed this time, prioritizing the Strait of Hormuz and nothing else. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And in the meantime, it appears that we're getting a slight little bit of a break in our breaking news right now. Matthew, am I not mistaken in that?
So right now, it does appear to be that the U.S. strikes are largely phasing out as of right now, and also it does appear that Iran's taking a very long time to respond, which is kind of unusual, which suggests to me that either they're trying to maybe halt the escalation because they're not ready for it, or maybe they're simply attending to that funeral that I was talking about earlier. It could be either one. The threats are flying around like crazy. The dude who gets on TV inside of Iran and is like the IRGC spokesperson, he's on there acting as manic and psychopathic as he usually does, for the most part, saying that they're going to fix everybody up, they're going to start hurting people in the region, but we've still not seen anything happen yet. So largely, also, by the way, there is an allegation out there that apparently Iran might have called the U.S. president and said that they want to make another deal or something, but I can't verify that. So take that with a grain of salt. It's coming from a source that we might not be able to take at face value. It's the U.S. government saying that right now. So we'll have to wait and see if that turns out to be true. I don't think Iran's calling up asking for a new deal after they just got struck. I would really doubt that significantly. So yeah, for now, that is the breaking news, but I'm sure more will be coming out probably in a trickle here very soon.
Probably so. And in the meantime, now that we've gotten a little bit of a lull in our news, our breaking news that's coming out at the moment, we're actually going to try and cover everything else that happened before we got live on air, which was about 20 minutes worth of combat action. So moving us on into the Strait of Hormuz to cover everything that we were able to see within this area, we did get reports that around 10 explosions rocked the area of the island of Abu Musa within the western entrance of the Strait of Hormuz. And according to the IRIB news within Iran, the deputy governor of Bushehr for political and security affairs stated a few minutes ago a military base in southern Bushehr city was struck by 2 projectiles fired by the American enemy. He also added in a statement to the IRNA, so far, no reports of human casualties resulting from the impact of these 2 projectiles has been received, which is a very political way of saying we don't know who's dead yet, but they're going to be reported really soon. So we would assume that there are casualties on Abu Musa. It's just that they did not want to report that yet. Additionally, we also were able to see that a MQ-9 Reaper appears to have been shot down a little bit earlier on in the day over the island of Qashem, which we actually see the Iranians did publish footage of here, showing the Reaper within the crosshairs of most likely some sort of a man-pad air defense system, and then here soon afterwards, it was hit and largely knocked out. Reapers have been a significant casualty of the war. We've seen about a dozen of these destroyed over the past several months over Iran, and we also have pictures of the debris on the ground on the Qashem Island, which we'll be getting to here in just a brief moment. But there's the hit and the destruction of the MQ-9 Reaper.
I just don't think the U.S. could care less about those Reapers. They're using them like disposable erasers or something. They just like use it and then toss it out for the most part. Like it seems like they fly them low, not really caring if they get hit.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like they do, and honestly, it doesn't really they don't really matter too much anymore. I mean, to be honest, like we have so many different reconnaissance systems that can do the job of a Reaper at a much farther range, at a much higher altitude than even a Reaper could do it at, that they're kind of getting into the realm, not really of obsolescence, but they're definitely becoming dated, and I think that's the reason why they're just letting these things get lost left and right, because it doesn't really matter. But we can actually see the burning debris field of the Reaper after it impacted the ground right here, once again showing the loss of the Reaper over the area. We also were able to additionally see that strikes were conducted within the area of Qashem, but before we get on into that news, I do have to report that last night's attack by the United States, according to the Iranians, ended up killing 8 IRGC soldiers, or members of the terrorist organization that the Islamic Republic of Iran's government uses throughout the country, largely as their armed force. According to the Public Relations Department of the Iranian Army, they reported the following criminal aggression of the American terrorist army against areas in southern Islamic Iran early this morning. 8 brave soldiers from the Air Force and Navy of the Islamic Republic of Iran, stationed in Bandar Abbas and Bushehr, were martyred while defending the Islamic homeland as a result of enemy projectiles. The Islamic Republic of Iran's army, emphasizing its unwavering stance against the enemies, announced that it will take revenge for the blood of the martyrs of the Islamic homeland from the enemies of this land. I don't know why in the world they're going to avenge it, because in the second post at the end, after they listed all their names, they said that they attained the high rank of martyrdom in these attacks. I mean, shouldn't they thank the United States for giving them a promotion if they're using that kind of wordage? Seems a little bit odd to me.
The high rank of martyrdom. It's like, well, it's like you can be promoted to general or you can be promoted to dead. Apparently, being promoted to dead is like a higher honor than being the general in Iran.
Man, being on death row in Iran is a privilege. It's promotion day. Like when the execution comes around, it's promotion day. Apparently, we're upgrading you to what? To dead? It's like I guess it's kind of a little odd. But moving us on out of that whole statement, it does appear the Iranians did take some losses last night, and losses they did indeed. Pictures came out from the Sarik Naval facility showing the carnage of their pontoon boats and speedboats, of which the IRGC uses for their fast attacks and also mine laying in the area. And the boats have largely been disintegrated, sitting at the very bottom of the small little naval facility, and absolutely atrocious. I mean, this place is actually absolutely horrendous looking. It looks like hell on earth. Like the water is quite nice though, but the little boats and all the trash and everything that's sitting around doesn't really give it any good looks. But moving us on out of that little bit of news in the Sarik Naval Yard, we also were able to hear that within the Bandar Abbas area, 10 explosions were reported just a little while ago from the U.S. strikes that were conducted within the area, and we also were able to hear that U.S. strikes have been conducted in the following areas from the attack as of about an hour ago: Bushehr, Abu Musa, Kashem, Sarik, Bandar Abbas, Bandar Ijask, which we really have no reports out of, unfortunately, and Chabahar and Konarak, which we've covered largely as one fell swoop within the Chabahar port area. So those are currently all of the attacks that we were able to hear of along the coastline, and we have to add the additional attacks that were conducted within the area of Iran Shahar, well within the coastline area, or the coastal area, and within the Balochistan province of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We've also been able to see that in the meantime, the Islamic Republic of Iran did take significant hits around the Bushehr airport, which is used significantly by the Iranian Air Force, and here are a couple of clips of the facility and airfield on fire.
They hit that place pretty damn good for sure. And that's the port you say right there?
This is the airport, actually.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, they hit the airport pretty solidly.
Yeah, we can actually see the fire here on the firm satellite, showing that it appears that some of the tarmac on the southern side and the runways and taxiways have been cratered apparently by U.S. airstrikes, and it also appears there may be something on fire within the area, although we can't tell what exactly that is yet. We also were able to see another fire here from the airbase. This appears to be some sort of munitions fire because of the thick white smoke. And we've also seen, as well, more footage and videos showing the strikes and fires within the Bushehr airport.
I just wish we knew how close those strikes were to the actual nuclear power plant inside of Bushehr, because I'd be very fascinated to know, like, how exactly close was the U.S. strikes? Because, you know, if they hit the air defense system right off to the left of it, it's like, you know, if it was like maybe like 20, 30 feet, it's like, what kind of margin of error are we talking about?
Really, honestly, that's a good question. Like, it's a little bit hard to say. We do know that a lot of the air defense systems, though, around the nuclear power plant are either out here on this breakwater area or they're over here within this village. I think one of the last ones we saw that got hit was somewhere right here around the small little dock. So they're not exactly at the nuclear power plant, like the actual operating reactor. So whatever they hit, it could have come very close, and there may have been some shrapnel that kind of like pitter pattered down onto the dome and the sides of the nuclear reactor, but it wouldn't have caused any real damage, at least from what we would assume. Hopefully, it didn't drop like a 5,000-pound JDAM in the area. Then that might have done a little bit of damage, may have dented the reactor walls, but hopefully that's not the case. Maybe they hit it with like a 500-pounder or a 1,000-pounder or something like that.
Yeah, maybe so. We'll have to find out, but I'll be very curious to find like how close it actually was, because like if it was like within like, you know, 20, 30 feet or something, it's like, you know, they're playing with fire doing that, even with the U.S. accurate missiles. That's dangerous.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. It would certainly be dangerous without a doubt. We've also been able to see that within the Tehran area earlier in the day, Iranian aircraft were leaving Mehrabad, all heading east, possibly to Mashhad or Pakistan. It's a little bit unclear which, but it is showing us that the Iranians were expecting significant strikes to come, and some of them might possibly end up hitting Tehran. We also were able to hear that, according to the Iranian government, they stated that we have warned that any attack will be met with an immediate and widespread response, and if the president wants to raise oil prices, we welcome that, which we already covered a little bit earlier, but to make sure to cover it again, the Iranians seem more than happy to return back to the conflict, which is nothing shocking at all. We already expected that. As a matter of fact, if any of y'all were watching my short war video that I put out later in the day, I said in the video that the US was going to be striking Iran imminently within the next few hours. And believe it or not, like clockwork, within the next few hours, the US started to strike Iran, basically right after the stock market closed. So that was dead on the nail. Couldn't be more accurate if we wanted to be. So put another coin into the enforcers were always right jar, because as we all know, unabashed narcissism is a quality, an attribute in the modern day.
Although we haven't seen Iran attack yet, to be honest. I mean, they haven't done much of anything really. I mean, I would say at this point, Dad lied. At this point, it looks like they're sitting over there trying to figure out what they're doing. I don't really know why. But, I mean, they're threatening like crazy. So it's like, what's the holdup? What are they waiting for?
Honestly, I don't even know. Maybe I just don't know. I'm trying to come up with something. I was like, maybe they're trying to keep the blockade going, but I mean, the blockade really isn't going full on like it was a while ago. I mean, it might be going on now, and they might be thinking if we sit back and really do nothing, we can just kind of get the United States into a bit of a lurch again. If nobody is willing to go through the strait because they think it's too dangerous. So maybe they're doing it for that reason, but outside of that, I wouldn't know. It's a bit of a mystery to me at this point.
Yeah, I don't even have a clue. I see some people speculating. They're like, maybe they're scared to respond. They don't want like worse strikes to happen. But I mean, that's never held Iran back before. I mean, unless they're giving deference to the funeral, like maybe that's why the U.S. is going all out right now, is because they know that the Iranians are distracted with the funeral. And also, by the way, I mean, all their top people are participating in the funeral procession. So I mean, they're distracted very clearly with Khamenei and the whole situation with that. So I wonder if we're going to be seeing a response in maybe a couple of days, maybe after the funeral's like concluded, or are they going to be doing it like maybe later this evening? It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, possibly. I just don't know. It's rather odd. It's just peculiar, you know. And also on top of that, another thing that we do have to mention is that a little bit earlier in the day, we also were able to see on flight radar a decent number of tankers between Turkey and Cyprus that were operated by the U.S. Air Force that were clearly refueling more aircraft that were entering the theater, most likely from EUCOM. So that was giving us an idea even earlier today that strikes were probably coming around, because we already saw the U.S. was moving more air assets into the area to be able to prepare for these strikes. So at least from what I'd be able to say, you know, it's a little bit odd that the Iranians haven't responded. I mean, they've had plenty of time to respond. They've had hours, much like we have, of watching the U.S. prepare for the strikes and conduct the strikes now, and yet they have hardly even lifted a finger in response.
Yeah, I don't really know. I see some people saying, "Come on, guys, the funeral has nothing to do with it. That's an emotional response." But I mean, tell me the alternative. I mean, we're trying to figure out why Iran's not responding, because there's clearly a reason why they're not. They're delaying for some reason, and we don't know why that is. I don't really buy the idea that Iran's out of munitions. We have heard that they've restocked, and they've also got a pretty good bit of their stockpile left. So it's not a matter of not having munitions; they have them. It's just simply a matter of they're not being launched, which is kind of fascinating, because Iran's saying they're going to do X, Y, and Z, but they're not doing any of that. So I mean, maybe it's true. Maybe Iran did call up the U.S. president and say, "Oh, well, actually, we want a deal," because they're trying to like keep stalling so that way they can keep the Strait of Hormuz under their control temporarily and keep stringing us along. It's up to speculation why that is, because we were expecting an imminent response, but it appears to be they're kind of taking their time.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of biding their time. And also, do we have any more news on U.S. airstrikes currently, or does it look like those might be wrapping up right now?
Nothing right now, but remember though, CENTCOM's saying the situation is dynamic. They're currently still in the air right now, like circling around. They're basically looking like a hawk at the coast, trying to see if anybody's moving around. And if they see something, they're going to hit. So that's what's going on. They're saying dynamic, meaning that they're ready to attack at any given moment. So we could see some more strikes. I'm not hearing of any right this second, but I mean, look at the area. I mean, it's literally flooding with forces right now. I mean, there's tankers literally everywhere. So it's like they say, dynamic. So we could be seeing anything.
Let's see, we have a Q-5 flying in. The Russian Air Force is going down to Egypt. That's normal. Let's see. Anything else? What do we have going on? Okay, so a significant number of C-17s flew in and have apparently been on their way out for a little while. And we have more C-17s. Actually, what do we have here? Okay, so we have... Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Do you see this, Matthew? Do you see this? These tankers, they took off from Mildenhall, flew out into the Atlantic, turned off the transponders so they weren't reported, and now they're flying back. So someone just got refueled out here, probably coming in from America, heading east. Don't know what they are. Like, we don't know who they got refueled. It might be multi-roles, it may be air superiority fighters, or it could be a bomber. That's a little bit hard to say.
Yeah, it's a little hard to say. And now, there's a lot of possibilities, so we don't know for a fact, but that seems to be the exact same flight pattern the B-2s took in. You remember when they came into the United Kingdom Air Base, they flew in that same direction. They had the refuelers go out just like that. They landed at the UK, and then they staged there, and then they took back off, and they hit Iran pretty badly. So maybe that's the contingency plan. I see everybody saying B-2s. That's what my mind immediately jumped to, was probably the B-2 bomber, but it could be anything. I mean, it could be the B-52s. It could be any type of bomber. But whatever it is, they don't have their transponders on. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is really interesting. What do we got going on? I'm trying to look around the world just to make sure we're tracking everything. So this is more so just normal movements around Japan from Okinawa and whatnot. So that's not really anything crazy. We're not seeing anything in the Indian Ocean. We never do. There's no way to pick up a transponder out there consistently, sadly. So we can't really tell you what's going on down there. There's another Russian special flight that's taken out of Niger right now. That's man, that's probably they probably just checked in on the Russian Africa Corps and they're like they're dying. Okay, and now they're going home. I don't know where they're going, but um, it looks to me like there's definitely more aircraft coming in because if they went out there and they just refueled somebody and whatever it is, it was a big enough number of them that they had to have two tankers go out there. So it's either two bombers or it's several multi-role aircraft that are flying on in. So something more aircraft are definitely coming into the region, and it also looks like the region's now in a lockdown where all of the transport aircraft have packed up and flown out before the strikes even began. So might be giving us an idea whatever's coming next, it's going to be significant, and it looks like we have something that's coming up next right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we just heard of a new attack. This time, it looks like the Akakala Iran has been hit in the Golestan province in northern Iran. Several explosions have been heard in that area of the Golestan province, and it appears to be that a train bridge was attacked per Iranian state TV. So that's just being reported. Where is, oh my goodness, that's way up there?
Yeah, it's way up there at this rug shop.
Oh wow, that's interesting. I wonder. I wonder if it's the U.S. or who that is doing that. That would be the deepest strike that's taken place since the MOU and the ceasefire was put into effect. That would be the deepest that it could get. So that's interesting, very interesting, right there. They're saying, let's see here. I'm trying to get some more details. The exact location is still unknown, but it is in the area of Akkala, apparently, if that's how you say it. Some local sources report that several projectiles were witnessed hitting the Aktaka Khan Bridge, which is located on the railway line in the western part of the city of Akkala. So that is interesting. That is very interesting right there. Can you tell us more about the location?
Yes, this appears to be over the Gorgon River, just to the west of the city of Akkala. This railway appears to be a corridor to. Pretty sure. Hold up. I need to check this out, folks, before I say this next. I'm sorry, folks. This is going to take a bit of a minute, so please be patient with me. I'm about to get you all the important analysis here, but I just have to double check. Hang on, folks. Hang on. Oh. Oh. Oh, it is. Okay, so big news, everybody. This is a railway bridge that leads down the main line that then creates an interchange with Uzbekistan, which we have, well, actually, Turkmenistan, sorry, correction there, which we believe might be used in a very small way by the Iranians to circumvent U.S. blockades and sanctions within the Gulf of Oman that stop them from getting out most of their goods and try and ship them over land to places like China and whatnot. So they might be trying to knock out Iran's ability to try and circumvent sanctions or largely U.S. punishments from Iranian actions by knocking out that bridge on that main line heading to Turkmenistan. I don't know how effective that's really going to be. I mean, we kind of assessed in the prior part of the war that supply route largely was unusable. I mean, if you look at the railway infrastructure of Central Asia, folks, it is not handling any major volume of traffic to speak of. They hardly have any diesel electrics in that area, electric engines, or even the track infrastructure and road beds to handle heavy volumes of traffic. So we weren't really expecting that was used heavily beforehand, but it may be that the U.S. is knocking out every single recourse that Iran has to be able to try and mitigate the damage that the U.S. could cause them economically.
Oh. Also, we just got alleged images from this attack. I can't believe that. That's
Really?
very fascinating. It looks like we have some images. It does appear to show a train bridge, and it looks to be likely inside of Iran that we're seeing right here. So we can't verify these images with 100% certainty, but it appears to be likely the case that this is in Akkala, where we just heard that attack take place. So take it for what you will, 50-50 in credibility right now on the credibility of the images, but it does appear that a munition hit it, if these images are
This is the
accurate. It looks
bridge.
like it was hit. Yeah, I think it was hit definitely with definitely a pretty large munition of some sort. It literally blew through all the concrete in the bridge. So if that was a U.S. airstrike with that, I mean, that means that the U.S. aircraft had to probably go deep into Iranian airspace to do that. Or could they have launched the missile from the border, possibly?
No, because Turkmenistan has a strict neutrality clause that they follow in their foreign policy, so they wouldn't be able to launch anything from Turkmen. They could have launched something from Azerbaijan, but that's unlikely. Like, we haven't seen the U.S. conducting any military operations from there. They could have fired a cruise missile all the way from the Gulf of Oman, and it flew all the way through Iran there, or they could have flown an F-35 carrying two JDAMs up there, which wouldn't have been detected on most Iranian air defense systems or radars, and then drop two JDAMs onto the bridge because it appears to be two independent explosions, one here and then one closer to the cameraman, that knocked this bridge out. So that seems to be matching the payload of an F-35.
Interesting. That is interesting. Also, by the way, in the midst of this happening, apparently, this was just said apparently on Air Force One. They just told everybody on Air Force One to close all the blinds immediately for some reason, and said you got to close the blinds because quote unquote those sleaze bags in Iran might try to get us. They said if you go, you go. Perhaps you want to change professions. And they were talking to the journalist on Air Force One allegedly. So apparently they're worried about a threat against the U.S. officials trying to make their way out of the region from that NATO summit, from the looks of it. So that's also happening right this minute as well. I will say it's kind of a ballsy move to start attacking Iran while the president's hanging out in Turkey. I mean, he's in the region while this attack's taking place. So that's a little bit risky to say the least, because Iran could go berserk and try to hit people if they're in the area. I don't know if they would launch something into Turkey, but it's always a possibility that they could go that far. But that is very kind of disturbing.
My question is, what does closing the blinds do to stop an Iranian attack?
Hell if I know. Maybe it's like security theater.
Man, if you pull the blanket up over your eyes when the boogeyman's in your room, he can't hurt you. Like, that's just the rule. But we can confirm that this bridge here is the one at Ak-Kala. Because we go up to Ak-Kala, and we look at the bridge here, we can actually see a couple of important identifying things about the bridge, even from satellite, that tell us that this is the one. For one, it is a single track railway bridge. The one that we're seeing right here is a single track railway bridge. If you also look, the ballasting crosses the entire bridge from end to end. The ballasting also does that here on this bridge. You can now even see, like, interesting enough, that very same sort of railing right there. You see that, Matthew, in the further background where there's those little pieces of the post that stick up above the
Yeah.
top railing? You can even see that right here on the satellite. So this is the bridge without a doubt. Like 100%, this is the very same bridge that got knocked out. So these are actual pictures from the scene.
That is fascinating. So that means the U.S. is going for strategic economic infrastructure as well if they're hitting rail bridges. So that's a notable change to say the least. Not to mention it's very close to the northern area of Iran near Tehran and other major cities, and also very deep into the Iranian mainland as well. So that's a very significant strike.
That is quite a significant strike. Also, it's starting to suggest possibly the U.S. war planning has moved on from what we saw initially, which was bomb the biggest things in Iran so that way we can make a cool tweet and a headline every day, to they're hitting stuff that seems a lot more mundane, but a lot more important strategically for Iran, which could be showing that there's a lot more involvement or more so independence by the actual generals and our top leadership within the Department of Defense to be able to make their decisions outside of political objectives and to try and persecute the war or prosecute the war as successfully as they can with the current war plans that have been drawn up for decades. So it seems like we're starting to work on that sort of a war plan at this point than others. Also notice, folks, that all of our strikes right now outside of this one near to Ak-Kala have all been conducted along the coastline at strategic points of IRGC control, which has been seen before in some prior waves of strikes. But it looks like this time we're not focusing on trying to get headlines and say, knock out important governmental names in Iran that really have no importance in either continuing the war or keeping the Islamic regime alive. It looks like we're going after the military apparatus that allows them to have any kind of control or exert any power within the Strait of Hormuz or nearby. So that is quite interesting to see. Also, I saw someone say apparently it makes closing the blinds makes it hard for a sniper to target important people in the building, but they're on Air Force One, and we're assuming that Air Force One is in the air right now, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it might be almost about to land or has landed inside of Britain.
Oh, is that why they have this giant line of C-17s? Is that the president's like entourage, basically?
It could be. I mean, I see a lot of drones up over the airspace of Turkey right now. A hell of a lot of drones, surveillance type drones over that area. So yeah, it could be.
You know what's rather interesting about that? They always are doing that, and I have no idea why, because they're always doing it in the Aegean Sea, where really nothing's going on from what we know. Let's see here. Do we have... Okay, so military or government. So the transponder's off on Air Force One, by the way. We do not see it on flight radar.
I think it might have landed.
Maybe. Let's see here. Let's see, that's a British Chinook. It's a British A3. Let's see, A3, A400. Sorry. Where in the world? Maybe these tankers were actually refueling the VC-25 to get it back to the States. That could have been it. I'm not really sure because I'm not seeing anything anywhere at this point about it.
Interesting. Yeah, I think it might have landed already. That news about closing the blinds was when it was airborne.
Yeah, that's and so just to say this really quickly, for somebody like that probably would be a good point if they were on the ground, but when they closed the blinds, they were in the air. And so it's really hard for a sniper, to get up there at like 36,000 feet and try and take a pot shot through the windows on a plane that's moving almost at transonic speeds. So I don't know what that's supposed to really do in that kind of a situation.
Also, by the way, I see someone in the chat said, "You're making too big of a deal about this. It's simply hot on a tarmac, so that's why they close the blinds." Yeah, but you missed the part I said earlier, though. I said that the people on board the aircraft said to close it because of those sleaze bags in Iran and the threat that they're posing. So they're closing the blinds not because it's hot outside. They're closing them because there's possibly lunatics trying to get the plane. So that's what they're doing it for.
Man, I guess they're scared, man, of like that creature on the wing of the plane at Nightmare at 36,000 feet or something like that. Like, getting out there on the wing and ripping at the engines and all. Because I would get it if they were like landing and they were like, okay, close the blinds because we're landing. But they landed at an RAF base. It's not like there's going to be like an Iranian sniper hanging out on the roof of an RAF hangar. I mean, the RAF is very big into security, a lot like the US is, because they also deal with a significant amount of terrorist threats in the UK like we do here. So it's really interesting. Like, I don't know, maybe it's a precaution or something for preparing to land, but a very interesting situation all around. Do we have any more updates coming out right now, Matthew, from Iran? I mean, we just got the bombshell news of the bombing of the railway bridge at Al-Khala. Do we have anything else coming out from that area or near to the coast?
So nothing really else happening right now, but I would like we said earlier, it's very dynamic right now. Tons of assets in the air. I did see some people noting that there are more tanker aircraft taking off from Israel in support of the U.S. Airstrike operation. So I think that's a rotation that we're seeing there coming out of Israel. I think they're rotating out some tankers that need to land, and they're putting up some fresh ones. So that's probably what's going on. But they are still heavily in the area, which indicates to me that attacks could take place any second. Once again, the one in Oxala, that was just out of the blue. We weren't expecting that, and it just happened out of the blue. So not right now, nothing crazy, but I'm expecting some more.
Well, what's rather interesting is that we're also seeing that it looks like most of the tankers are packing up out of places like Qatar and they're going deeper into Saudi Arabia, which is probably suggesting that the U.S. has credible information that an imminent Iranian attack is highly likely, and they're trying to get aircraft off the ground so that way they're not sitting there waiting to be hit.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe so. It looks like the aircraft are congregating around the entrance to the Strait of Hormuz. Though you notice that little like congregation of them over there. Like, look at that. There's like a few in the same area. What is that? That's a KC-135, a KC-46 Pegasus, and they got a third one there too, another KC-135. So that's generally where a hell of a lot of ships are currently moored up and they're anchored, like right there. They're waiting to try to go through the Strait of Hormuz. I think they're providing some sort of like air cover. So in case Iran launches missiles at those ships, maybe they can shoot them down before they hit the ships. I think that's what they're doing.
That might be the case, or it might be that they're sitting there waiting at this point, literally just sitting on top of Iran, almost waiting to conduct a new wave of strikes against them, depending on what happens. Or it could just be that they're keeping everyone up in the air right now to make sure that they're not going to be attacked on the ground. That could also be the case as well. Another interesting thing to note, though, is that the A330 Voyager that the UAE had up has disappeared and is no longer on transponder. It's still up, though. We know that from the last time we checked it, it had just taken off. And so there are UAE Air Force aircraft up in the air right now as well. It's just that we're not seeing any of their tankers on ADS-B transponder. So we would assume right now that the Qatari Air Force is in the air, the UAE Air Force is probably up in the air. We don't really know about the Saudis. The Kuwaitis might also be up in the air as well, but that's also quite hard to tell because we just don't see their transponders on, and they might be turning them off as soon as they take off. As long as they're in their own national airspace, they can generally do whatever they want, even if it's not in the interest of civil aviation and the safety of the public. They could just turn the transponders off and keep them up in the air, which
Yeah.
looks to be what they're doing right now.
Also, by the way, I see a lot of people saying, "Matt, where's Israel at?" It seems like there's some stuff going down militarily. So usually Israel's like raring to go to get in the midst of it. We have not heard any statements whatsoever out of Israel. We have not heard of their involvement, and we've not seen any type of indications that Israel's actively involved in anything right now. So I will say that's a little bit strange to me. I wonder if maybe Israel is simply covertly participating in this because usually Israel's the country we have to hold back. It's usually them that we're having to tell to calm down. But this time they're being oddly quiet for some reason. So I don't know why that is. We're seeing obviously that Israeli airports and air bases are being used to stage U.S. Refueling aircraft, but we're not seeing any Israeli aircraft on ADS-B data from the flight radar information. So unless they're simply running around with their transponders off, then it appears to be they're sitting this one out.
It could be that they are sitting this one out. That'd be really weird, though. Because Israel loves a good war, and that's always a good explanation to hold off the corruption proceedings and trials inside of Israel as well. It's like the greatest one, the oldest tricketh and the booketh. So a little interesting that they're not getting involved at all. It could be. Well, we haven't even heard reports of aircraft over Iraq. So I mean, like, that is the key indicator that Israel is about to do something, is when we hear of jets in northern Iraq. We haven't even heard of that. So it looks like they're quite truly just sitting around, just waiting for whatever is happening next, and they're not doing anything yet. Which is the first time
Maybe.
we've ever seen that.
Maybe, but then again, Bahrain allegedly was involved in these attacks that the U.S. conducted on the Iranian coastline, and we had no clue that they were involved until we heard about it from a headline. So, the covert involvement's definitely possible. I mean, the Iranians can't tell who's hitting them. I mean, all they know is missiles are raining down on their heads from the sky. That's all they know. They really can't tell who's attacking. I mean, it's obviously they can't see that well to identify what markings are on the F-35 flying over. It could be an Israeli F-35. It could be a U.S. F-35. The Iranians will have no clue until the U.S. says so, or Israel says so, one or the other. So I wonder how Bahrain was involved, though, because we still don't have a whole bunch of details about that. Bahrain apparently assisted the United States in attacking Iran, which is highly unusual, to say the least. So I wonder how they were involved.
Let me check something here. I believe they have a small air force, and I want to see what kind of airframes they have. Oh yeah, they could have been involved in air-to-ground strikes actually, because they have a couple of F-16s. They have about 36 of them. Apparently the F-16 V and the F-16C. Actually, F-16V is actually one of the more modern ones. Air superiority more so, but they also have air-to-ground variants in the C and D models. So they could have been involved in air screening or air interdiction with their air defense F-16s, and air to ground support with their F-16Cs and Ds. So they may have been responsible, maybe, for a couple of strikes that we saw on the Iranian coast.
Maybe so. It seems like Bahrain would be begging for trouble to do that because Iran hits them like they're a punching bag pretty much all the time. So it seems like it's just begging for more trouble that they're assisting with these attacks. But I'm glad to see they're getting a spine though, because I was wondering when the Gulf states were going to do something. It's still very limited. It's almost like Bring Your Kid to Work Day, where they kind of helped out with the attacks for the U.S. hitting the coast. So I don't know. Maybe they did a good job. Maybe not. Whatever the case is. Maybe they're winners. Maybe the U.S. will like them.
Man, honestly, man, Bahrain is the new UAE, man, because the UAE was the punching bag at the start, and then it moved on to Bahrain. Who's next? I would assume Kuwait, because they're kind of almost on the chopping block already to just be the recipient of every single Iranian attack to happen from there. So maybe they're next. Who knows? But it does seem that Bahrain's getting on out there, and I guess they're doing that because they've already come under attack so much, anyways, recently, really for no reason. So they assumed if that's going to keep happening, we might as well just drop a couple of bombs on them, perhaps. And maybe that's the reason why they got involved. I wish that all of the Middle Eastern countries would kind of take a mindset like that. Like, if Iran wants to bomb us, we'll bomb them back a little. But it seems to be a fleeting mindset in the Middle East for the most part. But we have more breaking news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
So we just got a video apparently showing the strike on the Ak railway bridge that we heard about earlier in the northern part of Iran. So let's take a look and see what we can spot. Of course, this video is at night, but it looks like whoever was filming whipped out their flashlight or headlights or something, and they were able to see. So let's take a look.
That is the bridge. That is the very bridge. And you know what's interesting? We actually geolocate where these little fellas were at. Remember, folks, every time you post a video online, people like us can literally find out exactly where y'all are at by a tree in the background. But moving us on up into Ankala, and on up into that area again, to go see exactly where they were at. Here's the bridge again for reference. And they're on a bank looking at the bridge. Let's see, they look back over here. So there's a bend right there. They're right here. So they were filming it from this point. Let's see. Can I put that down? So they were filming from right there on that dot. And when they were looking at the bridge, they were looking around it like this at the beginning of the clip, and then they looked to the south right here and then back. And we could see the lights of the nearby town of Dagunchi off in the distance, very nearby. And we could also see what appears to be some sort of a farmhouse nearby as well, which appears to be this one. So that's exactly where those people were when they were filming that. And that once again confirms that the bridge has been completely knocked out from the strikes. We can also take another interesting note as well on this, just to do over the top confirmation that this is it. You see these Roman numeral shaped like number 2 beams below the bridge, the concrete ones. We can actually see that the base of them is shown a little bit in the light at the start. You can kind of see it kind of down there and hardly barely, but it's the same shape as the top of the support structure. You can see those right here on the links of the bridge. So this is the exact bridge in the exact spot, filmed from right there where the mouse cursor's at, looking that way. And the other pictures that we got apparently were taken from people from the nearby town of Dagumchi that walked onto the bridge and then filmed the impacts, which appear to be on the span about right here, just north of the Gorgon River. So that's the whole story with this bridge. The bridge is completely gone, and this kind of repair is going to be extensive. A maintenance of way crew for the Iranian state railways would have to come in, completely shut down the bridge, take the affected span, remove all of the rails and ties from the top and the ballast, then try and lift the segment off or push it off, and then bring in a brand new segment and put it in. That takes a lot of time. It's very expensive, and that means that this railway corridor is going to be out probably for weeks if they were putting round the clock crews and shifts on this thing to try and get it fixed. So this railway corridor is completely out. And we also have new videos that are apparently coming out from the port of Chabahar. So let's get into those really quickly. And Matthew, what do we got on those?
So I'm pretty sure this is a new video. Do you recognize this video, like from the first frame?
It looks fresh to me.
Yeah, it looks like it's fresh, and it shows, I believe, the moment of impact at Chabahar, which is that deep water port that's very critical to the Iranians and also the Indians, too. So let's take a look.
Oh yeah, this one's fresh.
Wow.
Dang.
The dude was standing out here like he knew it was coming almost. Like he was almost seemed like he was ready for it.
Dang, almost like he was kind of a spotter. Um, That's interesting. That's really interesting. As he was almost looking in the right spot too. You know, he was very close to it. Let's see here. Can we geolocate where he was at? I mean, we got the time. I mean, you know, like right now, folks, we're kind of just waiting around to see what's going to be coming next because it's either more U.S. strikes or the Iranians are about to attack. It's one or the other right now. So let's spend a little bit of time geolocating this and see exactly what we're looking at here. He's on a sandy area near some buildings. There's the explosion on what appears to be the control tower of some sort. And we see some lights in the distance. So, sandy area. Sandy area. Is there any sand here on this breakwater? Because I feel like it would kind of be in this area. It's not. Any sandy area here? There's a sandy area right around here with a little building. That kind of lines up a little. Where's that control tower at, though? Do you know where that is, Matthew? Were you ever able to find that before you went on air? Because I never found it myself.
Let's see here. I'll find it real quick. You're talking about the Marine Control Tower?
Yeah, the Marine Control Tower for the port, because that's what was hit. We're trying to find that so that way we can see what vantage point this guy had to be able to film this.
So let's see here. It's actually to the north of the port itself. So zoom out a little bit. It's see that little hook part like up there at the top? Yeah, it's like right to the right of that. It's right over there to the right.
Right over here to the right. Am I warm?
Look, go up some more. You
Is
should
this
see it
it? This
right
is
up
it.
here. Yeah, that's it right here.
This is the tower. Wow, that's actually kind of like a nice looking little tower right there. Man, shame that we just blew that to pieces. They just got done building this only a couple of years ago. So now that we know that this is where it is, so now we need to recalibrate everything. Let's watch that again. So we can actually see the tower right here at the start of the clip. It's actually lit up right there. There's the tower. There's the explosion. So he's looking at it from like the north or the south. It's like an extreme. So let's see here. He might have been looking at it from here. Nah, that's too close. He might have been looking at it from about I think he was south. I can't say exactly where. He might have been at the Chapahar University of Maritime and Marine Sciences. That seems to be kind of the closest because he was a little distance away, and he also was able to get a lot of the lights of this little port area here on film. So I would assume that he was south looking north when the tower was hit and destroyed. So,
What this qualifies an extinction event?
of what in particular?
Well, you said this the Marine and Biology Institute or whatever. It's like I thought maybe they were out here studying extinction events, like the Iranian regime at the port.
I don't know. An extinction event? Yeah, I mean, I guess in a localized area. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that actually works. Yeah, I think it is an extinction event. They just witnessed one. They'll be talking about that in class tomorrow. They'll be like, okay, everyone, what is called species extinction? Like, that's what happened to the Islamic Republic yesterday in the port. They got wiped out. But the tower's gone, unfortunately. Very sad. They put a lot of work into that just a few years ago for the thing to get blown to smithereens in the here and now. So it looks like they'll have a problem running the port. Also kind of weird that it's that far away from the actual port. I mean, how far is that? Let's see here. That's 1.5 miles from the port. Kind of a little weird, You'd think they'd have it a little bit closer, but I don't know. I'm not really a port official, and I'm also not, a part of the corrupt Islamic regime. So maybe it works for him. But pretty wild stuff. Pretty wild stuff, nonetheless. Also, Matthew, do we have
Oh,
any other news coming out?
yeah, we got something else right now. That Muppet-looking guy, he's back out here again with another statement. He's really making a lot of statements right now, back to back. This is Mohsen Rezai, also known as the Iranian Muppet-looking fellow, a military advisor to Iran's supreme leader, who's the one that is afraid to come outside and be seen whatsoever. But he posted a Quranic verse on X, adding that the aggressor, enemy, and its accomplices will be severely punished. But I will say, is the punishment in the room with us today? Because I don't see any punishment taking place. The Iranians are saying a lot, but they're not doing a lot. So I'm not really sure if this dude's just yapping or not. This guy apparently has a direct link to the flamboyant bunker leader. So I'm not sure if maybe he has like some inside knowledge or not. But he's out here making some statements again that are pretty threatening.
Man, I would say the one thing that is threatening is his facial appearance. I mean, that is quite frightening in its own right. I'm going to get nightmares from this tonight, folks. This is rough. I'm very sorry, folks. I do have to issue an official apology on the behalf of our channel. This is traumatizing to look at this guy, and I don't mean to impart this on y'all and have y'all thinking of this in your worst nightmares, but this is the guy who is apparently the supreme leader's advisor. I would have a feeling that they need to advise him to maybe get some plastic surgery. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that for most people, but it would definitely help him in numbers. But they are talking quite a lot. Sounds to me like they're trying to hype the whole deal up, but nobody's really doing anything. Though, like you were saying, I mean, like we've been waiting for a minute here, probably for hours, really, if we're talking honestly here, since the beginning of the strikes, and they haven't done anything at all. I mean, they haven't even fired off a drone at Bahrain or Kuwait, which is usually standard.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain that. I'm still at a loss for it. Even trying to speculate on it, I'm still at a loss because I mean, Iran has the capability to respond. They clearly have the will to respond because they keep making threats left and right, but they're not responding. So I'm not understanding the linkage there of why they're not actually following through with their threats. I'm not understanding that. It's not making much sense right now. Maybe they're trying to get stuff into position, or maybe they're trying to wait for what it could be. This is my best guess right now. Just popped in my head like a light bulb. They could be waiting for U.S. forces to move out of the area, like for example, all the tankers to move out, the fighter jets to go land, and everybody to stand down temporarily. They could be waiting for that before they strike back, because they know if they come out right now, the fighter jets are lurking like a hawk on the coast, and they're probably just going to hit those mobile launchers when they come out of their hiding holes. So that could be what they're up to. In fact, that rings a bell to the last time we were doing this. We were waiting on air for something to happen, and I said maybe they're waiting for the jets to go away so they can come out of their hiding holes. It turned out like an hour or two passed by, and we were still in the air, and then sure enough, the U.S. sort of like stood down temporarily, and then the Iranians came out of nowhere and started firing missiles at everybody, and then they ran back to the hiding hole. So that could be what they're up to.
That could be, and that would also be smart for them, because if they roll out right now, they're going to be rolling out right under basically a giant U.S. air cover, so that wouldn't be good for them. They probably end up getting a lot of them wiped out. So, I mean, they're probably just waiting, like you're saying. I also saw someone say that there was a B-52 over Crete. There's not a B-52 over Crete. I just looked at Crete. Here's Crete. There's no B-52. And I tried to look and see if there was one around there before, but it doesn't seem so. So unfortunately, that's just not the case. I wish it was, but we don't see one on transponder yet. Also, we do see two KC-135s that left Crete, and also one of the KC-135s coming back in for an approach at RAF Mildenhall right now that was out there in the Atlantic, and a couple of more tankers that, oh, actually, RC-135 Rivet Joint is joining us in UCOM right now. So it's flying in from the States, from Camp Springs. And we also have the E4, which is on its way back to the States. So that's the situation right now. We're still waiting for more updates to come out, and we see a tremendous amount of tankers, more than we've probably ever seen recently, within the Middle East, at least more than 24. So a very large number of them, and of course a significant U.S. air presence that's currently operating right now. And the Iranians might be waiting for a lot of this to go away and maybe give them a little bit of a moment to try and conduct a strike. So we're still waiting to see what else is going to be happening. But Matthew, I see that we have a poll at the moment. Would you like to cover that?
Yes, so we can cover that right now. The poll says this. I'm trying to wait for the little banner to get out of the way so I can get to the poll, but it says, will Iran attack Israel in retaliation for U.S. airstrikes? 80% said yes, and 20% said no. And I think personally that Iran really doesn't want that smoke. That's my guess. I don't think they really want that smoke from Israel, because Israel doesn't hold back like the United States. The United States is trying to keep this deal like semi like working, semi not working. They're trying to keep it sort of floating along. They're tapping it along, as they say. But Israel really doesn't have that willpower. They just go all out, and they don't really hold back. So I think Iran is willing to tangle with the United States because they detect weakness, but they're not willing to tangle with Israel because they know Israel will just wipe everybody out, and that'll be the end of it. So I don't think they're going to attack them, at least right now. But if they do, I'll be kind of surprised. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have a feeling that they might, but it's very hard to say, because there really isn't a reason for them to conduct an attack against Israel, at least at the moment. And like Matthew's saying, the Israelis are going to go ham if they get an excuse, especially considering that the U.S. seems to have backed off the idea of trying to de-escalate. So, if anything, the Iranians might attack Jordan, but they're definitely going to give a real strong consideration and maybe attacking Israel. But I'm not sure if they're going to follow through with that. If the question was, is Iran thinking about attacking Israel, I'd be with the 80%. But if it's they are imminently attacking Israel, I'm going to be kind of in the middle, 50-50. They might or might not. It depends on what their approach is, whether they want to escalate this thing into a full-blown war again against the U.S. and Israel and the Gulf states, or if they want to try and keep this thing on a low simmer for a little while, or as long as they can until the war starts back up a second go-around, which will inevitably happen at this point. So I hope that does address that the best we possibly can. And it actually sounds like we got something.
So I'm seeing here a video that might be fresh. I can't tell. We've seen so many videos tonight. It's kind of hard to tell if it's fresh, but allegedly the video that we just got that is reposted apparently shows the Chaghadak, the aerospace forces facility burning in the Bushehr province of southern Iran. and it looks to be fresh, I think.
It is fresh. From what I could tell, at least, it looks definitely fresh. This is the area of Chagadak, which sounds like some sort of a Klingon, like, labor camp, honestly, man. Like, haven't you heard about this, like, before, man? Like, they're like, Captain Kirk, you've been accused of crimes against the Klingon Empire. You're going to Chagadak. But beyond that, though, all jokes aside, man, what a corny joke. Beyond that, here's the clip of the aerospace defense facility burning. This is a fresh clip because this is closer up footage of the attack that we had saw earlier on air. Oh my God, it's the Minions.
Man, this is the Minion of the West. They're filming all kinds of intelligence for us. I'm a lovely person.
Man, like, it's like, wow, it's the Minions. I didn't expect that. I mean, like crazily enough, the new Minions movie just came out. I mean, it's like the best advertising I've ever seen in the middle of the war. We got Minions. But anyways. Do the Minions just, like, speak Persian? Because this really sounds like a little made-up language that the Minions speak.
Man, honestly, I don't even know, man, to be honest with you. But I tell you what, this is some severe damage out here. It's kind of hard to focus on the damage with this Minion talking.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, let's just listen to them talk. I mean, this is absolutely entertaining at this point.
That's bad.
That is pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty severe.
And this was the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Aerospace Force facility. That's a damn mouthful. But apparently that's their headquarters, at least one of their headquarters in Chagadak. They hit that thing pretty much comprehensively.
I think they've tried to hit every single key building in the facility, and I think they successfully hit them, because it looks like the whole facility is burning right now, probably including some of the support structures. I'm trying to see, though, if I can find where that was, because it was off of a major roadway in the area. Oh, where would it be? Where would this be? We've got to find a facility, because it's definitely some sort of a complex of a sort. Oh, where is it? I can't find anything like that. It's definitely not in the center city area. Somewhere out here. I can't find it. I don't, like... That's not it. That's a little industrial area. I don't know where it would be. I can't find anything that would match that. But it's apparently in the Chagadak area. But as the Minions would say, banana. But it's doing this on Chagadak, and the strike on that aerospace's headquarters center that the U.S. appears to have knocked out, probably to cut down on their ability to defend their airspace or coordinate any air defense capabilities, of which they largely have none. We are still going to be waiting for more news to be coming out of the area. But before we get on into the rest of the news that we have, which we actually have a decent amount that came out of Ukraine over the day, and if we need to in the meantime, we will cover a little bit of that and chit chat about it, because this is the stream for the day. Unfortunately, folks, I know a lot of people look forward to the normal scheduled 10 p.m. Eastern time stream, but sadly, because this is already running into like 40 minutes of the prep time that I use for that show, we won't be able to make the normal 10 p.m. show or the 10 p.m. Eastern time show possible tonight, because we're running into the prep schedule for that at the moment. So this is the stream for the day. So we're definitely going to be covering everything that went on in the Ukraine war once this thing dies down, or once we see that this has ended up just being U.S. attacks with no Iranian response. We'll start to cover all of that in great detail and cover it like a normal show. But before we get into that, I do have to say, a huge thanks to everybody who has been watching so far. We're still waiting to get more updates out of the Middle East. It's kind of started to get a little bit slow at the moment, and things have kind of slowed down a good enough bit that we have a lot of breathing room right here. But so in the meantime, I do have to say, it's an amazing thing to know that so many of y'all have been watching over the course of the stream. We've had a peak viewership here of 17.6 thousand people, and 95,000 people have watched the stream in an hour and 36 minutes. I hope that our news coverage has been of sound construction, and that we've been covering the situation quite well overall. I also have to say that it is really something to know that we're all watching what might be the restart of the war with Iran, although I do have to say, folks, that a restart of the war today might end up becoming nothing by tomorrow. it's always hard to say, especially with the U.S. being involved. But before we move on into the rest of the news and everything else that we have from Africa and also from Eastern Europe, I do want to make sure that we take a brief moment to get a chit-chat to a couple of y'all and take 3 questions from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first question here, this one is going to go to none other than Give Up Now. And thank you very much, Give Up Now, for that $50 support.
Hey!
And they are a longtime channel legend. Also, it's good to see you once again. A long time no see. And we do appreciate that. And he said, Tarmac, a hotspot.
Hey! And, you know, it really is. It is really hot out there on the tarmac at some of these places, like around Shahar especially, and Bushehr. The tarmac's getting very hot, too hot. I've heard that it started to melt from the explosions of the fires and whatnot. Not really good for flying planes or landing them on that airfield. And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you for that incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running right now. For some folks who may be new here, this channel covers world news every single day, basically religiously on a schedule, at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 days a week, every day but Monday, covering everything that's going on in foreign policy and world news that's of any strategic or significant note. We do have a bias here in this channel. We are pro-American and pro-Western, but outside of that, we keep the political talk largely non-existent, where we get partisan and say, you know, one side's right and one side, or the other side's wrong. We never do that here in the channel. We just get straight into the business of the news and what's in the United States' best interests. But outside of that, folks like amazing folks like Give Up Now and others who go out of their way to support this channel in super chats have made the thing possible for years. We've been running for 1,596 days continuously, hardly without any breaks, over the course of 1,600 days nearly. And the folks like Give Up Now who go out of their way to support this channel make this thing possible for its entire duration. If it wasn't for them crowdfunding the channel, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and so we always go out of our way to give a significant thanks and a humongous praise to the folks who go out of their way to support the channel, because if it wasn't for them, this entire thing would not be possible. We wouldn't be able to be on air tonight, and we wouldn't be able to be on air ever, breaking news or not. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support, Give Up Now. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And our second one goes to none other than Tripod7991. And thank you, Tripod, for also that $50 support. And we do appreciate that as well. And he said, there goes my pocketbook for gas, LOL. And I hope you boys are doing well and everything else. And thank you for always delivering what you guys are able to do. And thanks.
Hey, and thank you so much. We thank you for the kind words. And I gotta say that the pocketbook for gas these days is tough. I mean, the gas is still expensive around here, and it's just difficult. It's difficult.
It's going down a little bit.
Who the hell are you, Norwegian? It's going done, you know. Like, man, like.
I think it's more Scottish, actually. I don't know why I said it like that. I'm having a hard time with English right now. I think it's because we're outside of our normal stream schedule. My English is like scheduled. It's like from like 9 p.m. to 12 p.m. and then no more English for the day. It's on a subscription plan. But yeah, done.
Man, you know, I've got to tell you, the gasoline prices, they're going down. Man, it's like, wow, really? It's like, really? What else is going on in Aberdeen these days? But all jokes aside, I do have to say, a huge thanks to you for the support of this channel to keep it running. And I mean, gas is still quite expensive these days. Everyone's still dealing with refining the gas, or more so the oil that they got for the high prices. And so they're still having to price it at that level. To be able to try and recoup the costs of the barrels of oil that they purchased during that time. But I do have to say, a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and thank you for enjoying everything that we've done. We're always trying our best, and I hope that we have some success. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the last question of the segment, and then we're actually going to be taking a little bit of a break from the Middle East for now. We are not getting a humongous amount of news out of there for the moment, and we're actually going to move on into Africa and Eastern Europe to cover the major news, of which there is a lot, that are also going on in those areas. So Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, for everybody saying it in the chat, they're saying, I'm seeing reports or rumors out there that the U.S. president allegedly, because I can't confirm it, it's allegedly stated that the Iranians called and wanted to make a new deal or something. I don't put much stock in that. Did he say that
like 40 times during the war, like when it was actually going on?
Yeah, I mean, Iran, everybody's always wanting to make a deal, like from the words of the president. I mean, everybody's always wanting to make a deal. Russia's always wanting to make a deal, but yet the war keeps going indefinitely. Iran wants to make a deal, but yet Iran's saying they're going going to take people out. It's like, there's also, by the way, the MOU was an actual deal. It's like, why would they throw the MOU out and then say, let's have a new deal? They just had a deal. They didn't even honor that one. So, I mean, it doesn't even make sense on his face. I mean, it's just crazy. That's why I don't believe it. But moving into our last super chat of the segment, then getting right back to our news, though, this one goes to none other than Red Neck. And thank you for that $50 support, by the way. And we do appreciate that very much. And he said, what do you think will happen if Russia attacks Poland and NATO responds? And long live the LSA.
If Russia attacked Poland and NATO responds, we would most likely be entering the Third World War at that point, primarily against Russia, but we may see that other countries would actively join in. It's unclear how far that would spread. The Chinese would probably not try and directly join in because there would be a lot to lose and little to gain fighting Russia's war against NATO that they would have started at that point. And also, China really relies heavily on mutual relations with economic spheres like Europe, so they really wouldn't want to get in the middle of, busting up that kind of a gravy train, really. So Russia might be on their own, but that will probably be the Russians' perfect world as far as what they would be looking for, because they would immediately be able to say, oh, there's an external threat to the state, we're going to start nuking people. So let's get to an agreement now, or y'all are going to suffer the consequences. And then NATO would have to decide, are they really going to nuke us? And if they are, should we make a deal now, or should we keep pressing this war because they're bluffing? And we would have to figure that out. So generally, I think that's where it would go if Russia attacked Poland and then NATO responded in full, is that we would largely just enter the Third World War at that point. I wouldn't expect it to last that long, no matter what. It's either going to be a quick conventional conflict that would round out with some sort of a peace deal very quickly to be able to avoid a nuclear conflict, or we would enter a nuclear conflict and then the war would end by default very quickly afterwards, because it would probably start to go strategic within weeks, which means they would be firing ICBMs at us and we'd be firing ICBMs at them. That's largely the end of modern civilization within the Northern Hemisphere. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a huge thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. I also see someone...
I just got to mention this real quick, man. I see everybody talking about the whole deal statement about how, it's like, it's the never-ending like deals, like it's just nonstop deals. But yet, in the sales bro world, like, with sales bros, they're like, if somebody's like closes a lot of deals, they're like, that guy's a closer, like he knows how to close a deal. It's like, I think what's the other word, like somebody that can't close a deal, let's just call him an opener. I mean, like, I think the president might be an opener. I'm not sure if he's a closer, because I haven't seen him really closing much of anything, at least in the geopolitical sense. And most of the stuff that has gotten closed, that he has achieved, has largely been reopened later because it wasn't a really good deal to begin with. So I don't know, like I don't know about the whole deal thing. Like, everybody talks about deals, sir, deals. We don't really see them.
You always hear about we have a deal here and we have a deal there. It's like, how about you just start dealing with the shit and get it done? It's like, how about that? Like, instead of deals this and deals that, just deal with it and get it done.
Yeah, close that deal, man. Stop wheeling and dealing. Like, this dude's he's more of a wheeler and a dealer than he is anything else. He's really a marketer, if you really think about it. He's more of a marketing guy, really, instead of actually like a salesman, more like it. Marketers, they're good at like all the fluff and puff and sales talk and stuff like that, but they really just can't like actually like iron it out. Like, that's just my personal opinion. I know some people are going to be like, well, you're just hating. I'm not hating. I mean, I'm just saying what I see. I mean, I will say this, though. I mean, this is about the most impossible deal that you could try to make with the Iranians. I mean, who the hell makes a deal with a party that's a terrorist group, which is the Iranian government? You got to be a good enough salesman to know in the first place when there's not a deal to be had. And I would say there's no deal to be had here, but yet he keeps going for it. He's like that pesky ass salesman that shows up at your door trying to sell a vacuum and they won't leave your damn door. And you're like, hey, get out of here. I don't want a vacuum. And they're like, here, just try it. Get out of here. I don't want that vacuum. And they keep trying to push the deal on you. They don't even want it. It's like, that's not a good salesman. That's just somebody's oblivious.
Man, I'll tell you, man, every single day, every day, man, it's, oh, people are calling me up, sure, it's the greatest. It's like, the thing is, though, is that to be a good salesman, you have to kind of be dynamic and have something fresh. And if you come out and say the same thing about everything every day, that's not really being a good salesman, because people kind of look through the pitch immediately. and just see it for what it is, which isn't really much of anything. Because, I mean, if every single time you deal with someone, I was around Maloney, and Maloney wanted a picture, she was begging for a picture, she was like a little sniveling bitch. It's like, it's like when you do that kind of stuff, and everyone starts catching on to it, it's like, it doesn't really work well anymore, Like, I don't know if you saw it in Cara today, man, but Maloney acted like he was the plague. I don't know if you saw, man. Like, she shook his hand, went, yeah, and then like ran off immediately. It was wild, but it's like, and the pitch gets old. Like, I have to say, that one's gotten quite old. But moving us on out of that, it's time for us to get on down into Mali. I didn't get to show this on the video that we put out earlier today, but I get to show it to y'all right now. A lot of y'all heard last week that the Russian volunteer, actually really quickly, it was this week. No, actually it was last week. This is DMI 24. Last week, in the Mali whole situation, the Russian Africa Corps got blitzed by the Mali rebels in a camp that they had made out in the desert, and a decent amount of them ended up being lost as a result of that ambush that they saw in the desert. Just on Sunday of this week, they ended up losing an Mi-24 somewhere within central Mali. Today, they were moving as a convoy through central Mali, and apparently got ambushed by the Mali rebels in a convoy, so they weren't ready at all for an attack, and the Mali rebels converged on them on all sides and wiped out a large remaining part of the Russian Africa Corps today. So there's very little left of what once was the Wagner PMC, which was renamed the Russian Africa Corps, which really only operated in Mali. They have almost been completely wiped out at this point within the past few weeks by the Mali rebel forces and the ongoing civil war. We can actually see a clip of one of their burning supply trucks right here. We can tell this is Mali.
Oh, okay. Got the woman over there screaming as well.
I think the
woman.
But then they got the whole gang out here. The whole city's here.
Damn. I think and these are the Russians that got ambushed, you say?
Yeah, these were the Russians. They got ambushed by these guys.
I think the Russians just sort of like drove straight into the lion's den. It looks like they got like the whole like crew out here.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest. It is the whole crew, but they don't really seem to be that tactically proficient. I'm kind of getting the impression here that the Russians could not even take on a wet paper bag at this point. As far as like battle prowess, you know what I mean?
I think so. I think so.
I mean, they didn't even recon the general area. They had these random dudes in sneakers and AKs run up on them and ambush their whole column. I mean, how dumb can they get? Like the Russians at least. I mean, like they're getting their ass beat by everybody at this point.
Yeah, they're really getting clapped, I would say.
I'd have to say. But getting us back into the clip. Allah snapper!
Hey, I just got an idea of like, these guys are like firing bullets around this, a huge, massive like mobile bomb, this fuel truck. Maybe it might be a good idea to like get the hell away from it.
Oh, no, that ruins the fun. They need to shoot into the fuel truck. Like that's what they're about to do next.
Man, it's not fun unless you have a little bit of collateral in a war. Like,
exactly.
Also, obviously, I'm joking. I'm joking, by the way. I mean, that's stupid as hell to stand next to the fuel truck. They literally just pulled off a victory, and they're all about to get wiped out by their own stupidity.
Yeah, and also I saw someone say, well, I mean, to be fair to the Russians, insurgents are very hard to fight. I mean, in Afghanistan and Iraq, maybe, but let's lay the scene. They're in Mali, in the middle of the desert, with nothing around. It's perfectly flat for miles. So you can conduct recon in miles in every direction from the convoy, like without even having to have forward recon elements. But apparently they had none. They had no forward recon elements to even screen the surrounding area. So the rebels drive up on them from miles away, kicking up giant dust clouds that would clearly be visible from like 5 miles out in a large group like that. And the Russians do absolutely nothing. They get surrounded, and then they get massacred. I mean, that is a level of disassociation from their situation that is so bad that it is incompetent to the extreme. I mean, you wouldn't even see incompetence like that in most wars. In, like, for example, a lot of people talk about the Rhodesian Bush War and talk about a lot of the incidents where the Zanu and Zapu groups were overwhelmed by smaller Rhodesian forces because they were so incompetent. I mean, like, these stories of the Russian Africa Corps at this point are paralleling the Zanu and Zapu from the Rhodesian Bush War and how incompetent they were at this point. It's abysmal. I mean, you can't really describe it even, especially with the environment they're in. They can see these threats coming from miles, and yet they still do nothing to react, and they get slaughtered. It's like they're literally walking around like punchable meat bags, just waiting for the Mali rebels to come up and knock out another score of them at a time. We also are able to see another clip for the Mali rebels, and of course, there are as many Aloha snack bars that will ensue. They were smacking the water bottle against the hood. I do not know the significance of that. That's the end of that clip. And now finally the last one. Of course, the same. Man, every single clip. Allah, snack bar, man! Like, at the start, every time. Oh my god. Yeah, well, here it is. Also, it sounds like everyone's firing their guns in the air. There's so many guns firing, it quite literally sounds like rain in the middle of the desert. I gotta tell you,
honestly, I thought this dude at the beginning was throwing up gang signs for a minute. I thought like he was legit throwing up a set, but I think he was just holding up a dog tag or something.
Man, bro, he's out there going, man, West Side, Timbuktu, shit.
These guys are very religious. They just can't stop saying, Allah, stand bar.
Man. Well, you know what? In the spirit of what they're doing out there, we're going to do the very same thing in the American style. Praise Jesus. And so praise Jesus. We're moving on. Praise Jesus into the praise Jesus Middle East. I mean, sorry, Eastern Europe. Praise Jesus. There's a lot of praise Jesus going on. Like if they're praise the Lord. But anyways, just all jokes aside, it's time for us to move on up into the war in Ukraine and everything that's been going on up here. And Matthew, before we move on, just to make sure to do a quick sit rep, do we have anything else coming out of the Middle East right now?
So nothing coming out right this second. It looks like it has calmed down. It looks like the U.S. might have ended its strikes. They haven't said that, but it does appear that I'm not seeing any more activity going on. So unless something pops out of the blue, it looks like the Iran strikes from the U.S. side could have concluded for now, at least for now, that is. It could resume at any point. But we are not really sure when Iran's going to respond. That's the part we don't know. But right now, it seems like the region's gone quiet.
Dang. So we're kind of at an impasse, folks, right now, because we have to kind of figure out what's going to be happening next. And as far as our predictions, they're usually incredibly accurate. And I could tell y'all the Iranians are going to respond. That's a fact. But the things we don't know is when that's going to be, so how long from now, and how big is it going to be? And those things are a little bit unclear. The Iranians are very unpredictable in that regard. They could attack within the next few minutes. They could attack tomorrow. The attack could be incredibly large, or it could be small, and we don't really know. So to hash this out on air right now, because I can't really text easily, are we going to try and stay on air for the possible Iranian attack that may or may not happen, which means that we'll, make sure to go through the full 9 yards with everything in Ukraine, even more extra than we normally would, to wait and see if that happens at some point so that we can go back to it and cover it? Or are we just going to cover the Ukraine segment as normal, and if nothing's happened by the end of it, we get to all of the super chats, live chats, and then round this thing out like a normal show? What do you want to do?
I would say just cover the Ukraine segment, cover all of our major news out of that region, because we don't want to miss that either. Because we had some huge stuff happening with that. I'll be honest, folks. I really wanted to cover and headline the Ukraine news first, but I was like, well, we got this Iran situation going on, and it could be going berserk, and it kind of did go berserk there for a while. But Iran never responded, and that's what we were waiting for. So I would say just cover all the huge Ukraine news, the Russian news we got, and then if something else happens with Iran, we'll go back to that. But for now, I don't think it's going to be happening for now.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, man. I don't think this is going to be happening for a minute. I think it's going to be one of those sorts of attacks that happens well after we would have been off air, even on our normal schedule. Probably at like 3 in the morning local time here, kind of like they did one of the times prior, because they seem to be very, very slow to respond to this right now. And just based off of that, I think it's going to be very long, like maybe 7 hours or 8 hours from now before they do anything, sadly. So we'll try and stick it out as much as we can, folks. We're going to give the full 9 yards to Ukraine, and make sure. By the way, folks, if you were here for the Middle Eastern news, you might want to stay around for what's going on in Ukraine, because y'all have not seen some of the stuff that we saw coming out of Ukraine today, and also Russia. It is absolutely insane what's going on inside of Russia at this point. It's collapsing into absolute civil chaos. So,
Oh,
hmm?
scratch the plans. The plans are out. Plans are gone. Breaking news. The Iranians have just launched their attack, literally right now. They're
Oh,
launching it as we speak. So the plans just went out the window. Iran did that shit on purpose. But we are seeing right now that Bahrain is under attack. They're saying that they're telling the residents to go to their immediate shelters. And I'm just reposting that right now. It literally happened 30 seconds ago. The sirens just started going off, and it looks like they're being attacked. So we don't know exactly how large this attack is. This is literally 30 seconds ago, so we have no details right now. But we will now be covering the Iran situation from this point forward until something else happens. So, Enforcer, what say you?
man, that was right on time. We were literally about to move on to Ukraine, and then we got to go right back into the Middle East. So everyone, make sure to go put it out on the bullhorn to your family, your friends, your relatives, and anybody who was watching a minute ago. If they left because they thought the Middle East news was over, it's back on, and the attacks are happening right now as we speak. We said it could happen any moment now. It could happen within, minutes from now. It could happen right now, or hours from now. It happened within minutes. So it was right within the timetable that we thought was going to happen. So we are hearing of air raid sirens that have been activated over Bahrain. It does appear that the Iranians are retaliating against the Bahrainis and attempting to target most likely the 5th Fleet headquarters and Isa Air Base, which are usual targets on the usual schedule for Iranian attacks in Bahrain. And we would also assume that by default, attacks will also be occurring within Kuwait. We're not really sure how much larger the scope's going to be at the moment, and on Flight Radar 24, there is still a humongous number of tankers that are still up and operating right now in the Middle East, so there is a large U.S. air presence that is still within that area right now, and we'll probably be seeing that the U.S. might respond immediately to the Iranian attacks, especially considering current U.S. force posturings and statements that have been made, where the United States stated simply that it is a dynamic situation, and depending on Iranian actions, the U.S. could keep going against the Islamic Republic of Iran and possibly hit even more targets. So we might say the U.S. is about to respond imminently to these attacks that are being conducted against Bahrain and other nations at the moment. Hopefully,
Indeed.
what else do we have?
Also, by the way, just to go ahead and give you all the predictions of what Iran's probably trying to hit, they're probably trying to hit the Isa Air Base. That was the target last time. And they're also probably trying to hit the 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain as well. Those are pretty much the two primary targets. They're located in Bahrain that are associated with U.S. forces. So that's probably what we're going to be seeing. Last night, we did see that there were interceptions. It looks like Bahrain intercepted most of the incoming missiles last night from Iran. So we'll have to see if maybe this is a bigger response. The way the Iranians have been talking, they're making it sound like they're going to try to wipe out the region. So we'll have to see if that's a bunch of bluster again, or they actually mean that or not. They have the means to launch large attacks, but whether or not they actually go for it, that's another story. But we expect that those two bases I mentioned are probably going to be the targets.
Do you still think they're dying to make a deal?
They're dying. I'm not sure if it's to make a deal. We'll have to see what it is. Dying to live or living to die, I guess.
I think they're I think they're dying to live.
Yeah, it's a strange thing, a juxtaposition of sorts. But at the same time, though, I'm trying to get some more details about this attack that we're currently seeing right now. So I see people now picking up on a story about this. I wish that the Ministry of the Interior of Bahrain would give out more details when they put out these announcements. They really don't put a bunch of detail out with it when they put these siren notifications out. So right now we're still waiting on something else to come in about what exactly is being hit and targeted. But I'm also waiting to see if we can get some footage of the missile launches too, because we also got that last night. We might get it again today.
Actually, we can show you all some of that footage right now. We actually didn't show that earlier. Kind of lucky we didn't. So we can give you all kind of an idea of what the launches are looking like against the Middle Eastern nations right now. So here is the clip. No music in this, right? Hopefully not. See them showing off an inscription and also the launches. we have more news?
Yes, yes, yes. Let's see here. Hold on a second. I'm trying to get this cohesive before I start speaking about it. So, Bahrain, let's see here. Hearing about Qatar.
Al-Adid?
Qatar is having a problem. I think it is Al Udeid, but I'm trying to get some concrete verification on that before I start saying that. Let's see here. So sirens are going off in Qatar. Also, the early warning alerts been sent out to cell phones inside of the Qatari region. That has been confirmed. I can confirm the alerts have gone out, but I can't say that Al Udeid's under attack. I think that it's a likely target, but I can't confirm that for a fact. Let me see here. I'm trying to get some information here from Telegram about what's going on, but it's kind of being a bit slow at the moment. So yeah, Bahrain and Qatar are apparently under attack.
Interesting. That's definitely suggesting this is going to be a larger scale attack by the Iranians because Qatar hasn't been attacked recently for a while. So it appears that we might be hearing that the UAE will also probably be coming under attack soon, as well as Kuwait. Beyond there, we're not really sure. It probably is going to be a little iffy, but most every Gulf state country, the smaller ones at least, are going to be under attack within the near future. So just to show y'all here really quickly, there are sirens that are sounding in Qatar. We're not exactly sure what they're attempting to target. Do we have anything else coming out?
So not right this second, we don't. Not seeing much else about it. But let's see. What can you tell us in the meantime about IUD? Is it IUD? Like I know people get us on that for that pronunciation every single time. How do you say it?
It's like Oludid or something like that.
Yeah, I can't ever get that right. So bear with us, folks. We try our best. We have to pronounce stuff from different regions, and it's a bit of a tough one. But is that base still very heavily populated with U.S. forces at it, or has it largely been cleared out?
Actually, it kind of is. We actually saw that a lot of tankers actually who just took off from there still are right now. Actually, look, here's another one taking off from Al Adid right now, leaving the airbase. So we would assume, yeah, there's probably a decent amount of U.S. personnel down there right now, and it looks like, yeah, like look at that, like right on the dot. A lot of U.S. tankers are taking off and are just orbiting outside of Qatari airspace to get off of the ground. So we might be able to assume that this is one of the facilities that's being attacked right now by the Iranians.
Yeah, I would say it seems highly likely that it probably is. So I'm waiting for some more details. This is very fresh, folks. Very fresh. Like we told you the headlines before we really have too many details about it. But here we go, though. Got some details. 5 blasts have just been heard in Iran. So Iran's under attack again. The U.S. is hitting them again. So that was apparently triggered by the launches from Iran. We got a lot of breaking news coming out right now. So I'm about to have to do rapid fire here. Iran's under attack again. Bushehr is being targeted. 5 blasts being heard there. We're also seeing that Qatar has sent out these alerts. I've got a picture of that. I just reposted right now of the security alert being sent out to phones. They're telling people to go to shelter immediately. We're also seeing a picture of the missiles being fired from Iran. They're being launched from Bushehr. So that might be the blast we're hearing. It might actually not be a U.S. attack. It might be Iran launching the missiles at the Gulf states that we're hearing. But take a look at that.
Let's see. I did put down that air raid warning. Yeah, I did. Okay, good. So let's take a look at that footage. Here really quickly. So here are the launches from Bushehr, which we'll also have to put down on the map as well. As it does appear the Iranians are currently conducting a significant counterattack, and most likely from the Borisgan area. So the missiles are being fired from here. Missiles fired. So we are watching that right now. There are Iranian ballistics in the air that are most likely going towards the Gulf states as we are talking right now. We'll probably see them enter the air defense perimeters within minutes. And we also see that there are already air threats within Bahrain and Qatar that we have been alerted to, and U.S. aircraft are currently scrambling out of Al Adid as quickly as possible, getting off the ground to be able to avoid being hit while they're still sitting on the tarmac. We have more breaking news coming out on air right now. So what do we got?
So we have the video of the launches right now. You can go ahead and show that video and go ahead and refresh the Twitter. It should be at the very top. And then also at the same time, I have the exact location they were launched from. They were launched from the Jam site in the Bushehr province of Iran. So we have seen launches from the Jam site several times before. Usually when these Gulf states are attacked, that's usually where a lot of missiles come from. And that's where these have been launched from. So at least 5 ballistics heading out from that location. So let's take a look at the video.
And there goes the ballistics. And also there's an image, once again, of the ballistics being fired. So I'll make sure to put that one down. And it is coming from the Jam area. Unfortunately, I can't remember where Jam is off the top of my head. It's somewhere down here in this area. But I'll just put the marker here for missiles being fired. Missiles fired near Jam. It's within one of the valleys down there. Not really sure which one. Eh, I can't find it. I'm not even gonna try. We have a lot of breaking news coming out right now, so best not to get tied up on that detail. So we are still waiting for these ballistics to make it into the air defense perimeters. It appears that that will most likely be happening imminently within maybe just less than a few minutes from now. And we already understand that there may be some air defenses active within Bahrain and Qatar as air threats have been identified. It's unclear whether they're drones or ballistics. We would assume that it's probably both, considering that ballistics have just been fired from the jam area, and we've also been able to hear that, at least as a result of that, that there are most likely significant Iranian counterattacks currently being conducted at this time right now.
Yeah, and also getting some warnings here, and also some intel that apparently the air defense systems just snapped on inside of Qatar. So Qatar is likely intercepting stuff right now. It sounds like I haven't gotten any official like video to confirm that, but it looks like some pretty decent, credible eyewitness reports saying that Qatar is intercepting incoming Iranian missiles. Bahrain, on the other hand. I'm not sure about Bahrain. I haven't heard about any interceptions in Bahrain airspace right now, but Qatar appears to be intercepting, but not hearing about Bahrain, which is kind of interesting. So that's what we know at the moment. So it's an active situation. They're currently under attack. We'll probably hear about either successful interceptions or impacts at any moment.
And we most likely will be. In the meantime, we're still waiting to see what exactly the air defense situation is going to be looking like within some of these areas. Unfortunately, there is a high expectation that some Iranian missiles will make it through, as we have seen proof in prior attacks that some missiles directed at Kuwait almost always end up making it to Ali al Salim and end up hitting the airbase. We also know that additionally, strikes almost always land inside of Bahrain as well, and we're already getting more updates on the situation. So what do we got?
All right, so it looks like the sirens might be sounding inside of Kuwait right now. It sounds like they probably are. I'm trying to get some confirmation on that as well. Sadly, I don't have any concrete confirmation on Kuwait, but I would not be surprised to hear sirens sounding there. We just got our first video of interceptions over Bahrain, so I can confirm both Qatar, Bahrain is currently intercepting missiles. That's a good sign. So let's take a look at our first video out of Bahrain.
And we see the air defense interceptions right here on film. Can't really tell what they hit though. It didn't really burn profusely. So it looks like whatever it was, it had a smaller ordnance on board than we normally have seen with some other ballistics. So a little bit interesting with that, and we're hopefully going to get some further information on what those missiles or what those craft were that were just shot down right outside of Bahrain, most likely out of Manama. We've also been able to hear reports that there are sirens sounding in other regions within the area, and we're most likely going to be getting footage imminently of those situations. And so, Matthew, what else do we have right now at the moment, at least coming out of Bahrain? Do we have anything additional, or do we have anything coming out of the region?
So Kuwait is having an air raid siren situation. I can confirm that now. The sirens are going off inside of Kuwait, so it's a multi-pronged attack, a pretty large attack against all the Gulf states, Kuwait, Bahrain, and also Qatar. Now, I cannot confirm the UAE is currently not under attack, which is interesting because usually they're included. So it's possible we'll hear about maybe the UAE coming under attack very soon, but all the three other Gulf states are under attack, and there's confirmed explosions being heard in Kuwait, which I would assume are interceptions, probably, hopefully. So that is the situation right now. I'm hoping everything gets shot down so that way the Iranian attack fails, but it's kind of hard to tell because it's very early and it appears to be a pretty good number of ballistics have been fired off.
It does appear that there has been a decent number of ballistics fired off. We would believe that with the scale of the Iranian attack right now, there's probably a decent likelihood, if the U.S. does follow through on the words that it said earlier, that they are going to conduct another round of strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran here within the very near future in retaliation for these strikes that are being conducted right now, considering that the U.S. president did state that the ceasefire and the MOU are off and no longer being attempted. So we'll have to clearly wait and see what the U.S. response will be. And in the meantime, we're still watching the Iranian missiles making their way into the Gulf states.
So Kuwait is currently under a severe attack right now. Kuwait's really getting it. Unfortunately, I can't show the video. It's also I'm watching the live cams on a side screen, by the way. Kuwait is currently under a very severe attack. So interceptors are flying around everywhere inside of Kuwait. It's absolute mayhem right now inside of that Gulf state. So that's concerning to say the least. So this is a large attack. There's no mistake about this. Iran's just launched a pretty severe attack against the Gulf states, and I expect we'll probably hear some impacts, probably imminent.
And unfortunately, that probably will be the case. The highly likely targets that they're attempting to hit within Kuwait is Camp Bufring, the Al-Assad, well, actually, let me think. The Ali Al-Salim Air Base, that's actually the name of it, and possibly some desalination plants and power plants, as those have been prior attacks by Iranian forces at the very beginning of the MOU and the ceasefire that was established a while ago, about a month and a half ago at this point. So those are highly likely targets that are being attempted to be hit within Kuwait, and there may also be some missiles that are going for the Kuwait International Airport, as we have seen the drones and missiles have impacted and heavily damaged the Kuwait International Airport in attacks prior during the MOU. So, very significant attacks against Kuwait. We are seeing that interceptions are being conducted over Bahrain. There are alerts going out in Qatar suggesting that there are drones and missiles in the airspace right now. We do not have any air defense footage or proof of successful interceptions over Qatar, and we also have not heard of any developing situations over the UAE, at least at the moment. Right now, to give you a little bit of an airspace situation or an airspace glimpse, there is still a humongous number of U.S. tankers that are up and present right now within the entirety of the Persian Gulf, which may either be involved in conducting air defense interceptions against incoming Iranian missiles and drones, or may be preparing for the next wave of strikes in retaliation for this Iranian counterattack that's happening right now. It's a little bit unclear, but hopefully we'll be getting a clearer picture here within minutes.
So Kuwait, I'm hearing nonstop, like booms in the distance in Kuwait. I'm not sure if those are interceptions. I can't see from the camera, but I'm hearing booms nonstop. Like it almost sounds like thunder out in the distance. So I would be surprised if there was not an impact. In the meantime, though, while we're watching the attack in the Gulf states, which is quite severe, we just got our first video apparently showing the moment that U.S. cruise missiles hit the Akala bridge, the railway bridge inside of the northern region of Iran, that one that we just saw earlier. It's our first, in fact, we have two videos of it actually.
And so here's the first clip. We see the impact. And the second. And our next clip, we also see the impacts here. Those are the
Didn't hear
clips.
any fighter jets. We just heard the missiles and that was it.
I'm guessing that they fired them all the way from the Gulf of Oman and they flew all the way across Iran to the bridge. Quite a strike. I mean, definitely within the range of a Tomahawk, but quite the distance to travel there, meaning that those were launched probably about an hour before the impacts, if they were that far away, considering that the cruise missiles fly at about 600 or so miles an hour. But those are the strikes that we were able to see on the area of the Al-Kala bridge within northern Iran leading to Turkmenistan. And Matthew, do we have any other updates that are coming out from the Middle East at the moment right now?
So right now we're just still getting all these alerts. Still hearing sirens going off inside of Kuwait. Still seeing the interceptions over Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar. So the attack is still ongoing at the moment that we're seeing right now. So waiting to get some more confirmation of exactly what's being hit. Right now we simply don't know what's being hit. But a very large attack indeed. So we're waiting to see. They so far have not launched anything at the UAE or Israel or Saudi Arabia. Those have largely been unscathed to the most part. In fact, there's been no occurrences whatsoever between Iran and those three that I just mentioned. So that's what we're seeing right now.
And so we'll be waiting to hopefully get more video and picture evidence out of the missiles that are currently impacting or being shot down over the Gulf states at the moment. We can confirm that 3 countries are under attack, including Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar. Other countries we have not been able to get updates on at the moment, and we assume that the situation is normal within those areas. We've also not been able to hear of any ballistic missiles overflying Iraq at the moment, meaning that Israel and Jordan are not under attack, at least yet. But there are some people that are stating that there may be further ballistic missile attacks that are happening right now. It's a little bit hard to say, and we cannot confirm that yet, as we have not been able to get independent verification of that information here on our end. At the same time, let's see, a lot of people say let's see, someone was asking what do we use for live cams on the site. I'm not entirely sure what Matthew's using. I personally can't use
Intel
them.
cams.
Well, there you go. There's your answer. I personally can't use them because it'd be way too distracting for me, and I have to keep my eyes on the chat and the map and make sure that we're keeping our show well presented on air. So there's your answer, Intel cams. But in the meantime, Matthew, do we have any other developments that are coming out of the area at the moment?
So I'm getting some preliminary reports that Iran might have launched some more missiles. I can't confirm that for a fact at the moment. If they did that, then it's not confirmed. They might have, I'm just not totally sure. But we are still seeing tons of alerts going out across the entire area of the Gulf states, and that is pretty much the situation as we speak.
We're still waiting for further information, folks, and we're very sorry for that, of the incoming Iranian missiles that are still flying into Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar, and also how the air defense is held up within these areas. Unfortunately, due to a bunch of restrictive laws within most of these Middle Eastern countries, they've started to outlaw the filming of any sorts of attacks or their air defenses operating over their countries, meaning that videos can sometimes be seldom seen in the midst of major attacks. So we're trying to get the information as best we can, but sadly, due to those laws, we have some black holes in our information at the moment on what exactly are the skies looking like over some of these countries. Live cams, however, are picking it up. Sadly, we just do not have the licensing permission to be able to show those on air at the moment. So we're still trying to get something that we can show y'all that may have been filmed from someone on the ground. Hopefully, we'll be getting that here incredibly soon. In the meantime, we can talk about what the U.S. airspace situation still looks like in the area, and we have seen that a decent amount of tankers have actually started to shut their radars off at this moment, as well, more so, sorry, ADS-B transponders off at the moment, as it does appear that the situation is getting incredibly dire, and the U.S. aircraft may be preparing to conduct further combat operations, and these tankers are shutting off their transponders to give the Iranians less of an idea of where U.S. multi-role aircraft could be and operating at the moment. We can also see as well that the general civil aviation situation within the region appears to be normal, at least for now. There are still a decent amount of overflights over Bahrain and Qatar, or at least through the Persian Gulf. We'll be expecting that to start clearing out very soon. Iranian airspace has been completely emptied out before these attacks, possibly showing that the Iranians had started to shut down their airspace in preparation for their own counterattacks and what may come to follow. And we've also seen within the Islamic Republic of Iran that there are some aircraft that are still flying through, including some Emirates aircraft, which all appear to be on their flights to London and New York. And it does seem that airspace may likely be cleared out here within the near future. Kuwait's airspace has been completely cleared out, mind you all, and we can see that several aircraft are now in a holding pattern in northern Saudi Arabia as they attempt to wait for entry into the airspace, including this group is a KC-135 that appears to be operating over the Gulf in general. So that is our airspace situation in the moment in the midst of these ongoing attacks, and we have not gotten any further updates or information that I've heard of or seen yet on our end to be able to talk about on the ground or as far as video and picture evidence is concerned. And the big question is what the United States might be doing in response to this. And Matthew, do you have any ideas of what might be coming next?
So, not sure what's coming next, but I do know what's happening right now, though. It looks like Qatar has just given, allegedly, and I want to give this disclaimer, I give it every single time, because believe it or not, we have people from Qatar watching, usually. So, allegedly, an all clear has been given in Qatar, but once again, take that for, like, with a grain of salt. Obviously, defer to your government officials in Qatar instead of taking my word for it, based on the Twitter post. So, it appears to be the all clear has been given in Qatar, which is quite early for that, by the way, because we just heard that more missiles were being launched from Iran. So that's a bit early that we're seeing right there. But also on top of that, we're also getting some more news as well that apparently Iran state media is reporting, or at least claiming, that powerful explosions have rocked Kuwait, shaking the bases of American occupiers. Honestly, I would tend to believe that because right now in Kuwait it is chaos. Like I saw interceptors flying everywhere. I saw tons of like explosions. I mean, it seems like it's possible that something could have been hit in Kuwait. So that's very serious situation there.
That does seem like a very serious situation. We're probably going to be hearing of some sort of damage that's been conducted at the Ali Al Salim Air Base. Sadly, we probably won't get confirmation of that anytime today. We'll probably get that in satellite photography or satellite picture evidence that'll be coming out tomorrow or in the days to follow, sadly. So we won't be able to give you all a damage assessment on what exactly has been done to U.S. forces at Ali Al Salim over the course of this stream, most likely. So we'll be waiting to see what comes out of that area, though, in the days to follow. And it does appear that the Qataris have given the all clear. So whatever was going on in Qatar, it was incredibly small. We haven't got any videos or pictures of it. And the Qataris announced it about as quickly as they've ended it. That might be suggesting that the major target was Bahrain, and that this attack might have been more limited in scope, much like the last Iranian response, which we saw several days ago, which only conducted an attack on Bahrain and Kuwait, which generally is fairly uneventful as far as Iranian attacks go, although the Kuwait attack has been quite big, from what we're hearing. I mean, it's a large amount of ballistics and a large amount of interceptors were seen in the air, more so than normal, so the Iranians might have just gone really hard in on Kuwait and Ali al-Salim, and really nothing else of note, except for Fifth Fleet and ISA down there in Bahrain.
Oh yeah. And also, I see folks in the chat, by the way. Also, by the way, I appreciate the shout outs in the chat that people are giving me, because occasionally I get overwhelmed trying to see all these different sources all at once. And sometimes a nudge the right direction is a big assistance. So I do appreciate the people in the chat saying that. But I will say this, though. Usually when this starts happening, there's a huge fog of war that starts taking place. Like the last time we saw this, there was people claiming that everything was getting attacked. They were saying Jordan was under attack, Saudi Arabia, and it wasn't really true. So I'm trying to verify this as we go along to try to play it safe, and before I say that something's under attack. There's a lot of unverified rumors right now. I've seen some rumors that maybe Jordan might be under attack, but I don't see any confirmation of that right now. So all we can confirm is Qatar was under attack. They've issued an all clear. Bahrain's still under attack, and Kuwait is probably under the most severe attack of the three. Outside of that, we can't confirm pretty much anything else, at least at this very moment.
And so we will be waiting to get further information out right now, and it does seem like the first wave of the Iranian attack has ended. We're also getting preliminary reports there may have been further attacks that have been launched, but we haven't been able to confirm that independently yet. So we're going to be trying our best to see if we can get any confirmation for those stories. But in the meantime, it does appear that we have a little bit of a moment to see what's going to be happening. Oh, actually, it doesn't appear that we have a moment. We have more news.
So the Iranians are out here. They're out here making some claims again. The Iranians are claiming that powerful explosions rocked the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Once again, there's not too many forces left there, but they're claiming the explosions rocked it. But we can't confirm that. It's coming from Iranian state TV. They love to make really quick claims about what's been hit. But I would wonder how they can actually, verify that, considering that they really don't have a way to get in there and tell that so quickly. So we'll have to see about that. But the Iranians are claiming they've hit a lot of stuff, but we can't really verify much of those hits that they're claiming.
I remember back in the day, man, when Tasnim News said, oh, Khamenei, he's still alive. He was down in the rubble the whole time. They're like, he's still alive. He completely escaped. And then like a couple of days later, well, actually, it wasn't even a couple of days later. It was a couple of hours later. They came out and went, oh, he's dead. All that stuff. He's a martyr now. I remember that back in the day. So there's no proof of anything that they're claiming. They lie out of their teeth. So it might have been hit. I mean, it's not out of the question. Fifth Fleet gets hit a lot. So Fifth Fleet might have been hit again. Really, anything, if they are hitting it right now, it's not like it hasn't been hit before. The only thing they've tried to hit that they haven't hit successfully yet is ISA Air Base. That's the only one that would be new. Everything else has either been hit pretty decently beforehand, or like Ali al-Salim, it gets intermittent hits that do land and make impact on the base every here and there, so it wouldn't be anything incredibly new or surprising. So with that, we will be hopefully getting some further information out of the area, but for now, it looks like we're seeing a bit of a lull. By the way, we are hearing that there is possibly another Iranian ballistic missile launch that has been detected around Desful. We're still trying to get further confirmation on that one, though. So there might be more incoming Iranian attacks within the minutes. It's just a little bit hard to say.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to say, but one thing for certain, though, it's definitely not a lull. Like, it's going berserk still right now in the Middle East, for sure, the Gulf states specifically. The U.S., I would imagine that all the U.S. aircraft in the region, I would imagine, are probably helping shoot stuff down, would be my guess. They're all over the place right now in the Persian Gulf, so they're probably providing air support for these incoming missiles as well. Also, I just got another video here allegedly showing an explosion in Bahrain. So we can take a look at that video in the meantime. It's about 40 seconds long and see what's going on there, apparently.
And here is that clip. fairly quiet after those original explosions. That might be a hit on the Fifth Fleet, but it looks like it might have been an air defense interceptor. And that might have been the boom we heard. Because if y'all hear it at the start, it sounds more like the boom of something passing the sound barrier and then passing the cameraman. So let's take a listen to that again. Right there, that sounds like something breaking the sound barrier more so than exploding on the ground. And then after that, we heard this. That might have been an impact on the ground or in an air interception. It's very hard to say, but we can confirm that there were Patriots firing, as we did see the streak of an interceptor that had flown through the sky, and we had also been able to hear the sound of a missile clearly passing the sound barrier at the very beginning of the clip. So air defenses have been active, like we were stating earlier, over Bahrain, and we finally have video evidence to be able to confirm such an incident. So hopefully we have more updates coming out right now. And Matthew, do we?
So I'm seeing some people say that there's no attack against Qatar, but I've seen literally reports coming out, and also not only that, but the alerts being sent out to the phones inside of Qatar, and also we also heard the all clear. So I'm not sure why people are saying there's no attack against Qatar. I think that might be a little bit behind the curve. But in the meantime, though, getting another video out of Bahrain, it looks like we do see that there was a missile impact in Bahrain. So that explosion that we heard must have been an impact. There appears to be some smoke coming off the ground, and I think it looks like it might be Fifth Fleet headquarters.
Damn. Fifth Fleet hit again. Who would have ever thought? like it's only been reduced into the tiniest molecules of debris from all of the hits they've landed on this thing over 6 months. What a tragedy. But Fifth Fleet's been hit again.
Yeah, it looks like the same videos we've seen before about Fifth Fleet.
You know what's crazy is that there's not even like any major fires that happen over there anymore, because they're literally hitting a debris field over and over of the buildings that used to be there that have been blown away like 5 months ago at this point.
Yeah, it's just it seems like honestly, like I saw someone say in the live chat earlier. I can't remember who it was, but I saw them say it. They said that they would rather see Iran waste missiles on the Fifth Fleet headquarters than anywhere else more important. Honestly, I would too. Like if anywhere's going to get hit, I mean, Fifth Fleet headquarters is largely not really significant at the moment because it's largely been evacuated. So there's not much damage that could really come out of it or real casualties that could come out of it. So I guess if you want to paint this in the best way possible, if there is a hit, I mean, Fifth Fleet headquarters is like, it's like an old punching bag for the Iranians.
I wish I could show you all the satellite pictures we had of Fifth Fleet from a long time ago. But most of the major buildings here are gone. Like they're literally destroyed completely, and they just keep hitting the same ones over and over. So, to me, I'll be honest with you. To me, this seems like the normal kind of Iranian attack that's a saving face attack, where they're just hitting the same stuff they've already hit before. So it doesn't really look like this attack is that large in scale. The one thing that was new, though, is that they did try and attack Qatar, apparently, which did sound an air alert, but that was apparently quickly dealt with, and the attack seems like it was almost of the same scope.
I mean, to me, it seems like until Israel's hit again, like if Iran starts attacking Israel again, all hell's going to break loose. But it looks like Iran's stopping short of that because they don't want that smoke from the Israelis. Because, like we said earlier, the Israelis are not going to hold back. They're going to go all the way, and they're going to start hitting everything because they've been wanting to, and they've been held back by the United States. So they're probably going to stay limited to this. If Iran stays limited to these attacks right here, then I would say Iran is largely defanged themselves to a large degree. But if they start hitting Israel, we're about to see hell break loose.
I think they're really trying to play this thing as measured as they can. I think that's what it is. Because they can easily start to conduct the attacks they did at the beginning of the war. And it doesn't really seem like they want to. And there's some sort of a strategic reason at play here as to why they're doing that. And also, no, the audio didn't cut out. I didn't want to interrupt you, but the OBS disconnected for literally half a second. So, like it was literally right when you started talking. You said, I think that they're, and like it was literally that one segment went, and like went off and went right back on.
They don't want y'all hearing this. They're cutting off all the cameras. Like you see all the lights going off, all the cameras, the mics are going off. They don't want you to hear what I have to say. It's that, I mean, this is the way it works, folks, the deep state.
Man, I tell you, man, they're really keeping it low. I don't even know why it does that at some points, man. It's like whenever anyone's about to say something important, it just goes ding ding. It's like, what the hell? It's like that's ridiculous right there. Absurd, honestly. But the attacks do seem to be quite limited. To get back to what we were saying, and it seems like they're trying to play this thing out to where the U.S. cannot get full justification and the Israelis to just start blitzing them again every day with bombings across the whole of their country. So, a very interesting play by the Iranians strategically. We'll have to see how this plays out for them. But considering that their measured responses in this regard have played out somewhat well for them in the past, they might be believing that, if it's not broke, don't fix it, and conduct limited responses to save face, but don't give the U.S. a full justification to start bombing everything in Iran and go back into the war proper. Because if that happens, and the U.S. really does focus on the Hormuz, the blockade's going to be broken within weeks, and they won't have any more leverage over the United States, which they know and we know, but the Iranians still haven't given us a full justification to go in and break it yet. And maybe they're hoping that we'll do that entirely on our own, so they can then cry foul and victim to their allies and maybe see that it's turned into an international incident of much larger scale than what we're already seeing. So I hope that addresses that well. And Matthew, do we have any other updates coming out, or does it appear that this attack has largely already ended at this point?
So let's see what's happening still. Let's see here. Trying to get a refresh here to get some more news coming out. So let's see here. Unfortunately, we still can't show the live cam footage, unfortunately, because that is copyrighted, and we would get an issue to show that here on the stream. So we can't show that. I did repost it on Twitter if you want to check it out, though. In the meantime, though, we do see some of the launches from Khuzestan province, Iran. Apparently, one of the ballistic missiles being launched from that area. We do have a couple of images and also videos. You can show that.
All right, so let's take a little look. This is from the Khuzestan province, which is down here near Avash. This is also where that F-15 was shot down a while ago back in the war. You can see the missile right up there. This actually appears to be going exo-atmospheric from how that trail is looking behind the missile, and we can also see the launches right here as well.
That does appear to be
Exo-atmospheric in Khuzestan. That wouldn't be going for Kuwait. Jordan, maybe?
Oh, no. What's the airspace look like over there?
Generally normal at this point. Kuwait's shut down, but Bahrain and Qatar still have flights largely going in and out or passing right through the Persian Gulf. And I mean, it looks really normal, honestly. I mean, like, there's still a myriad of tankers out there right now. Like, here's all of them. Well, actually, a lot of them are turning off their transponders at this point. But beyond that, the civil airspace situation is almost not even reacted at all yet.
Yeah, it seems rather calm for there to be an attack going on. So maybe they're not under attack in Jordan.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're not. That's bizarre, though. I mean, like, it's a ballistic missile. I mean, they're clearly not firing that from Khuzestan right across the border into Kuwait. I mean, that wouldn't make any sense. The firing arc would be so short there, it'd probably be within the minimum range, like well under the minimum range, more so.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll find out if we hear about people tiptoeing in Jordan. I guess maybe we'll hear then if maybe there's some alerts or something going off. Maybe they're trying to like scurry off to the shelters. But so far, I haven't heard any.
Jordan.
Yes, that was the reference. I was making that subtle, very subtle. But we'll hear if maybe there's alerts going off. But so far, I haven't heard anything out of Jordan yet officially.
Yeah, very interesting sort of a deal here. I would like to sit around, folks, and wait to see what that ballistic missile is about to do.
We have scenes over Kuwait right now. New videos coming out over Kuwait.
Fresh? Oh, it is fresh. Here's the clips. There's some of the air defense interceptors. And here is also another longer clip. Seems to be more so just of the air raid sirens. But we can hear some interceptions off in the distance, not visible on film. Oh, actually, there's an air defense interceptor being fired right there. And there was an interception. We can see the explosion in air. We have more breaking news coming out right now. So what do we got?
So it does appear that the certain media outlets are reporting that ballistic missiles are going toward the Al Muwafaq Al Salti Air Base in Jordan. Apparently, and that's what's being reported now. So, that's in the direction of Israel. So we don't know if it's heading for Jordan or Israel. We don't know which one it's going to be. But apparently, missiles are on the way that way. So it appears to be your assumption about those larger missiles, the exo-atmospheric ones. It appears to be they were going the distance.
Man, on the money. Everyone put a little quarter in the enforcers are always right jar. Nothing like unabashed narcissism to make a day a little bit better. but outside of
Oh,
that,
oh, 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 more breaking news, more breaking
oh,
news. So apparently, the Iranian missiles are targeting the Al Azraq base in eastern Jordan as well. So the Muwafaq air base might be targeted. The Al Azraq base is also under attack as well. So we're now seeing that. To check the airspace again, once you get a geolocation on that base right there, check the airspace and see what's going on, because it looks like they're definitely having something happening right now.
it looks like there's still a significant air corridor in eastern Jordan, and it appears that there are still some flights heading in and out right now, it seems, from Jordan as well, heading out of Amman or into Amman. So it seems that at the moment, the airspace is still operating normally, even at this moment, as we're hearing that Muwafaq Salti is, in fact, under attack by Iranian ballistics.
Yeah, it appears to be. But yeah, that's certainly a much more expanded attack now. That's like right there on Israel's border to a large degree. Obviously, Jordan shares the border with Israel. So that is interesting. So we've not seen an attack on Israel. I see people getting very antsy about that to see if maybe Israel's under attack. We can't confirm that. It's possible that maybe they might come under attack because now Jordan is getting hit. So we'll have to see with that. But so far, let's recap. Qatar, Bahrain, also, what was the other one they got hit? Kuwait was the other
Yeah,
one.
in
And
Jordan.
then and now Jordan. So the ones that have not been hit so far is the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Oman, and Israel. Those are the ones that have not been targeted yet.
And Iraq.
I guess
Well,
we
the
can throw them in
Kurds,
there.
I mean, they kind of count a little. I mean, sort of, well, maybe. But yeah, those are the countries that have not been attacked yet, are Israel, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Oman. So out of the 7 countries that have come under attack prior by the Iranians, 4 of them have not come under attack yet. 3 of them, actually 4 of them have come under attack. And another 4 have not, at least yet. So we're still waiting to see if there are incoming ballistics bound for Israel, but we're not hearing of any massive waves of missiles heading towards Israeli airspace, which would give us a really strong indicator that they are. It seems to be a smaller number of missiles heading to Muwafaq Air Base, which is very rare. We have seen this happen before in a couple of Iranian responses. So this would be more towards some of the stronger Iranian responses that we've seen during the quote-unquote ceasefire period, if you want to call it that, as the ceasefire rages across the Middle East. But it's getting borderline back into going into a full-blown response like they're in the middle of the war. If we hear of attacks on Saudi Arabia, the or Israel, really not the UAE and Oman. The UAE and Oman can be attacked, and that can kind of be ignored. That has been proven in the past. But if Saudi Arabia or Israel come under any form of a significant attack, there probably will be an immediate response by the United States and Israel as well, as that usually has been the running norm in the past. So very interesting developments to see. Do we have anything else coming out right now from Muwafaq?
So nothing coming out from Jordan. Still waiting on more updates from there. We can confirm that flights bound for Kuwait are currently in holding patterns and are not being allowed into Kuwaiti airspace at the moment. We can confirm that. Outside of that, though, it looks like I'm not getting any more information as of right this second of what's going on. So that appears to be all we know about Jordan. The Jordan situation is really what we're trying to find out more of at the moment. So. Also, by the way, I see people saying that Qatar and Kuwait are not as significant as Jordan. I would agree. I think Jordan is likely more important than the other two when it comes to U.S. strategic interest. So that's why we're trying to figure out what's going on there, especially. But right now, that's all we know.
Also, Jordan's important because they have significant defensive cooperations with the British. So this could see that the British from RAF Akrotiri are mobilized to be able to try and defend Jordanian airspace, because that was done in prior times when Jordan came under attack. So this could drag in the British to some extent to be involved, at least defensively, for their own strategic alliances that they have within the Middle East, including the Kingdom of Jordan. So, and also we're hearing that apparently Bahrain suffered a direct hit. What do we got on that?
So I don't think we can show this entire video right here, but you can show the moment of the impact. It does appear that there was definitely an impact in Bahrain, and see if you can maybe tell what was hit from here. It's very blurry and dark, but see if you can tell. We can't show the video, just the moment of impact.
Oh, probably Fifth Fleet. I mean, that looks like downtown Manama right there, and Fifth Fleet's off to the right if we're looking at it from, say, let me think here. Let me think. If they're looking at downtown Manama, they're over here in SAR. So considering that it landed to the right, probably Fifth Fleet.
Probably so. That would be my guess too.
Now that we've gotten that out of the way, man, we did that one really quick. I mean, honestly, man, I'm like, I don't even know where to go with this now. But they hit Fifth Fleet again. Probably no casualties to speak of, because there's hardly any U.S. forces even there anymore. So we're hopefully going to be getting more information out of Jordan. It's getting a little bit quiet out there right now. But we'll probably get some videos, maybe from Amman, or the areas just outside of Mu'afak, which would be Azraq, of the missiles that are still coming in right now and are being hopefully intercepted over the airbase.
Oh, we got some sirens going off at the Mu'afak Salty Air Base in eastern Jordan. The sirens are being sounded there. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, I thought I was hearing something happening in Kuwait again, but it looks like it's calmed down over there for the moment. Yeah, Jordan's getting engaged right now, it looks like. But apparently 2 different major bases there are getting engaged. So Iran launched some pretty large long-range ballistics. We can't tell exactly how many it is. It's definitely several, and they appear to be all destined for Jordan from the looks of it, not Israel.
Jordan's getting engaged. Who's the lucky bride?
There's no lucky one here. They're all unlucky. But I'm also seeing some early rumors, at least, that maybe Iran launched some more missiles, but we don't know where those are heading at the moment. So I expect it's about to be a long night. That's my guess for the Middle East. It's about to be a very long night. It sounds like Iran's going all out, and we don't know if the U.S. is going to respond imminently to that. They are in the air, so they could respond, but they're not doing it immediately.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're doing it immediately. Also, by the way, Matthew, a sort of a thing for us running the show. My headset actually gave me the tone that it's about to die. So at any given moment, this thing might drop dead, probably within like the next 20 minutes, and I'll have to start recharging it during the show. So I might have to interrupt you at some point if you're talking. Go, oh, my headset died, so that way you know I'm not like just like dead or something over here trying to recharge it. So that way you know, because for some reason it's running out of battery kind of quickly. It might, by the way, folks, my headset's like super old. It's like 7 or 8 years old at this point. It kind of ebbs and flows. Sometimes the battery holds out really well. Other days it kind of doesn't. And today is a day that it's not holding up too well. But moving us on out of this news that we have been hearing within the Middle East, at least at the moment, I've seen some people asking some questions, or more so stating that the U.S. should go all in. And it seems that's been a bit of a discussion in the live chat as to whether or not the U.S. should go all in against Iran or not at this point. And Matthew, I would like to see if a lot of people would like to answer that in a poll, maybe, so that way we get to have a little bit of conversation street of a sort with all the folks in the chat, whether or not they believe that the United States of America should go all in and just finish the conflict, or whether the United States should continue to try a diplomatic solution, which we've already been trying. So whether we should enter the war or whether we should keep on the diplomatic path that we've been trying for a minute. I'd be interested in seeing what a lot of people are saying. So with that, while we're waiting for that poll to be put up on air, it is time for us to move, at least for a minute. Well, actually, I'm not really wanting to do that yet, folks. I'm wanting to kind of move up into Ukraine and tell you all of the crazy stuff that's going on up there, because if y'all thought the Middle East was crazy today, Ukraine and Russia have been about as crazy. It's just that we haven't been able to cover it because it's not the breaking news happening live on air right now, but it's been absolutely insane up there. And I want to get up there and tell you all a little bit of what's going on, but the problem is that the Middle East is kicking off so much right now that I could probably go up there and within 1 minute, Matthew's going to go, oh, we have breaking news, and then I'm going to have to run back down to the Middle East. So a bit of a limbo land right now on what we're doing. And Matthew, is there any other updates that we've seen coming out of the Middle East at the moment?
So not right now. Not seeing anything really happening right this second. I can't guarantee it's going to stay that way. It probably won't. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's old right there. Never mind. I thought that was new. But yeah, right now that's all we have at the moment. So if there's something else happening, it'll probably happen right as you start the next news segment.
Man, I always hate that. I always hate that. Should I go ahead and try it, like, and then get interrupted with more breaking news? Should we try, or should we just wait it out?
Well, I mean, waiting can be timely and it can be expensive. So I don't know. Like, my gut tells me go ahead and start covering the other news, but then at the same time, my mind tells me that something is probably about to happen in the Middle East because Jordan's under attack. So we can either sit here and kind of filibuster a little bit, or we can get right back into some substance of a significant portion in Ukraine and Russia with that big news. But I don't know. What do you think?
I really want to cover Ukraine, man. I mean, Ukraine was crazy. If y'all didn't see, I bet a lot of y'all did because a lot of people watched the video. But I put out a short war video earlier today on Ukraine, and a lot of people watched it. It seems that a lot of people have enjoyed it a great deal. And I mean, the news was insane, folks. I mean, people are literally hijacking the fuel trucks in Russia today, and just mobbing them to steal the fuel. It's gotten that bad in Russia. And there's a whole bunch of other things that have been happening as well. The Middle East thing is still kind of going on, though, and we're not really sure if the U.S. is about to respond with another round of strikes against Iran, or if the Iranian attacks are still ongoing right now. It kind of seems like it might have died down again a little bit for now. So, you know what? Now that I preambled long enough, now that when I finally get into the Ukraine war news, we're definitely getting breaking news. That's how it's going to happen. So, we are going to move on out of the Middle East for a brief little while. We'll probably return to the breaking news within 30 seconds, and we're going to move up and start covering what's been going on in the war in Ukraine, because the war in Ukraine has been mental today. Not really on the front line, per se, more so in what's going on in Russia. The situation in Russia has gotten absolutely desperate, as of today, with the fuel situation. But did I just hear you breathe, Matthew? Are you about to tell me that there's breaking news coming out?
No, it's just actually repositioning. That was
Oh,
all.
oh, dude, I heard like a little wisp of air for some reason, man, on your microphone. I was like, hey, is there breaking news happening like literally right now? But outside of that, I'm getting paranoid, folks. I feel like I'm about to get breaking news coming out any minute. Moving us on into Moscow, we have been able to hear that Russia has banned diesel exports as of today due to the crippling situation from Ukrainian drone attacks. This was something that was rumored by the Russian government last week as a possible last-ditch action if things got so bad that they were almost unrecoverable that they might do to try and conserve the situation. And it appears that it has already happened within days of that statement, that it appears that the diesel exports have now been completely banned from inside of the Russian Federation, going outside the country. This is in the midst of the Russian public losing their minds. In Novorossiysk, a video came out of a whole bunch of people who apparently have corralled a Lukoil truck into a corner at a Lukoil gas station where it couldn't get out and get to where it needs to be to drop off the fuel at the gas station, and started to demand from the driver that the driver dispenses the fuel to the people who are waiting instead of putting it into the gas station. And we were able to watch this confrontation on air. There's the driver. You see him arguing, saying that they're blocking his way to even move around the gas station.
В общем, ситуация такая. Были у нас здесь.
And then this guy talks for like a whole entire like 40 seconds. Like it's unreal. Like this guy acts like he's the main character. So moving on from that.
И всей ситуации, что можете сказать?
Беда бедовая вообще просто.
Bro, it's like bald and bankrupt, bro.
Here we are in the old Soviet Union. Like,
Go back for a second, man. Go back for a second, this dude. That literally looks like Ben from Bald and Bankrupt. That's like a spitting image. They might be related, maybe. I don't know.
here we can see all of the beautiful Soviet people battling out for a gallon of gasoline. Like, it's a wonderful sight. Really something. I mean, dude, he better not stick his face around too much, because the FSB might grab him and be like, didn't we tell you not to return to Russia? Man, like, man, it's kind of wild, though. He really does look like him.
В общем, вот так взяли, перекрыли. И теперь не может выехать.
See me here. Continuing to show the gas station.
Но дизель-то есть, вот, если на табло посмотреть, дизель есть.
And the gas station is literally out of everything but diesel. That's all they have in Novorossiysk right now, at this only one gas station.
И сейчас вот привез, получается, 95-й, 92-й. И они возмущаться стали, люди. Почему для них бензин не заливают уже неделю?
Almost had a little incident there.
Просим разобраться. Вот так вот.
Well, I have to say, folks, it definitely looks like they're getting antsy down there. Getting antsy really all over. I mean, if you didn't believe that it was just there, I mean, we were able to see that there was more arguments that broke out at gas stations in Russia today.
95-й 20 литров.
So this guy coming in, trying to get gas for his little crapper here.
Чё
The
такое?
hell is that?
I don't even know. That thing is ugly.
Yeah, I've never seen a front grill like that on a car. Like I don't recognize that. Like that's really jank. It almost looks like the front of a Hanqi from China. You know that the state party drives.
Man, honestly, it kind of does look like one of those. You see
Чё
this
такое?
guy's behind him. Hurry up and get your gas, damn it! And then these guys about to get a fight with him.
Ну так же сходи, ну и чё, у меня трое, блядь.
Now we can see that the Union Pacific has deployed the big boy to try and resolve the situation.
Man, he's got that wife beater on.
Yeah, bro. I mean, oh, man, the stories they write themselves. So we see that Le Goblin is now confronting the guys getting the gas because they want the gas, and so they want them to move on.
Понимаешь? Даже если ты 2 раза, ну не хочешь и 3-й раз, блядь, пошел, ёпта.
Все, сейчас быстренько заправимся, уедем.
Конечно, блядь, мне до
Да
Москвы
всё.
доехать надо.
Тихо, красавчик. И чё?
Now, so he's trying to close the cap and
В чем проблема, нахуй?
Все,
get out of this tense situation.
Да ты, блядь,
Да тихо, блядь, заткнись нахуй, все.
The tensions are running high. I gotta tell you, folks, here, talking about this for years, we said that this was coming around for years. It was only a matter of time. To watch it come around, it's an amazing thing. Put another coin in the enforcers are always right jar. Nothing like just endless narcissism. You know, like a lot of people love that kind of stuff these days. It's a big winner, big seller. We also were able to see that closer to Moscow, some people were actually pitching tents outside the gas station, waiting for when the fuel would eventually arrive.
Пока очередь до нас не дошла.
It's not a turn yet.
He said, I need my gas. Oh, okay. All right.
The gold needs ship by Labasa. My brother's like, okay, man, we get it. We can see here that they got the suitcase filled with random stuff, playing cards, pole for a blind man, cigarettes, an anti-tank mine, a thermos, and a couple of winches and whatnot. It's just random stuff, you know. You always have to bring the stuff around.
Ждем. Бензин.
Yeah, I've
Literally,
heard of people camping out for the new iPhone, but camping for gas, that's ridiculous.
man, I gotta say, man, the people who camp out for anything these days. Man, and right before we went live on air, there was also a new attack on Moscow that was going down. We haven't gotten any updates on that one, sadly. But moving us on further out and into the area of Nizhny-Kamsk, we were able to see the drones that came in over that refinery yesterday that knocked it out, hopefully for good. Also want to note for all of y'all, notice all of the migrant workers here in this clip. Russia has been doing this quite a lot lately, and there's not really a reason to point this out but for that fact that there was a rumor that went around about a year ago that Russia was running out of so many men that were in the labor pool in Russia that they were largely importing foreign labor from India, Pakistan, and elsewhere to be able to try and make up the difference. And this clip largely does prove it. I mean, almost everybody out here appears to be some sort of a foreign laborer brought into Russia. And interesting enough, we can also see what appears to be workers' barracks in the background in the clip. Outside of the crowd that we're watching right here, and a whole bunch of Genie Z80s, which looks to be showing that they're maybe constructing these barracks still as they're bringing in more foreign laborers. They're all making a whole bunch of noise as that Ukrainian drone comes in right overhead. Wow, that's kind of coming right for them. And the crowd goes wild.
Oh my god, that's crazy. It's almost like they're out there cheering for it.
Man, honestly, man, I think they were just expecting any kind of excitement. They didn't care what it was. It just had to be interesting. But that was a clip from the ill-fated Nizhny-Kamsk refinery from yesterday. Down in Ufa, we also got to see some of the drones just flying on through casual-like.
Very calm. No zigging or zagging at all.
None of it. None of it to speak. And the reason why is because this was what was defending the Omsk refinery yesterday. We got a picture of them. It's just two guys with AKs. That's all they have in this area of Russia.
Are they even like actually like employed for this task, or do they show up and like take it upon themselves to unload a couple of mags?
I think this is what we would call in America the volunteers.
Yeah, really. It's like the Russian version of the Minutemen. They showed up to try to take the drone down.
Bro, it's just two of them. I mean, there's not even that many Minutemen here in the city of Omsk. They only got two guys for a whole refinery. And they didn't do their job that well either. I mean, they did quite badly at it because the drones did hit the Omsk refinery and have knocked out one of the larger distillation units in the whole refinery, knocking out, even when the refinery comes back online, a minimum of 38% of the refining capacity. Not a good day for the Russians. We've also been able to hear as well that within the areas of the border regions of the border near to Taganrog, there were attacks within this area. Let's take a look.
Азов, если что, вот Левенцовка.
You see it cooking over there. Cooking like a nice fire. Well, that's everything from inside of Russia today. But the situation is rather desperate. I think many of y'all can see and many of y'all can tell that Russia is almost on its last legs. When we get into the occupied territories, you'll see that the occupied territories are well beyond their last legs. They're already in the grave. They're dead, basically. But Russia itself is almost completely screwed over. Because of the fuel crisis, there's no way to transport anything else around the country, and so most every other supply line is completely fallen apart because the base supply line, which keeps it all running, the fuel lines, have completely stopped. There's just nothing around. Russia is trying everything they can to slow down the situation and make it a little bit more manageable, but it's completely impossible at this point. There's nothing they can do. They just don't have the refining capacity to do anything, really. I mean, it's the honest truth. And so no matter what kind of emergency actions or measures they take, it's a largely hopeless cause. Before we get on into the war in Ukraine itself and all the additional news that we have from there, I do want to circle back really quickly, though, to the Middle East to clear up room for some more interesting polls that we might be able to run on the Ukraine situation and on in Russia, as a lot of people are talking about whether or not the United States should start full-scale attacks on Iran in response to tonight's aggression that we've been covering on air for a while. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So, should the U.S. start those full-scale attacks on Iran in response to tonight's aggression by the Iranians? And it looks like 75% of the audience said yes, full-scale attacks now. While 10% said no, don't restart the war yet. Wait a little bit longer. Let's see what happens. 7% said a ground operation is needed right now. And I would say it's about time to finish the job. I've been saying that the whole time. Today, the U.S. officials said that the Iranian regime are like scumbags. They're sleazebags. They insulted them on all kinds of names. They said they're untrustworthy. They're bad people. Most everybody's known that for ages. Like, that's nothing new. So the fact that this came to that revelation is a little bit laughable, to say the least. But I'm with the 75%. Full-scale attacks, it's time to get back to it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree. I'd be with the 75%. I believe that full-scale attacks are in the prescription, and we need to just get back to it and get the job done. Instead of trying to make deals here and deals there, we just need to start dealing with the problem and get it fixed. So that means going back to war. But moving us on out of that whole poll and back on up and into Ukraine, we do have a couple of other interesting pieces of news to cover. Moving us into the occupied territories, which have been a very interesting point of conversation today, there are significant drone attacks that are currently being conducted throughout those areas and also into the Russian Federation. Down in the occupied areas, things are absolutely brutal. In Crimea, the Russian government has ordered for subsidies for Crimea and Sevastopol due to fuel price surges, saying citizens should not feel the problems, demanding that officials make decisions faster, says the top official of Russia, Vladimir Putin, who is largely responsible for the entire situation. Putin also claimed Kyiv is trying to create panic in Russian society, but called it an impossible task given the energy sector's resilience. Meanwhile, the energy sector is looking like this right now in Crimea, where literally every region is without power except for Kerch, which has some electricity, but everywhere else is being completely deprived. So I'd have to say, I think Putin's kind of, how will we say it, Matthew, here in America, in our fine wordage, he's misrepresenting the situation. It just doesn't seem close to reality. What do we call that here in the States?
Call a lion personally. That's what I call it. I call it a lion.
They're calling it lying, bullshitting, stuff like that. I mean, it's so bad.
Cow
It's
dumping.
say what?
Cow dumping.
Let's see, horse shit, rat shit, chicken. Well, chicken that one doesn't count. That's more sort of for crazy. But
That's what
dog
they say in
shit.
Mississippi. They say that's a bunch of horse shit. That's how they say it there. And then in Texas they say that's bullshit. It depends on what state you're talking about.
Man, what do the people say out here in Utah?
That's not savory.
Oh, that's just not right. Like, like
It's very PG.
man, oh God, oh, shucks. Man, like, but anyways,
What did they say in the hood? He's capping.
oh man, dude, out here in the hood in Utah, man, they would say, "I'm not lying on, like on my mama." Oh man, Utah's a great place, by the way. Not bad at all. But anyways, moving us on out of that little bit of news in Crimea, we also were able to see that apparently the Ukrainian drones have been continuing to work and destroy substations within Crimea over the day. They hit that music 3 seconds in, and I had that mute button ready. I knew it was going to happen. I just had to make sure.
Also, by the way, Tver, Russia's on fire right now. They just got hit badly. The oil depot there
Oh,
is a
really?
goner. Yeah, it's a total goner.
No, wait, just north of Moscow, too, on the highway to St. Petersburg. Man, that's for all the passerbys going between the two capital cities. Oh, man, they're going to be really having a good time today. I can just imagine what the Ukrainians are about to be hitting next, man. We're about to hear the Ukrainians just hit the underworld, the gates of hell, somewhere like in Russia in the Urals. That's probably coming out in the next 2 hours.
Probably is. That's my guess.
Here's another attack that they're landing on another substation.
Oh, that's a substation.
A big one, too. I mean, quite sizable, really.
That's like a medium station.
It's kind of like those intermediate stations, Those halfway stations. Oh.
Hmm. Damn.
Man, they got that Anubis up here on this thing. They got that Anubis reticle.
Look at that, putting that Greek myth on them. Like, there's no
Egyptian.
mythology in this. I say what?
That's Egyptian. That's Egyptian, Matthew. That's not Greek.
That's all the same in the end. It's all make believe. But as you can see, oh look, they got the cat. They got the cat.
Man, that's that damn Zeus. That's that Chinese mythology.
It's all made up anyway. Like, all in the category of fantasy. That's what they call it. It's not football. It's fantasy. Fantasy myth. What the hell is this thing?
I don't even. Bro, it had like mop tendrils sticking out the bottom of it. Bro, it's a street sweeper in Russia.
Yeah, really. It looked like a hay bale.
Bro, that thing's the Lorax, and it speaks for the trees.
Yeah, I guess it's not speaking anymore.
Man, I think that thing is that's speaking less. Now they're going to hit it again. Man, you can see them striking it down like the old legend of Qing Fu and the Qing Dynasty, that old ancient German secret. I mean, honestly, man, that'd be a good comedy skit to do right there, man. Like, that was great material, really. Oh man, but we can see them continuing to hit more of the radars. Oh, that one, oh, not good for them. This was also within the area of the Luhansk Oblast, actually. This clip. And we can see them hitting it a second time. Call that a double tap. Hit them with that drone strike. The Ukrainian lives up to that every day. And they just keep coming in. Look at that. Another hit. Oh, Briaga. Someone said Enforcer headphone died. No, you're not. You got me freaked out there. I had to check the volume, make sure that it was still working. I was like, wait a minute. Did it like cut out? I was like, I'm not sure. We see them hitting another target there. And another one. Teaching him a lesson. Dang, that thing like exploded. Like, that was a pretty violent one.
Tver was hit good, by the way. I'm looking here, like this news coming out. Tver was hit bad. You might want to show the people this right now. Tver, Russia, oil depot, it's blazing.
Thank goodness it's not flaming. I mean, Machhtaba has been that for many a year. But we can see here the clip of the strike at Tver. There's the hit. Looked like a solid one. We can also see the fire right there. And apparently on an oil depot in Tver. So quite nice to see. They're burning them up nice and good. So the Tver hit was a solid one. And moving us on up and into that area, Tver is the city right here along the Volga River. Which actually starts all the way over here and then wraps all the way through Russia. So that is where the oil depot is on fire at the moment. Moving us on out of that little bit of news and that breaking development out of Tver, we've also been able to hear more from the occupied territories. Before we get to them, we want to eke our way on up into them through the Kerch Strait, as we did get to see that one of those tankers north of the Kerch was on fire today still after the Magyar's birds were able to target 9 of the vessels in a 38-vessel convoy last night. And additionally, on the southern side of the Kerch Strait today, the situation also got as bad as the Ukrainians actually conducted an attack on some of the merchant ships within this area south of the strait with drone boats. Take a look. Looks like they might have gotten one of them.
They did use the drone boats, man. Remember, I was telling you that yesterday. I said they could use them. They might have, and yeah, it turns out they used them.
No, this is south. Like the convoy that was hit was north of the Kerch Strait on satellite. These were south near the port of Taman. So this was a different whole thing that happened today.
Are you sure?
Yes. I'm quite sure, because these ships also are completely different in their size display, like in their displacement. Like these are far larger than the ships we saw in the attacks last night. I mean, this one's like a 770 footer. The ones from last night were like 450 to 500 footers, which were a good bit smaller.
Interesting. I could have sworn this was from the same location because everybody on Twitter, the analysts, would seem to agree with me that they were using both aerial and sea drones to hit these ships in the same attack.
Well, I hate to say it, but those people are unfortunately wrong, because we're saying that the Kerch Bridge is so well defended that a drone boat can't hit it. How is a drone boat supposed to sail through Kerch Bridge and then into other side of strait? That would be sadly impossible for the larger part, because the Ukrainians have no direct access to Sea of Azov except for Kerch Strait, and the Kerch Bridge largely be impossible to hit. That means it would be impossible to sail right through it and then to the other side to hit the boat. Also, this is oil tanker, large one, port of Taman, or nearby to it. Very different sort of a hull profile, and also different location. Very close. He's only about 20, 30 miles away, but not same spot, sadly.
Well, let's see it. Let's see it.
But we can see that one drone boat looks like it got blown up over here on the side, maybe, at the start, but this one pressed on to the target. And we see the company's security on board trying their best to stop that drone, but it's without any further avail. They hit the engine room, blew it clean open. Very impressive stuff right there. It's so really cool to see, actually. But moving us on from that and on out of the area. Also, by the way, you could see as well, really quickly to note this, just to make sure, since we were like, is it or is it not? This says in the Black Sea. And Taman is on the Black Sea. The hits that we saw yesterday were in the Sea of Azov, so that also is saying that it's a different location. And they're literally on both opposite ends of the Kerch Strait, so they're very close to each other, but universally different in the types of ships that are present, the environment, and what can and cannot hit ships within those areas.
Maybe you're right.
Yes. I do my research, to some extent at least, in some cases, although I do get things wrong. Moving us on from that and on up into Donetsk, we also saw that Donetsk is completely running out of food. This was what a grocery store looked like in Donetsk today.
Wow. Is the refrigerator from 1950? Why is it so loud?
Man, they got that industrial refrigerator in there, man. That thing, man, it's like, dang, man. It's like, and also there's nothing even in here to refrigerate.
Well, I mean, there's stuff in the thing right here in front of you.
Stuffing's the thing.
It's a refrigerator right there in front of you.
Oh, yeah, that's one of those flaw refrigerators. Yeah, you're right, actually, yeah. You're actually right on that. See, I got something wrong right there. But I mean, you know, there's still not a lot to refrigerate, though. I mean, look at those shelves. There's nothing there.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
The shelves, the cupboards are bare, I tell you. They're running low on food in these places. And moving us on out of Donetsk, we also got to see that outside of all of that news, it's time for us to move on and into the front lines. Moving us on into Kyiv, Kyiv did come under significant attack again last night and has been hit quite heavily, with damage existing throughout the entirety of the city. You can see that in these videos as well. The smoke plumes rising from the fires in Kyiv after the impacts over the day. And this one as well. Moving us on from these clips, it's now time for us to get into our next bit of news. As big news did come out today that the President of the United States said the Ukraine will receive a license to domestically produce Patriot interceptors. What good news. Sadly,
Yeah. Oh, yes. You gotta love it. Yeah, I know it's gonna piss off Putin a good number, because now you won't be able to target civilians anymore.
yeah, it will be a bit of a shame that way, for the Russians. For the Ukrainians, it'll be great. They'll be able to defend their skies now and largely, once again, close them off for the Russians. The problem is, folks, is that sadly this doesn't really fix the shortage they have right now. This is fixing the shortage months from now, maybe even a year from now. But it's not fixing the one that we're seeing at the moment. They need the provisions of actual usable Patriots to be able to deal with the current gap in their skies that they have in their air defenses. This is great, though. I have to say that this is absolutely incredible. It's going to help them out in the future, but it's not helping them out in the here and now, and they need missiles in the here and now. So hopefully we'll be able to see that Europe and the United States might be able to provide more Patriots to Ukraine in the immediate future to make sure that they can make it through that shortage until they can get on their feet and domestically produce them themselves. But very good news to hear. Moving us on out of Kyiv, we've also been able to see that within our location unknowns today, there were a couple of interesting developments. First off, I have to read to y'all the following. Today, according to Kirill Fedorov, a Russian military blogger, our Su-35S fighter was shot down. Amazing grace. And man, you wouldn't believe what it was shot down by. It's reported that 3 enemy aircraft, including an F-16 and a Patriot radar, were sent against one of our fighters. The pilot is alive, and this could be Ukraine's first aerial victory. Which it is, actually. The Ukrainians largely have confirmed that an F-16 did confirm the kill and had shot down the Su-35, apparently with an AIM-120, meaning that this is the first air-to-air engagement between an Su-35 and an F-16, and the F-16 won the engagement hands down. So a very nice thing to hear. The loss of the Su-35 isn't critical, according to the Russian military blogger, as they're being built in large numbers. That's about 5 a year. And overall, losses are small. They lose plenty of these on the ground. A far more serious issue is the continued supply of fighters and air-to-air missiles to Ukraine, which not only include the AIM-120, but also the Meteor. What a terrible situation for the Russians. It's just a tragedy. And we got further confirmation that the Su-35 was shot down. May it rest in piss. We also got the casualty report over the day as well from Miss Disa, keeper of the records. And according to Miss DC, keeper of the records, the Russians lost 4 Bobcats. Hey!
Yeah, nice. 4 Bobcats. 4 of them. I like that. I like that.
It's beautiful. And according to Miss DC, keeper of the records, 462 auto and fuel tanks is tied for the 13th highest daily loss. 5 ground robotic complexes is also tied for the 13th. And personnel losses are tracking at about 1,250 a day, which is absolutely incredible stuff. And from what we were able to see, 1,260 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 3 main battle tanks, 4 armored personnel carriers, 61 artillery pieces, 1 MLRS, 2,074 drones, 5 ground robotic complexes, 462 supply trucks, and 4 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, a very good day for the armed forces of Ukraine, and they are continuing to hold down the lines and inflict significant losses onto the Russian Federation's armed forces. In the Belgorod area, we've seen that the infrastructure has been destroyed so badly, people are having to drive through farm fields to try and get to town. Have to mute that because of that music, but then they go through the field. They literally had to just carve out a road through the field, and people are having to use this to bypass the local bridge, which had been knocked out by the Ukrainians yesterday.
It must suck.
Oh man, it sucks.
Man, I'll tell you, it's gotta, like, to get your whole bridge taken out, where you have to take back roads through the forest. I mean, that has to suck.
Looks like she's kind of aggravated by it a little. I kind of be myself. But it doesn't pay to be a Russian in the modern day. You know, it's just not it's not a good time for them. And moving us on down into our little bit of frontline news, we also were able to hear within Ochretine that the Ukrainians were able to find a significant cache of millions of dollars of armored vehicles. The recon drone found them all sitting inside of the silo. And here, before long, the Ukrainians called in artillery to knock out each and every single one of them. And here comes the artillery. That's a couple of $1 million of armored vehicles lost in one fell swoop because of bad storage practices, is the best way to explain it. But moving us on out of that clip and on in towards the area of the Pokrovsk front, we also were able to see the 55th hitting some Russian forces within the area. Sadly, folks, this was the only frontline footage that we got from Ukraine today, and right when we get done with this footage here, actually we're going to break from it right now because it's largely just the Ukrainians remotely striking Russian forces once over again. We're actually going to be moving on to the breaking news that we're getting right now live on air. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Breaking news, breaking news. Right now we're hearing in Bahrain. The sirens are sounding yet again in Bahrain. They're under another attack inside of that country right now. So we don't know again how many missiles it is, but everybody's being told to go back to the shelters yet again because they're under another attack. So kind of weird. I mean, if the U.S. is going to respond, about right now is as good as time as any. I don't know. Maybe the U.S. is going to respond. Maybe they're not. I mean, the U.S. just went all out with these attacks. It seems like it's about time to get busy. But now Bahrain is under another attack. So, Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to say it does appear that there is a second round of Iranian attacks that are being conducted right now, and we're going to try and cover that the best we can, hopefully. It does seem that it literally happened right at the perfect time. We basically got done covering everything we had in Ukraine today, and we're now right back to the Middle East as another attack is now raining down on Bahrain, and most likely all of the other countries that we're able to see as well.
So it also looks like 17 minutes ago, the Kuwait Army put out a thing saying that the General Command of the Kuwaiti Army urges brotherly residents and citizens to refrain from approaching the sites of shrapnel from the interceptions and to abstain from photographing them or publishing or circulating video clips of them across various social media platforms to preserve public security and safety. In other words, they're kind of like dictating again. But it does appear that the brotherly citizens are being told to censor themselves on top of the shrapnel falling, which to me says there's probably been some impacts and Kuwait's trying to hide it. So that's not shocking. But we're trying to follow the Bahrain attack that's going on right now. And so far, we don't have a whole bunch of details about that. But it does appear to be going on. Also, I'm trying to see here about some more breaking news. Enforcer, what do you think about that while I look at this story coming out?
Man, they're still not respecting the First Amendment in Kuwait. It's ridiculous. What a constitutional violation. Hey, some of y'all might get the joke, but outside of that, it sounds to me like it's the Iranians might be conducting a second round, maybe just to add a little bit of bravado to it. It still sounds to me like it's not, like, it's definitely a bigger response. It's one of the bigger ones we've seen, but it doesn't really seem like they're that adamant on returning back to the war because we haven't seen them conduct widespread attacks like against U.S. forces in Oman, against Prince Sultan in Saudi Arabia. It seems like they're still trying to limit them, but they're getting on the very verge of going and starting to conduct strikes on Prince Sultan and everything else that they can. But what do we have coming out right now, man? What do we got?
So we're waiting on more details about the Kuwait attack. That we're waiting more Bahrain, excuse me, not Kuwait. I was thinking about them and their censorship regime. But we are seeing as well that in Russia right now, in Stavropol, Russia, another oil depot has been hit there as well. In addition to the other one that we just saw getting hit earlier. So let's take a look at this. Another oil depot going up in smoke.
It's a sad story. Many such cases. Here's another clip of it.
Don't be alarmed, friends. There's no crisis in the Soviet Union. Just to simply trust in the authorities and trust in the state to pull you out of this, because of course the state's very competent inside of Russia and the Soviet Union. So I'm sure they'll fix this problem.
What is the name of this power plant? The Chernobyl nuclear power plant? That's what people call it, but what is the official name? The Vladimir I. Lenin nuclear power plant? That is right. And all of y'all are on the council.
Yeah, man. You know, there's some U.S. politicians out there that say that if they were communists, they'd be right up there with Lenin. That's what they say. So you know, if you want to go full commie, all you have to do is go look at Russia.
Man, if you want to go full commie, there's many examples to look at. None of them are around anymore. But you know, they do exist in their hybrid ways, like Russia and China and North Korea and everything. But they never really exist in true communism because true communism just doesn't work. You know, I hate to tell everyone that, but it just doesn't work. Kind of like how fascist states don't really work either. And a whole bunch of people will go, well, you know, this guy, like the mustache man and Francisco Franco, and Mussolini, they all did it wrong. But if we do it again, we'll get it right. And the answer is no. You're kidding yourself. A lot like the commies are. Ridiculous stuff, really. Those kinds of governments just don't work. They're bygones from a bygone era. The real government that works is ours. But anyways, with that, I hope that does give my 2 cents on the matter. But it's time for us, folks, to move on while we're waiting for more breaking news developments out of Bahrain and elsewhere in the region. On into some questions, because we've actually wrapped up, outside the breaking news that is, which is still coming out, we've wrapped up all of the news that we have for the day, for the larger part. So, and literally right when we would have been starting our normal scheduled stream in 5 minutes. So we've been on air for a good minute, 3.5 hours covering the news, and I hope that it has been high quality coverage, folks. We're still going to be covering breaking news as it comes out, but we're also going to be sprinkling a great deal of super chats and live chats in the meantime while we wait for more news to come out. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping right into our super chats while we wait for that breaking news to release out some more into the news cycle, we're moving into our first one here, which goes to none other than Joey Van Merden. And thank you very much, Joey, for that $55 support and helping to keep the channel running through that super chat support. And we do appreciate that very much. And Joey said, did you hear about the Ukraine real-life battlefield website that if the military takes out tanks or helicopters or special equipment and infrastructures, they earn points, and with those points, they can buy new drones or new weapons or a new GearCon, a website for them?
You know, I haven't actually heard about that before. I've heard about something kind of close to it, but I've never heard of it being used to buy new equipment. Generally, from what I assumed, the equipment was just issued to the units as they requested in their supply orders. I never heard of them having to purchase it somehow through a score system. Matthew, have you heard of anything like that before?
No, I haven't heard that, but it sounds like a interesting concept. It seems like the units with the most, eliminations on the front lines are getting rewarded, which is, that's the point of the unit, is to win the war. So it sounds like it could be somewhat interesting.
It sounds like it could be interesting. I'd have to look into that. I actually haven't heard of that before, and that would actually be new, for me at least. So a big thanks to you for support and sharing that with us. I'll have to do a good bit of research on that off air. And a big thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep on running as well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, I see some people saying that sounds like a video game, LOL. That's the most effective way to get a group of people to really feel motivated toward a common goal these days, is to sort of gamify it. Like it sounds childish, but it actually works. Like I've used it before in the past to motivate people. Like when I was running an academic team way back in high school in JRTC, I used that to get my team to actually, get motivated to learn the stuff. And we were knocking out competitions first place left and right. After I gamified it, I was like, I knew there was something to this. And once I gamified it, I had all the kids who couldn't get their minds focused on anything. I got them all on it, and they were like you couldn't stop them after that. So it actually does work. Gamifying it, even for adults, it works. But our next one here goes to Servicium95, who put in a $50 support, and thank you very much, Servicium, for that generous support as well. I said, I wonder what happens to the internet tonight, and thanks for the good work, guys.
That's a good question. I wonder what is going to happen to the internet tonight. Doesn't seem like anything yet. It just seems like our show happened. But thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And hopefully nothing bad happens, because if it does, we'll be taken off air, and I would hate to see that happen.
I think you meant the internet in Iran.
I thought you meant the internet in America. I was like, who knows? But yeah, I mean, they might start to shut off the internet in Iran if things went really badly, but it doesn't look like they're doing that yet. It looks like they're still letting stuff out for now. But if the U.S. starts significant rounds of strikes and the Iranians start to feel threatened and concerned, they're definitely shutting it down again. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one is going to go to none other than Give Up Now once again. He puts in the second support of the night, and we do appreciate you, Give Up Now, for that generous support. They said, quote unquote, we had 11 missiles shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan.
Did you hear about that today?
No, who said that?
Oh, it's just the president.
Oh, wait a minute. Our president?
Yeah, he said that
Wait a
in
minute.
Okora,
Hold
no
on.
joke.
Can we verify this?
Yeah, you can pull it up. He goes, "We had 11 missiles fired at our carrier by the Islamic Republic of Japan." And it was like legitimately said, yeah.
Oh, okay. Islamic Republic of Japan. That's
For the Emperor,
different.
inshallah.
Damn. That's maybe that explains the occasional like true social post where it's like praise be to Allah. It's like, yeah, but why are we saying that? It's like we're the United States, but interesting.
Man, I've seen so many memes about that, man. Like people putting like inscriptions of the Quran over the Japanese flag, like it's a flag in the Middle East. Bro, I've been seeing
I
that
tell
so
you what,
much.
the great late Imam Shinzo Abe.
Man, bro, they have the council of experts in Japan. They all convene, and they pray to the Shinto gods, inshallah. Like, and then they run an Islamic Republic. Oh my god, man, and that's even worse, man. When like the tensions that exist between like Islamic migrants and the actual Japanese people, they hate each other, and it's like, damn, that's one hell of a slip up to have right there. That's like matches and gasoline. They just don't really go together, and they are not big fans of each other. So what an interesting one. But beyond that, though, I got to give you a huge thanks for the support give up. Now I'm bringing up one hell of a gaff. I'd say that's a gaff for the books right there. It's something else. And so a big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Charles Z07 PC Verified. And thank you, Charles, for that generous $50 support as well. We do appreciate that. He said, if we use the Ukraine doctrine to attack Iran, it would cripple them.
If we use well, it could. But the problem is, though, sadly, is that we don't really have the drone striking capabilities that Ukraine has. Even with us being a superpower, literally the world's uncontested superpower is the United States, we don't have the industrial capabilities, nor do we have the doctrine or tactics to actually make that possible yet. Because the U.S. is so far behind on drone warfare, we're largely fighting yesterday's war in the modern day with our doctrines. We focused on counterinsurgency and that doctrine and those tactics for so long that we really completely missed out. And then also we started to focus on a ground war in Europe and a war in the Pacific. But even still, we completely missed out on the innovations in drone warfare that Ukraine is literally proving right in front of our eyes, and yet we still won't really implement them in any major scale at any great speed. Even right now, with what we're doing, it's still a very slow pace at the implementation of drone warfare into the armed forces. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. We definitely would succeed. It's just sadly we can't because we haven't even gotten close to implementing it, and hopefully this will be a wake-up call and the U.S. will start racing to implement this kind of warfare into our forces. But with that, we're on the next one.
And our next super chat goes to none other than Ray Hadley. And thank you, Ray, for the 50 as well. He did not leave a comment, but we do appreciate that because it's that support that keeps our channel running day in and day out and lets us just jump on a live stream in the middle of the day when there is breaking news and cover it at all times of the day. And we do appreciate you, Ray. And Enforcer, what say you?
And we do appreciate you greatly, Ray Hadley. And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it was not for folks like you, we wouldn't have been able to make this thing possible and we wouldn't be able to keep it running in the present day. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Ross all the way from Australia. He throws in a 50 as well. And thank you, Ross, for that support. He said, let's hope that that's the last we ever hear of the ridiculous memorandum of misunderstandings, that is, bombs away and LLT LSA.
I hope so.
And I have a feeling it's not going to be the last time we hear about it. I have a feeling the deal thing never ends. Like, you might notice the deal thing never ended with Ukraine either. There's still that talk of a deal with Russia and Ukraine, which obviously there's no deal to be reached here. Putin's not willing to concede. So there's always going to be deals because that seems to be the major shtick that's sort of like the thing the U.S. wants to go for. There's nothing wrong with a deal, but it has to be a circumstance for a deal. And if it's not there, then you can't have it.
I'll tell you this, folks. I'll tell you this. If I ever write a book like The Art of the Meal, or something like that, and I go around the rest of my life talking about how great I am at eating meals, and everything I do when I get elected as president is about eating meals. Like we could be in a war with China, and they'd be like, "Would you like to eat a meal?" And I'd be like, "Stop the war! We're gonna eat a meal." I'm giving the public permission to beat me with socks filled with quarters because it's ridiculous. Like the concept of someone can get so caught up in this whole dumb deal making thing that they've made about themselves, like I'm the master of deal making, that whenever anyone mentions the word deal, the presses literally stop. I mean, we said that last year, way in the later end of the year, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, y'all are full of shit." That's not the case. Like, that's happened with Russia, that happened with Venezuela, that happened with Iran, that's happened with China. It's happened with everybody at this point. If somebody mentions the word deal, it's like saying the word like walk to a dog or a treat or something like that. Like their ears perk up and they go like they want a treat or a walk or something. Like that's literally the whole deal with the deal shit. Like it's ridiculous.
But then the dog goes as it wants the food, and it heard the word walk and treat, and then it jumps all over everybody and squishes people. Everybody's going, "Oh my God, make it stop! Like make it stop!" Oh my goodness! Oh man.
Man, it's ridiculous bullshit, and it drives me crazy. Like at this point, folks, I kind of just accept the insanity of the whole deal. I don't like lose it like we were at the beginning of the war. Like, what are we doing? Like now it's just like, yeah, he's going to fall for the whole deal making thing. Like they probably legitimately might have called him up today and said, "Oh, we're dying for a deal, Donald," and he immediately fell for it, probably hook, line, and sinker. "Stop the presses. We're not bombing them anymore. Let's give it one more chance, like the 900th chance this year. But let's try it again." And then we're gonna go into the talks, and they're gonna go, "F you, we hate you." And then he's going, "Well, that didn't work, but they said they might talk to us again, and we might get a deal." And then we'll go into it again and again and again. It's, oh man, it really, when you think about that, folks, it's insanity. Like, I couldn't wake up every day as a person, like, outside of the whole picture of the country and its best interests and the people in our armed forces that we send to war, I wouldn't be able to wake up every day and just keep kidding myself into going, the whole deal thing has failed 90 times this year, but we're going to try it again, and this time it'll work. I would go insane. I legitimately would. And also, we have more breaking news coming out right now. So what do we got, Matthew?
So in the middle of that new attack on Bahrain, we're seeing some more hits on the ground. It looks like there's been a missile impact in Bahrain. So Bahrain's they're getting hammered. They're getting hammered pretty good. It looks like they're sort of failing at their air defense to a certain degree. But let's take a look.
Oh. There's another.
Oh yeah, they're screwing up good.
Oh, that looks like an interception, actually. Man, something else. That appears to be the only clip we have at the moment, but that does show us what appears to be the second wave of attacks against Bahrain, which was ongoing a little while ago. It may have already concluded at this point. So a big thanks to Enforcer Man for breaking that news and that video for us. And with that, also, before we move on, a huge thanks to Ross as well. Long live the Lee Spring Army, long live the Republic, and with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than, let's see here, it's going to go to 6'9 Bones. And thank you for that $50 support, by the way. We do appreciate that. He said, "Do you think that Putin will hire that actor Steven Seagal to protect him from Ukraine?"
The only thing that Steven Seagal can protect you from is a nice cooked meal. Like that's the only thing he's protecting people from. Steven Seagal is washed up. It's a tragedy, really. I mean, like, have y'all seen the movies that he's in lately? Like, jeez. Like, they're not even American. They're like Chinese, Russian movies. He's like in there as like the American. He doesn't even move in them. I haven't seen that guy move once in any of the movies. He just stands there and he like delivers his lines.
There's like basically no difference between Steven Seagal in the movies and a beached whale.
I mean, honestly, man, like, bro, it's like watching Shamu from SeaWorld trying to act a script. Like, it's rough. Like, he just sits there, "Oh, yeah? What do you think's gonna stop me?" And he, like, is holding, like, his M4 in the stupid way. Like, his gut's so big, he's got, like, resty M4 on top of it. I would tell you, Steven Seagal isn't protecting anyone from anyone unless if it's a square meal. But a huge thanks to you for the support of this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a super chat from none other than Chris Alexander, who puts in a 28. And thank you, Chris, for that support. He said, God bless the LSA and God bless America. And you guys are amazing. And keep up the good work, enforcers.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And God bless the LSA and God bless America. Or as I like to say it, long live the Republic. And I gotta say a big thanks to you for the kind words. And we will make sure to keep up the good work the best we can. And support like yours makes it possible for us to do that each and every day. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, it looks like Iran's putting out some statements again. So I guess we have a little bit of breaking news.
Oh, they put out
right
the heat?
now. The MB Galaba fellow, the fellow who is really quite balding on the front of his head, and show the profile picture real quick. Give me that profile picture. Let's get that large. Get that picture larger. So this is the guy putting that out, just to let y'all know. So let's get back to his statement now that we looked at his profile picture. And I'm sure he spent a long time, probably photoshopping. But so he's put out a statement right now saying that America still hasn't learned that bullying and breaking promises are no longer cost-free. So let me put it plainly. If you strike, you'll get hit. Don't flail around pointlessly or it'll sink even deeper. And the Strait of Hormuz will only open with Iranian arrangements, not American threats. So the U.S. ought to take him at his word and just start the war again. I mean, take the Iranians at their word. Just stop second guessing it. He's saying it directly. So get the war going again.
Man, doesn't sound like they want a deal to me.
No, I don't think they want a deal. I think they need a lesson.
You know what I think they need? I think they do need a deal. They need to be dealt with. Like, man, that's the deal they get, is getting dealed with. I think that's what it ought to be. I don't know about y'all, but y'all agree with me, right? The Iranians ought to get dealed with.
Here's the deal. Our president loves deals. Like, here's the deal that you need to make. The Iran can give up control of the Strait of Hormuz again, like it was before the war started, because it's not theirs to control. They have no right to control it. Or the entire country can be in trouble at that point. One or the other. It's like, so you can give up the Strait of Hormuz, or the Iranian regime is going to have to go bye-bye. It's going to be put out of business. Let's just put it that way. And it's just going to be a regime change, because the U.S. said, "Oh, we have regime change already. We have it." Well, we never had regime change. That was all BS. Maybe it's time to actually, have regime change inside of Iran and actually follow through. Also, it would be, I'm sure the Iranian people that hate the regime would probably love that, since we promised that we would help them out.
Yeah, I think so. I think that'd be fine. They ought to get dealt with. That's what I'm saying. That ought to be the only thing with deal in the word. So moving us on out of that whole deal. Jeez, what a clown this Goluboff guy is. Look at him. What a clown. Ugh. Anyways, with that, it's time for us to move on and into the next one.
And our next one here goes to Rye Guy SR, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Rye Guy, as well, for that generous support, and we do appreciate it. He said, early live, and take one from the chat, and LLTLSA, and long live the Republic.
Hey, and we will make sure to take one from the chat, right, guy SR, and welcome to the early live show. It's a breaking news day. And it looks like a lot of people wanted to get here for the news. We've had like 175,000 people watch this stream in 3 hours and 30 minutes. That is a lot of people, and we're always happy to be able to cover the news for every single one of y'all. Now, with that out of the way, we will make sure to get one from the chat, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic. And Matthew, what do we got here?
And this one goes to Andrew Acton, who said, do you honestly think that they will bring Iran to its knees or brink of collapse?
It depends on how the war is fought. They could end up losing it. And I gotta say, because whenever I say this, Matthew puts in the chat, don't be political. I'm not being political with this. I want to make that clear. I want to make this clear. I'm more so focusing on the strategic side of things. If the president gets involved, like he did last time, and draws up the whole war plan himself, and he doesn't listen to anyone in the Department of Defense or any of the career officers on how the war should go, we are probably going to lose this, because that's really the reason why we lost the first round on this thing, was because he was involved at every single level of the planning, and it went horrendously, because key things that generally would be understood, like dealing with the Hormuz, were not dealt with. And so I would say, as long as he doesn't get involved in planning the whole thing from the ground up, and the generals really do all the planning and execute the war, then it ought to go fine, and we ought to win. Any other way than that, it might not go well.
Also, we don't really know if he drew up the war plans or not. That's just all rumors, so we really can't say that for a concrete fact. I mean, he may have interfered with some of the decisions, but we don't know if he drew up the plans or not.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, he is the commander in chief. So I mean,
Yeah, but I
yeah,
mean, that doesn't mean he drew up the plans. I mean, usually the commander in chief usually doesn't have the knowledge to draw up any type of plan. Usually, they usually just like interject themselves in the middle of a plan that was already created.
yeah, I mean, well, maybe he wasn't involved entirely, but I'll make sure to preface it this way, so that way I'll make sure to cover the T's and dot the Q's. Um, the military would have definitely dealt with the Ormuz. The Ormuz was never dealt with when we went into the first phase of the war. Any career officer in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, every single one of the Army techniques, procedures, and so on for decades have mentioned that the Ormuz is a weak point. You would have to be completely inexperienced and have no military knowledge, and not even care about the military as a subject of interest to make such a major failing or strategic blunder as that. And the only person that I can think of that has not had any military experience is the president. So I would say that it was pretty decently likely he had to be involved in the war planning, and that was the reason why that was completely overlooked, with that in mind. To make it clear that that's more so my assumption than a fact. But still, with that out of the way, as long as someone who's completely not involved in the military or even interested in it is not the one drawing up the war plans, just to make sure to dot our Q's and cross our I's and everything, or dot our I's and cross our T's, I believe is the real saying. But as long as someone who is not that is involved in planning out the next phase of the war, it should go fine. So I would have to say that that's what I'm hedging everything on right now to answer your question. That's really the crux of it. But a big thanks to you once again for support and sponsoring a live chat, Rye Guy SR. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Truckin' Chef, and he puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Truckin' Chef, for that support yet again. And he puts in some coordinates. He said, Enforcer, look at that location. Look at those entrances. Go straight down there from the ocean, and it might be the Speedboat Underground Base. And can y'all get the 3D view? The entrances galore.
Let me see here. Let me go take a look at this here. What in the world do you got us looking at here? Okay. It's a mountain. Look at those entrances. It's not going to be this far inland if this is the exact location, and it looks like it is. So I think we saw one, actually. It was very close to here. It was somewhere down here on the coast. Let me go see if I can find this, folks, because it would be good to show. It's in a port, actually. I do know that. I'm trying to find the one that matches. Oh, let's see here. It's not it. It's like a hidden little cave, basically, in one of these ports. On Kashim. I'm sorry, on Kashim. Let me go look down here on Kashim. It was somewhere up here. Oh, damn. I don't think I'm going to be able to find this thing. But they're directly along the coast. Like, they dig these sorts of caves into the coast. Also, you said, zoom in! Okay, let me go back there and let me zoom in again. This is more so of a missile city, if anything, because these are the sorts of underground tunnel entrances for munitions, not the boats. The boats actually have direct access. It's like the best way to describe like the little fast attack boat pens are kind of like the U-boat pens the Nazis built in the Second World War. Probably the most famous one being in Saint-Nazaire, up here on the French coast. Or Brest. This is actually where it is. But this big concrete building right here that's actually blurred out because it's a part of a French naval base, this is a giant submarine pin that they've actually blurred out. That's actually unbelievable. They even blurred it out on Street View now. They didn't do that a couple of months ago. Let me go pull it up. Let me see here. Submarine pin Brest. Let's see here. Here we go. So this is the giant submarine pin in Brest. And the way that the IRGC speedboat tunnels work is that we believe it's very similar to where they either built a really large concrete structure to provide some protection going into the sea, or they dug it into the mountains, and the mountain kind of serves as the big sub pin almost for these little fast attack boats. And they just hoard them all into these little alcoves on the cliffs of Kashim. And whenever they need them, they go into the tunnels. We believe that they've tunneled some like access paths via land where they don't have to like boat their way into it. So they walk down into there, they hop in the boats, and then they start sending them all out from the caves. Not all of them are like this, though. Like some people will say say they're all in caves. They're not all in caves. There's actually several hundred of them that are in the wide open, but a couple of other hundred are apparently in these sorts of caves along the coast that are kind of like this, but more so natural than artificial like this one was. So that's really what we think is going on with the fast attack boats. And someone actually showed us one of them on the coast before, and we actually had the coordinates and looked at it, and we confirmed that's exactly what they are. They're literally just dug in the side of the cliffs on the Kashim Island. But that one further inland that you got, very, very keen eye of you, but that actually is probably more so of a missile city or some sort of munition storage for missiles, drones, and the like that don't really require direct sea access to be efficiently used. So a big thanks to you for support and up with this channel to keep it running, Truck and Chef. I hope that does address that well. And I do have to say, you got a very keen eye catching that. I've never seen that before. That was new to me, but it is a missile city, not a boat pen. But a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Waba Actual. And Waba puts in a $20 support. And thank you, Waba, as well, for that generous support. They said, thanks, bros, and get out and walk around a bit.
I wish we could. I wish we could go out and touch grass. I was busy all day today. I made a video, which it looks like, let me check it really quickly. It looks like it's actually kind of survived the stream getting put out. Usually whenever...
You know why?
Why? It's on a different topic?
Yep, different topic, so it didn't get suppressed.
Well, actually, I'm looking at the graph. It kind of did sadly die a little. Like it kind of flattened out. Like if you go and look at it right now, you can see like that light gray area where the norm is, and it was literally on the peak of the norm, and then it just started to flatten out into it once the stream went live a couple of hours back. Sadly, I hate to see that. But outside of that, it still did quite good today. And so I did that. That took about 3 hours to make. And then after I got done with that, I sat around for maybe, how long was it, 2 hours or so, and then I immediately had to start getting work on this thing because we're like, it looks like it's kicking off, it's going to be a pretty big deal, and then we went live early. So my day has been quite busy today, but hopefully I will get out and touch grass soon. It's just the beginning of the week. I could have done that Monday, but I was too tired to, so I just stayed in, but hopefully I'll be able to get out and touch some grass here in the very near future. So humongous thanks to you so much once again for support and help with the channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, Waba Actual. And with that, we're on the next one.
So breaking news. Right now we're seeing that the IRGC has allegedly put out a statement. Here's what they said in it. You can pull this up, by the way. I just reposted this at the very top of the Twitter page. But the IRGC has allegedly said in the first stage of the punitive response against the Americans who violate their covenants, fighters of the naval and aerospace forces of the Revolutionary Guards in a joint operation using missiles and drones within hours of the enemy's attacks and in various regions of the country destroyed the infrastructure and important facilities in 2 American colonial occupation bases in Arfjan and Ali Salim in Kuwait and Jufair and Sheikh LSA, or Sheikh Issa, not LSA, in Bahrain.
Oh my God, they hit the
LSA! We can confirm no attacks here. But also, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards warned the American army, which they say kills children, that if such transgressions reoccur, then our strong responses will expand to include other American bases in the region. So, what covenant? What's a covenant?
Man, like a damn monastery, bro. Like everybody in the military had a covenant. Oh man, that's ridiculous. Also, man, why in the world is the last part literally written like that North Koreans coffee made of snow thing? Like the Iranian Revolutionary Guards warn the American army, which kills children, that if such transgressions reoccur, our strong forces will expand to include other American bases in the region. Man, this is
they were just desperate to add that in. They were just desperate. They had to fit that in somewhere. It didn't even fit in the sentence.
Man, bro. Man, it's like, man, we have to talk about Hot Dog Man, which eats toenails. Like, bro, it's like just adding something in out of the blue. It's like a sporadic statement. But also, this seems to be lining up kind of what we thought they were hitting for the most part. But the one thing that they left out is what happened with the Muwafaq Air Base. They didn't mention that.
Yeah, apparently that must have failed, or either it didn't make it there or something.
Man, fell short. Like, man, like it just fell short and they didn't mention it even. So that's the statement by the IRGC at the moment. But largely propaganda statement, if any. And also, the colonial occupiers. I mean...
Colonial? It's like, hell, we're there at the permission of the governments of those countries. How the hell is that colonial?
Oh man, a lot of people are going to be shocked to hear this. Y'all wouldn't believe it, but Iran is actually a socialist country. And as far as their economic principles are concerned, and because they're a socialist country, you kind of almost like borderline almost getting into like the communist realm as far as like their economic policies. They heavily subscribe to the whole American imperialist concept that exists in a lot of other communist states like North Korea, where they call us the American imperial dog bastards. They generally have like the same wordage they use about us in Iran, which is kind of funny because some people say, oh, it's all these governments like this that are bastards. Socialists aren't bad. It's like, yeah, they're all bad. Like, honestly, Iran's the worst mix of the two because you get like the far right religious theocracy and you also get the far left economic principles all tailored into one authoritarian package that just screws the people over in every way. Really, honestly, ought to be like a case study in why you don't want the far left or the far right getting in charge of your government, and certainly not both at the same time.
It's like also, by the way, it's like, they're saying those American colonials, like, it's like, well, hell, at least we're not, murderous terrorists. Just like, I mean, Iran's a murderous terrorist regime that wiped out 40,000 of their own people just because they said we don't want the government over there anymore. That's literally a terror regime running the country. So the so-called righteous Iranian regime went out and wiped out innocent civilians over it. Well, it's like, come on, it's like American colonial, guys, come on.
Man, those damn colonials.
With their muskets and fire sticks.
Man, they better thank God we're not colonials because we'd be manifest destiny on their ass all night. Man, we'd be talking about Iran is our destiny to colonize. Like, man, it's like, hell no, we're not colonists. It's like we were, y'all wouldn't be around right now. There'd be plenty of farmland for free up in Iran, and the U.S. government would be giving it away by the acre. For free. Whoever laid down the first post gets it. But anyways, outside of that whole stupid statement by the IRGC, the clowns they are, it's time for us to get back into the questions. So what do we got, Matthew?
And our next one goes to Give Up Now, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Give Up Now, for that $20 support. They said this attack is the one of the worst since the ceasefire began with the Versailles MOU.
You know, it actually is. I would agree with you. It's one of the worst ones we've seen. It's not getting into really the war, like it's not really returning back to the full-blown war yet, but they got really close. I mean, if they had attacked Saudi Arabia and Israel, I would say it would be back on right now, but they seem to have some restraint to a degree. And so they're getting very close to getting back into the war. I think it's going to take another round of Iranian attacks on commercial ships within the Hormuz, and then another U.S. response attack to that to probably see the whole thing kick off back in full. But once again, that's completely unpredictable at this point. I mean, you just never know. I mean, we could just end up back in limbo land for another month in this whole realm and see that it goes nowhere. And probably a whole bunch of crazy tweets will get put out, and that'll be about it. But big thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Prescription Hugs. And thank you for that support, by the way. We do appreciate that. And it said,
What's this we stuff?
Man, that's what the Gulf states say whenever we ask them, hey guys, would you like to help us like fight off Iran since they're attacking our countries? And the Gulf states say, what's all this we stuff? It's like, it's like, it's your damn country getting attacked. It's like, what the hell are we doing defending it?
Man, America was like, Israel, we need to end the war. What's this we stuff? Israel goes back to bombing Lebanon. Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. That what's this we stuff applies to everybody. They're reaching in different ways. They've all done it at some point over the past few months. But I do have to say, a big thanks to your support of Prescription Hugs. And I read it, and Matthew said we, like, what's this we stuff? It's actually we, like having a fun time. And I would say, it's always good to keep jovial, even in times of strife like this. And so a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Oh, okay, I got it now. They must have been referring to a glide bomb, like sliding down like toward the target. That's what they must have been referring to, something like that.
Yeah.
But moving into our next one here, this one's also going to go to Prescription Hugs, who puts in another 20. And thank you for the second support, by the way. They said, let's go LSA.
Hey, let's go LSA, baby! And I gotta say a big thanks to you once again for the support, Prescription Hugs. And I hope they are giving out a plenty of prescription hugs. Some people just need a hug from time to time, and it really does do wonders for the mind for most people. And so a big thanks to you so much once again for the support. I hope that does address that well. And I saw someone in the chat say, a great live chat to answer here. Steven said, define a win. What goals do we have that can be accomplished with more bombing? We can't bomb all their drones before they're used on tankers, and their nuclear material is buried for now. Ah, but my dear Watson, you're forgetting that right now they're currently controlling the Strait of Hormuz, and that's something we can bomb quite easily. We could clear most of their anti-ship capabilities out from that area to where they're manageable for U.S. forces to go in the waters of the Hormuz and begin to demine. Once we demine the strait and they completely lose their mine-laying capabilities and most of their anti-ship capabilities, we can easily conduct convoy escorts of tankers going into the Persian Gulf and tankers going out of the Persian Gulf. And once we do that, they've lost their leverage. We can keep bombing them at whatever pace we want. We could bomb every city, well, not every city, but we could bomb every military base near every major city, at every major government center in Iran every day for as long as we had the bombs to do that, or we could just conduct sporadic bombings on top officials until the end of time at that point. It would cost basically nothing. The Iranians wouldn't be able to threaten international shipping lanes, and the Iranians would eventually have to relent to our demands. That's really the situation that would be a win. Or if we believe that the Iranians truly are working on a nuclear weapon, and they're absolutely going all in to try and develop one as quickly as possible, we then take more concerted efforts at that point and actions to be able to try and defeat them militarily. But the problem that I think folks like you are having is that you're not understanding the gravity of the situation as it is right now. The Iranians basically have their hand around the feeding tube that we use to eat every day, and if they clench their fist, we're going to starve to death. We can see that happening right now in Russia. So that's really more so the problem, is that if we let the Iranians continue to control the Hormuz like that, we are not going to have a country left standing, economically at least, to even be able to go and change that mistake once it becomes well entrenched. And so I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And I see someone saying, what do you mean it basically costs nothing? Well, I mean, that's what it means. After the original military operation bombing out the Iranians in the Hormuz and clearing out the blockade, bombing government officials in Iran is a pretty cheap operation. I mean, they're usually so cheap and so uneventful that when we do those against ISIS leaders and Al-Qaeda leaders in the Middle East, y'all hardly ever hear of them. I mean, we report them very quickly on air, but dropping a JDAM on a government official in Iran is a fairly simple process. We already saw them do that before, and if they have really no air defenses to speak of and no anti-ship capabilities, and we largely have air supremacy over Iran, it's as simple as flying an F-15 in and dropping one JDAM on a predetermined site. And as far as those operations cost, they only cost a couple of million each, which in military senses is largely inexpensive, at least for the U.S. military. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And moving into our next one, this one goes to Buzz Blades, who puts in the 20. And thank you, Buzz, for that 20. And he said, nice work, fellas, and take one from the chat.
Hey, and a big thanks to your support, Buzz Blades, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, we thank you so much for enjoying our work, and we will make sure to take one from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got from the chat?
So that one's going to go to Jam Fam, who said, what happened to the whole Iran running out of water thing? They were talking about abandoning Tehran. Did it rain, or did they just simply dig a deeper well?
I'm guessing it rained, maybe, because we haven't really heard a lot about that anymore. And I'm like, I don't know if they're still having that problem or not, because they're not really reporting about it in Iran. And the Iranian government is really the only way that we know how bad the situation is, because otherwise there's no real independent reporting coming from the ground. So we're assuming that it might have been fixed. Maybe a rainfall came in and they kind of been saved a little, because they haven't evacuated Tehran, and the government hasn't left Tehran either. So I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to a viewer right here. I'm scrolling back up to it. This one goes to Delaware, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Delaware, for that $20 support. And they did not leave a comment, but we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
We appreciate that greatly. Delaware. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And a big thanks to you for helping this channel to keep it running. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a $25 support from Toxic Pineapple. And thank you, Toxic Pineapple, for that 25. They said, thanks for all the hard work today. And do you think the Houthis will start blockading the Bab al-Mandab Strait if the U.S. opens the Hormuz? And do you think the U.S. response in the Bab will likely be Hormuz round 1 or 2 and LLT LSA?
That's a good question. They probably might try. The thing about the Houthis is, though, is that they do not have really any way to stand on their own like Iran does. They rely a lot on Iranian support, so they could try and do that for a little bit, but their ability to resist would be fairly light. We could put a couple of destroyers down there in the Bab el-Mandeb like we did last time, and the blockade ends. Because their blockade is a lot weaker than Iran's, and they have far less of a capability to enforce it. On the other hand, and I've been a huge proponent of this for 2 years, people are not going to like it because nobody likes the idea of it. But we ought to be actively taking every single chance we have right now to clear out any kind of threats that enemies of the United States pose to critical waterways and shipping lanes that we use, as the United States and our allies use, that keep economic prosperity going. I'm a big fan of either creating a multinational coalition or conducting a solely US-led operation to clear out the Houthis and possibly conduct a land operation to keep them down and put them out, hopefully for good. I would be a much bigger fan of doing that, especially with cooperation from what's left of the Yemeni government, and also the Saudi government as well, to crush the Houthis and try and bring some stability to the area, because we should not be allowing such major threats to exist at critical choke points in international waterways. It's a bad idea. I mean, if anything, we've seen that with Iran right now, and I remember years ago when I was bringing that up, people were like, "Oh, that's just stupid, Enforcer. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, that's not that big of a deal to do that on." And then we saw what happened when the Iranians closed the Hormuz, and it was brutal. I mean, like, it still is brutal even right now with it being somewhat open. And we need to be able to try and deal with those sorts of threats before they start to bite us in the ass when we really don't have an ability to respond to it. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Plow Guy EDU, who put in a 20. And thank you, Mr. Plow, for that
Hey!
support. He said, I know it's not a popular opinion, but hitting Iran's oil will cripple the IRGC.
We can stop most of their export capabilities, and that would cripple them in a way. We don't have to destroy the oil physically, though, at least in my opinion. And while Ukraine's doing that with Russia, which at this point they're just doing it because, eh, I mean, they're just doing it because at this point the war has to end. I mean, you can't keep going forever. With the Iranian situation, however, we can largely bring them to their knees without completely destroying the oil infrastructure and causing major ecological issues in the Persian Gulf. But a big thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Music Uploader, who put in a 20. He said, I'm back, baby boy, and LSA.
And a big LSA to you, and great to see you, Music Uploader. Great to have you back, and we hope that you've been enjoying this show tonight. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We've also got a 20 from Vivacious Danny, and thank you for that support. They said, thank you for this coverage as always, and you both do a fabulous and thorough job.
And thank you so much for the support, Vivacious Danny. And thank you for your very kind words. We appreciate that tremendously. And so a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also got a big shout to Blind Man, and Blind Man put in a 20, and we do appreciate that as well. He said, definitely have to rewatch later, and as soon as the breaking news happened, things exploded at work, literally. And anyways, keep up the good work, and thanks in LOT LOSA.
And I hope that you enjoy rewatching Blind Man. And I gotta say, breaking news these days, it comes out kind of frequently, really. So I hope that you get to catch up to this before we have to run the next breaking news show. Probably tomorrow. Not really sure. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And we're on to the next one.
We've also got a 20 from Tom Bunge, and thank you, Tom, for that $20 support. He said, put us toward a new headset.
Oh, I thank you for the support. I don't need a new headset. My headset works amazingly. It's just that every once in a while it gets a little cranky with the battery. And I don't know why it does that. It's kind of weird. I think it might be that the room gets hot and that starts to run the battery down quickly. It actually got so hot in here about an hour ago in the room because of the computer. I actually had to go, Matthew, and open up my door to the little office room I have, and it cooled down quickly. I mean, it's actually nice and cool in here now, and it's staying that way. And I'm like, dang, man, closing that door makes a world of difference in the temperature through the show. It rises literally through the whole show until it ends and I open up that door most of the time. I do that for soundproofing. But big thanks to you so much once again for the support, Tom. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Gabby White. And thank you, Gabby, for the 20. And they said that thanks for the stream, and take one from the chat.
And a big thanks to you for the support and enjoying the stream. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So what do we got?
And this one goes to Draconia, who said, "Is this a prelude to amphibious invasion of the coast?"
I don't think so, at least for now. I think it's mostly going to be air campaigns by both sides, missile strikes and airstrikes mostly. And we might see some sort of limited ground operation on some Iranian islands within the Hormuz, but that will be well down the road and probably would be a more so sterner action that would be considered heavily before it was taken. So a big thanks to you once again for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 once again from Prescription Hugs, and thank you for that support, the third one. And he said, "Yeah, you guys got to look up the Ukraine drone gamification."
I'll have to look into that, actually. Like, that's the first time I ever heard of it. And I was like, dang, that's wild. And apparently a lot of people are saying that that's true. I've never heard of it, actually. So I'll have to definitely look into that and research that a good bit. But a huge thanks to you for the support. And I thank you greatly for helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Slim Jim, who put in a 20. And Slim Jim said, "Get a couple of Costco rotisserie chickens for you both."
Hey, and we definitely will. Those Costco chickens are delicious. I actually have a whole bunch of barbecue waiting downstairs for me that I got right before the show. But thankfully, not to complain anything here, but the Uber Eats driver mistook my address for a different one and dropped it off in a whole different place. So I had to literally drive over there and walk up to someone's front door and literally take my meal off of the doorstep where it was and then bring it back home literally right before the show. So I really didn't get to eat because that wasted all my time.
You'll probably be posted in a Facebook group somewhere talking about a porch pirate, a porch pirate. They probably think they took something.
Man, it's like, hell, that's mine. I got the receipts. I got everything. Right? It's like I got the picture of that damn thing sitting there. And I was like, this is ridiculous. I had to literally go driving around looking for the thing. So I got to eat the cream corn and a little tiny cup of the banana pudding before the show, and that's literally all I've had to eat today. So I'm actually kind of starving right now, to be entirely honest with y'all, because it wasn't a lot. It was just cream corn and a little bit of banana pudding. I got a whole bunch of barbecue sitting downstairs and macaroni and cheese waiting for me with my name on it. But big thanks to you once again for the support, helping the channel to keep it running, Slim Jim, because I could definitely do with a couple of them Costco chickens right about now. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a very generous $100 support from Give Up Now yet again. And thank you, Give Up Now, for I believe that's the third or fourth support of the night. And we do appreciate that generosity. They said Costco turkey with the trimmings.
And I gotta say, that Costco turkey with the trimmings, goodness. I haven't had a Costco turkey before. I would assume it's great, though, because it's gotta be good. The chicken is so good. The turkeys have gotta be better. And I gotta say, the humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And a big thanks to you once again for that incredibly kind and generous support. I also saw Miss Disa say, damn, Uber Eats is ridiculously expensive. It is. The only reason I did it is because we were getting ready for the show already. And Matthew was like, damn, man, this looks crazy. We might want to go live. I was like, yeah, I agree. But I was like, I haven't eaten anything yet because I didn't plan for anything crazy to happen today, really. And if it was, I was expecting it to be closer to stream time. So I was like, dang, I can't get out and go get it because then I can't work. So I had to work and then have that Uber Eat it in the meantime while I was working. And then I still had to get out and go get it anyways because they dropped it off at the wrong place. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Ella MC Wills Nafo, who put in that 25. And thank you, Ella, for that support. And Ella said, I just wanted to say thank you both. And so glad I found that channel. It's been about a year right now for me. And I love the news, the LSA and the laughs. And take one from the chat, and LOTLSA, and Slav Ukraine.
And long live the Leespring, Slav Ukraine. And I got to say thank you for being here for a year. You've been here for a good minute, actually. And we always appreciate seeing usual faces in the live chat. It lets us know that there are familiar people that we're going to be talking to. And I got to say that folks like you are amazing and help this channel to keep on running and help us to be able to make sure that laughs, news, and hopefully good analysis is rolling out every day. So a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And that live chat question is going to go to Mr. Drake. Yeah, in the hood, they have the the Draco, like the chopped off AK looking thing. They call that Mr. Drake. Thank you, Mr. Drake, for that support. He said, maybe a silly question, but why haven't Saudi Arabia built large oil pipelines to the western part instead of being dependent on that strait?
They have one, actually. They have I forgot the name of the pipeline, but it goes from Riyadh to Jeddah. I think it actually goes all the way from Al Jubail to Jeddah. But it goes to the port of Jeddah, and it can only transport about 5 million barrels a day. The reason why is because transporting something via pipeline, when you can load it up close to the fields that exist in eastern Saudi Arabia on a ship and then transport it out from there, that is far more efficient a process at that point. It really has to do with supply line efficiency, and usually they try and make the supply lines as efficient, i.e. cheap as possible to run, because that means they're maximizing profits, which is what every company tries to do, especially every corporation. So that's really the reason why a lot of Middle Eastern countries just don't have a gazillion pipelines that go through Saudi Arabia to the Red Sea coast, is because it's very expensive to run a pipeline like that. More so than it is just to load it up on a ship 100 miles away. And also on top of that, there's a lot of sovereignty and licensing issues for other countries that aren't Saudi Arabia. And for Saudi Arabia, it would kind of be rejecting, or really more so dejecting, billions of dollars that they pumped into building major port facilities around Al Jubail and elsewhere to be able to load up these ships like this one here. And they'd basically be completely abandoning them to build a pipeline and replace them, which would be a significant loss for the company that runs that, which I believe is Saudi Aramco. But I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Randall Poole. He puts in a 20, and thank you, Randall. He said, what kind of false flag operation do you think Russia would use in the Poland and the Baltics?
Probably some sort of a drone incursion or a missile that ends up flying into their country, and then they try and say, oh, it wasn't meant for y'all, it was an accident. Or they might send border guards across and just keep them there for a little until they get into a confrontation. And the Russian border guards, or the border guards force, will insist it was Russian territory, and NATO will say that it certainly wasn't. And that could also be another false flag to be created. And so with that, a big thanks to you for your support and help with this channel to keep it running, Randall. I hope that does address that well. And we're on the next one.
We've also got a $20 support from Lee Mitchell. And Lee said on another channel out there, they reported that yesterday Ukraine hit 9 ships and 10 ships today in the Sea of Azov, including the one oil tanker he reported in the Black Sea. And has he misinformed? And thanks for the report.
I think possibly, because from what I could find, that ship was near to the port of Taman, which is very close to that convoy on the northern side of Kerch. I mean, if we measure from that convoy to Taman, that's in a straight line, only about 20 miles difference. And I mean, the convoy itself north of Kerch is wider than 20 miles. So in reality, it's not that big of a difference in distance, but it's a very big difference in the kind of abilities that Ukraine has. Because Ukraine has no ability right now that we know of to take a drone boat, load it onto a trailer, drive it through Russian-occupied territory to the coast of the Azov, and then drop it off and sail it on in. And they certainly don't have the capability of sending the boat in via the Kerch. There are anti-submarine nets that have been laid across the coast. You can see a little bit of it right there, in between the barges themselves, and a significant amount of gunners and also other coastal defenses that are based right around the bridge, looking outwards from where that drone would have come in. So that drone would have had to thread the needle through the Kerch, which we would have gotten endless proof of, because they would have been shooting at the drone the whole time until it made it to the other side, and then made it all the way through the Kerch up to that convoy, and then it would have to hit it. From everything that I found today, that ship looked to have been somewhere off of the southern coast here in the Black Sea, waiting to go to the port of Taman to try and load up with oil. That's generally what I saw, and maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I've seen. And also it appears that the draught of that vessel, the draft of that vessel, which is very deep in the water from its waterline, I don't think that ship actually could make it into the Sea of Azov. The Sea of Azov is very, very shallow, and it probably would have some clearance issues getting into that sea. That's why the smaller ships go in, but the bigger ones don't, at least in that area. So that's what I'm thinking, but of course, I'm always open to being wrong, but from everything I saw, I'm pretty confident in saying that that thing was near the port of Taman instead. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Blind Man once again. He said, did you see Lockheed Martin and Rheinmetall sign a deal to allow U.S. ATACMS to be produced by Rheinmetall's plant for a quicker supply and acquisition for NATO, and allow the other company, Lockheed, to focus their supply in U.S. stockpile?
I didn't hear about that, actually. That's news to me. Did you hear about that, Matthew? That's new.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that personally. I'll have to look into it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. If that's the case, I got to say this war in Iran's been amazing for the NATO states in Ukraine, because now America's just giving out license production rights to literally everybody out there. If that's the case, that's actually really good for the NATO states. for the United States, you know, it's all right, but it's not the money basket that we're always looking for, because it's a money basket when we build the missiles and then we ship them to the NATO states. We do get a little bit of money from the licensing rights when they build them per missile, but it's definitely not nowhere close to us building it and then shipping it to them. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We've also got a $20 support from Dr. Stevius, and thank you for that support as well. I said, I can't work anymore due to advanced terminal cancer. And also, I'm sorry to hear that, by the way. He said, but that gives me the free time to listen to the show, and I love the dynamic here. It's great to see two brothers work so well together, and why can't my kids get along so well? Well, you know, it's not always perfect, you know. We are brothers, and, you know, it wouldn't be normal if there wasn't occasionally a brawl, like every once in a while. So it does happen, but we do pull it together, though, for the show. We make it work for the show. But generally, though, we do get along for the most part, most of the time. But, you know, it happens with everybody. Like, I mean, tell me somebody that doesn't have a brawl. I mean, tell me. Some people have really bad brawls, but we don't really have brawls like that. But Enforcer, what say you?
We keep the brawls off air. like it's probably the best way to say. When we get on the show, we are as polished as we can be. We make sure that the presentation is good. We get along well, because at the end of the day, everybody's here for the news, and that would be kind of ridiculous, you know, if like we just had like full blown like arguments, which very seldom happen on air. But they do happen from time to time. Like, you know, I don't want, like Matthew's kind of saying here, I don't want to give the misconception that we just get along fine and dandy. I mean, we do have arguments and sometimes fights off air. But whenever we get on air, we always make sure to put our best foot forward, you know, to make sure that we're working incredibly well together, that we're complimenting each other, and we're generally not taking away from each other, and that y'all are also having a blast and making sure to enjoy the show. So a big thanks to you for the support, Dr. Stevius. And I also got to say, that is very unfortunate to hear. Advanced terminal cancer is a pretty rough deal. I've been hearing that there's been great strides made lately in treatments for cancer in some certain cases, but still a lot of them are generally untreatable, you know, outside of chemotherapy and the usual conventional sorts of treatments that have been around for decades. And I hope that somehow, you're able to recover, although that sounds like that might not be a recoverable sort of a situation. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and thank you so much for loving the dynamic here. We really do try our best. And so with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Darren Quinn, who puts in a 20. He said, you guys see China yesterday, their threat as a nuclear power to destroy the entire planet. They put it on Australia, new. Crazy bastards.
I didn't hear about that. Did you hear about that?
I heard they tested a new nuclear style weapon, but I didn't know they actually like put it on somebody or threatened somebody with it.
Yeah, I heard about the ICBM test yesterday. The Department of State reported on that, but I didn't hear there was a threat attached to it, so that would be news to me. I'll have to look into that, Darren. But a big thanks to you for support. Very concerning to hear. And thank you once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Deminoac, and thank you for that support once again. They said, thanks, guys, and still watching.
Hey, and a big thanks to your support, Deminoac. And we love to know that you're still watching. You're an American lacquer. And we're always appreciative of our American lacquers. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we're on the next one.
We've also got a 20 from Blind Man yet again, and thank you, good sir, for the second or third support. He said that this day in history, 1947 Roswell craze began. Now, for 1497, Vasco da Gama sails to India, opens trade route around Cape Good. 1833, the Treaty of Hunkar was signed between the Ottoman Empire and Russia. And of course, this.
And I'd have to agree. Crazy day in the history. You know, we covered it. But a big thanks to your support. And also, that's pretty wild to know that this is when the whole Roswell thing went up into a whole shebang that people still talk about today. But a huge thanks to your support and sharing all that interesting history with us that happened on this D. And a big thanks to you for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Con45, and thank you, Con, for the 10. He said, LOSA.
And LSA. And a big thanks to your support, Con45, and helping this channel to keep on running. And you help us to say, long live the Lady Spring Army with that kind of support. And we're on the next one.
And a big shout to RCH Technologies, who also put in a 10. They said, since we missed the meaning of play ball in the chat last night, I'll post a time, 17:35 Central, and it said the end of the national anthem.
Oh, very interesting. Play ball, baby. And I get it now. It's about the end of the anthem, play ball, baseball. I get it now. Oh, you sly devil. Thanks for your support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kevin Barnard. And thank you, Kevin, for the 10. He said, could the USA, as part of NATO, sell arms to Russia?
No. Also, that would be a
That'd be
national
treason.
security risk. Yeah, that would be a significant national security risk, and it would also be treason. So the answer to that would be no. So big thanks to your support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Brandon Allen, who said, would we need ground forces to truly make Iran submit, or can it be done with just airstrikes?
We could probably do it with just airstrikes, but really the most thorough way to do something like that is with ground forces. It's just the problem is the hesitancy here is that we don't really know if the Iranians' anti-infantry drone capabilities and anti-ground forces drone capabilities are very well fleshed out like Ukraine's or Russia's. I mean, Russia is not that good against Ukraine, but their drone capabilities are second best in the world, only second to Ukraine from what we know right now. And we don't really know where Iran is at on that. We don't know if they're ahead of the curve on us or behind the curve on us with that in regard. So that's the part that's concerning is we could take major losses if we miscalculate that. We have bad information or intelligence, and then we go in and they start slaughtering folks with drones. And that's kind of the concern. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Thomas Schott. And thank you, Thomas, for the 10. He said, keep up the good work, and thanks.
And thank you so much for the support, Thomas. And we will try to keep up the great work the best we can. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Tabitha Silvers, who puts in the 10. And thank you, Tabitha, as well. And she said, hi, enforcers. And sorry, husband had a hip surgery. Funds were low, and I'm back. And all good, by the way. We do appreciate the support. I said, you guys are so awesome.
And thank you so much for the kind words, and that's completely reasonable, right there. I mean, you know, we wouldn't be expecting to like pay your duties like when you're low on funds. I completely understand that. And a big thanks to your support. I know this channel to keep running, and great to have you back. And I hope that your husband's doing well on top of that. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And we're on the next one.
And we also have a 10 from RCH Technologies yet again. And he said, check flight radar for any airborne C-17s. If their call signs start with RCH, they should be the bacon bombs I mentioned last night. And there's a good conspiracy theory for you.
No, I know about it. I can't really mention it on YouTube, but I know what you're talking about with that there. Beyond that, though, there are some C-17s that were flying outbound from the Middle East a little while ago. But it appears that for now, there's just a humongous number of tankers out here still hanging out around, probably waiting to see what's next or figuring out what they're about to be doing next. And we can also see a lot. Oh, look, there's Air Force One right there. It's actually almost back in the United States now. Dang, that thing kind of bucked it.
That's the bridge.
Man, that's that VC-25B, the bridge. I'm not gonna lie, folks. I kind of like the old Air Force One paint job over this one. Like, it's not even being political.
This one looks like somebody's private plane out there.
Yeah, I don't like it. I also don't like the American flag on the tail. It looks like one of those like cheap lapel pins that you get to put on a suit. You know, I don't like it. I like the old one. It's classic. We've been using it since the 60s. It's tradition. Why break tradition? I just
That's the same flag on the back of the private plane, by the way. The colors are just inverted.
Yeah, I don't like it. Like, I don't like it. I just don't like it at all. Like, and I think back in the day, you were like, it looks kind of good, and it looked kind of good on the model. I mean, it like didn't look bad. And then they put it on the actual 747, and it does not look good. Like, I would say this is maybe a C tier paint job in my opinion.
Oh shit!
What?
Lightning just struck right in front of my face. That was interesting.
Bro, you just threw that out. No cotton around said maybe this is a C tier paint job at best. Oh shit! Bro, I was like, what are you gonna say?
I was trying to determine. I'm like, okay, this might be it. Maybe it's the stroke. But it wasn't the stroke. It was a lightning bolt right in front of my face, like literally right in front of me. That was interesting.
Man, you're not Mitch. Like, oh, Mr. Senator, bro, you're not having this job. Man, get out of here. But anyways, I don't know. What would we all give it as a rating from A to F? Like it's a grading scale. Well, actually from S being the highest, and then it goes from A to F. What would y'all give this paint job right here? I would say it's C tier. Like, it's not F tier. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's certainly not amazing either. I would say that the old Air Force One was definitely A tier or S tier with its paint job. To me, it looked a lot better. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Daniel Pigon, who puts in a 10. He said, good evening, enforcers, and thank you for always being ready to cover the breaking military news. And have there been any updates on the mine situation in the Strait of Hormuz?
We haven't really been getting a lot of updates from the Strait of Hormuz right now, at least. We've been seeing that most of the demining efforts are very low key and they hardly mention them at all in the public, but they are ongoing to some extent. So I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you for the support and help the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Game Theory, who said, when the Great Salt Lake produces death clouds forcing you to move, I want to recommend Lincoln NB. My bro-in-law moved there. It is hopping with industry.
Lincoln, Nebraska? I've never heard of that as an option before. Let's.
Yeah, never heard about that Lincoln.
Oh, wait a minute. We drove through Lincoln, but it was in the pitch black at night. Like, we didn't see squat. Like, we were on the state route number 2, and then we went up here to I-80 and then hopped on it. I didn't see squat of Lincoln. Let's take a look at Lincoln. Let's see here.
Honestly, I will hate that if the death clouds start coming off the lake, because that will
Yeah, I
force
mean,
us to move. Like, we will have to actually move. Like, it's already starting to happen right now in a limited way. But we're hoping that maybe the federal government fixes it, or like the state fixes it. Because if it keeps up like that, we probably won't be able to remain here very long in Salt Lake. I'm sure we'll probably start seeing a mass exodus from the area too. So I'm going to get out before it really becomes like a severe issue at some point. Not sure when that's going to be.
Lincoln, Nebraska isn't too bad. It kind of reminds me of Birmingham a little bit. But I'll have to look into that. That's definitely an option because, like, if the arsenic death clouds start to become common, we will have to leave. Because that's detrimental. That's detrimental to anyone's health to try and live in literal arsenic clouds that are floating in the city every day. So we'll have to look around and see. But this might be an option, Lincoln. I've never thought of that one, but I'll have to definitely give it a little look. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Prescription Hugs, who puts in a 10 and said it. Good night, LSA.
And a big good night to you, Prescription Hugs, and I hope that you sleep well. And a big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have here a 10 from Forlam, who said it. Love from the UK.
Hey, and a big shout out to all the amazing folks in the United Kingdom. I was just watching interview of a former SAS guy. He was a really funny guy. Like he was actually a really like cool guy. He was a guy who really could get you to laugh and really have a good time. And he'd be telling stories like, we went down into like, like Ghana or something, and we like wiped out a whole bunch of like, ISIS guys. And he'd be like telling like it's a joke. I was like, I'm not sure if he's like, he said he really didn't care about them all too much and he thought he was doing the world a service. It's like, I don't know if that's a coping mechanism that he's got there or if he's like legitimately thinking. Regardless, he was a really interesting and entertaining guy, I will say. The big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Toxic Pineapple once again. Thank you, Toxic Pineapple, for that support. They said, I've been around for a couple of years and wondered, what is the story behind the Leaf Spring Army and how it got its name?
Back in the beginning of the war, the fields of Chernihiv, massive battles. The siege of Chernihiv was going on, and the Ukrainians were rinsing the Russians. And one day, on the fields outside the city, somewhere out here, probably, a Pantsir S-1 air defense system was hit by the Ukrainians and knocked out in one of these fields. And it burned out there, and a Ukrainian civilian walked up to it and filmed it. And when he was filming it, he got a good look at the rear suspension on the Pantsir, which was made of leaf spring suspension systems. And I paused the video, and I said, whoa. Look at how ancient and obsolete the Russians' vehicles are. They're using leaf spring suspension. That stuff hasn't been used in decades. Little to my knowledge, the infomercial that I watched from the 1930s was completely wrong, and leaf spring suspension was going absolutely nowhere, and there's leaf spring suspension on a lot of vehicles in the modern day. So, the audience caught on to that, and had a little go at me. They had a little laugh at my expense. And honestly, it got hilarious. Like, it was absolutely crazy. And and Matthew and me were both dying laughing at this stuff. And so we were like, well, let's just lean into it because it's just funny. I mean, it's funny as hell. So we were like, like the Leaf Spring people or something, like obsessed with this stuff. And someone said, oh, it's the Leaf Spring Army, like kind of like the PewDiePie Brofist Army sort of thing, kind of the same thought behind it, Leaf Spring Army, and it just stuck. And so from then on, that was the name of the community, the Leaf Spring Army, and it has survived an incredibly long amount of time. It's a very silly name for a really good community. Like, it's like the community is not like a joke parody community. It's a legitimate pro-American, pro-Western group here on this channel that just happens to have kind of a funny name, but it also has a really cool flag made by Torosor, the Betsy Ross, basically, of the LSA, and also a very good anthem that was made by me. Like, I was the one who made that. And then also it was further composed by a real composer from Disney Pixar, and then it was put to orchestra in Budapest. And that's the anthem that plays as the very first song in our intro every single night is the anthem of the LSA. And so I hope that does tell you the story well from top to bottom, and I thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Toxic Pineapple. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $25 support from Tripod Traveler, and thank you, Tripod, as well, for the 25. They said, according to another source, they say the U.S. just hit 2 bridges in northern Iran, and Semper Fi, LSA, baby.
2 bridges? Well, we'd be lucky. Like, honestly, I hope it is. Maybe we didn't get the news on it. We only saw one. But hopefully we'll be able to see if that's true or not. It depends on if their thumbnail is Iran just poo-poo pee-peed and the U.S. responded. Like, if it's that thumbnail, I would highly doubt it. If it's someone else, they might actually call it something we didn't get.
Yeah, really. I can't stand those YouTube channels out there that take the Iran situation and start just making junk up in their titles. Like, just putting complete lies in the title, and everybody jumps on the video and is like, this isn't what happened. It's like, well, obviously not, but why do you keep watching it?
Yeah, the titles would be like, Iran is in the middle of peacetime, and the U.S. wiped them out. It's like, bro, you're so full of shit.
It's like, it's such garbage, too. And it's ridiculous.
Oh man, you got to remember, folks, if you ever put your face on a thumbnail on YouTube, which I would tell you, folks, if you ever make a YouTube channel of your own, do not do this. Do not make a face that looks extremely sus, or like you sucked on a lemon, or something just got shoved where the sun don't shine. Don't make faces like that in thumbnails. It's super cringe, it looks terrible, and while it may work a little bit in the SEOs, it's very bad to look at. It's atrocious. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout to Andrew Acton and also My Hands Are on Fire for each putting in a $10 support, and we appreciate the both of you very much for that support. We also have a 10 from Meatball, who put in a 10 and said, in 2019, I was deployed in Latvia, Riga, as a Avenger gunner for the U.S. Army and the European Deterrence Initiative mission, and during that time, Russian agents were always trying to get info from our troops heavy.
Interesting. That's really interesting to hear right there. And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for support. Also really cool to hear they were in the army in 2019 in Latvia, in Riga. Look at that, Latvia, Riga. I went to Estonia for some reason there as like reflex, but that is really cool to hear. You know, the training fields are right up here at Kadaga, right here. There they are. That's the Latvian. That's literally their only brigade's training field. Like that's it. It's basically like their little private stomping ground, and this is where that brigade is kept down here in these barracks and whatnot. That's the whole Latvian army, by the way, folks. Like, no joke. That's the whole thing. But beyond that, I gotta say, a big thanks to you so much once again for support. And that is very interesting here. And everyone always has to be careful of giving intelligence to the enemy. Don't tell anyone anything that they wouldn't know via the public. And the big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Andrew Acton yet again. He said, Enforcer Matt, do you believe the U.S. will finally bring Iran to its knees or only cripple their infrastructure? And from what I'm seeing right now in the reports are this that's coming out. It says the White House prepares for extended military exchange with Iran for control over the Strait of Hormuz that could stretch for days or several weeks. That's the report that just came out 19 minutes ago. So I think that the U.S. is not going to bring Iran to its knees, but they're going to start another pretty extended campaign. That's what they're going to start doing. So it seems pretty imminent. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, if that's what's coming out of the White House, it sounds like they finally listened to our show. It only took them like, what, 5 months?
I guess.
Jeez, man. That's kind of a long time, man. I kind of wish they'd like listen to common sense and like good judgment like a little bit sooner. But anyways, beyond that though, sounds like they're going to be going to try and get the big prize, which is getting the Hormuz back. So big thanks to you once again. I hope that is addressed that well, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Soldier of Steel, who said, I'm very concerned about reports that U.S. service members had been relocated to hotels and office spaces, and 2 Pentagon employees were subsequently injured in a Bahrainian strike.
I don't know how they'd be injured in a Bahrainian strike. I do thank you for the support, though, and yes, they have been relocated to hotels That's kind of a bit of a common modus operandi, though, in some areas of the Middle East. They kind of just put people in hotels. They also do that here in the States. A lot of people don't know that, but whenever a barracks is inoperable at any U.S. military base here, the military might just rent out a hotel for a couple of months or however long the renovations are needed, and just basically operate the hotel as a barracks, which is done from time to time whenever it's needed here. But a big thanks to you for your support, and I'm with the channel to keep them running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Secret Squirrel Girl, who said, two paws up for the enforcers.
Hey, and we love to see it. We love to know that we are in great relations with the squirrel types. And a big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well, and we're on the next one.
And also, by the way, do you know what a squirrel is in intelligence?
I know what the squirrels are to the Scientology people.
Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. I mean, that's called squirreling. But,
You've heard about that too?
yeah, I know about all that stuff. I've studied it from in a psychology class actually. But yes, a secret squirrel it's like slang for somebody in the intelligence community or somebody that's in like classified operations. That's what a secret squirrel is. It's not an official name. It's kind of like a slang.
Interesting. I only heard of the squirreling thing, like from Scientology. I never heard of that one before. Oh man. Oh dude, I don't know what it is, folks, but lately I've just been deep into listening to these Lad Bible. I'm sure a lot of y'all know that channel. They have like 9 million subscribers, but it's the Lad Bible documentaries, or like more so interviews that they do with people. And I've listened to a lot of them from like the ex-Scientologist people and a load of them from like the SASB, literally anything and everything at this point. I'll just listen to anyone that I find somewhat interesting. And it's really interesting what you can hear from a lot of these people who have gone through these sorts of experiences. And those Scientology ones are insane, but I'll leave it at that. Because we don't want to get labeled as like subversive person and all that stuff. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Prescription Hugs yet again. He said, Ukraine is the new America. Glory to it. I don't know about that. But I said, they smoked some vapes out there. They're so high, they say.
Oh, man. But I gotta say, Ukraine never gonna be America. I respect them. I like them. But ain't nobody gonna be like the United States, I tell you. Ain't nobody got the cholesterol clogging food that we got, and I'm proud of it. Like, and I gotta say, a big thanks to you so much once again for support, though, and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from TR2661, and thank you for your support, TR, for the 10. They did not leave a comment, but we do appreciate you once again. We also have a 6 from Joey Van Merden, once more. He said, tell us about the Ukraine Battlefield Score website where they can order drones and weapons when they can take things out, man, like Battlefield or COD. And people love that thing. They're like, people want that thing shouted out bad. People are tonight.
Tell us about it. It's like, I can't tell you anything about it. This is news to me. I hadn't heard about it until literally on the show. So I'll have to look into it, but I do thank you incredibly for the support. Sadly, I have to declare ignorance on it because I just learned about it while we were live. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, I'm going to read this one off. I'm going to go close my blinds because, the Iranian bastards. Say what?
Man, you just said, all right, I'm going to read this one off, and then I'm going to close my my blinds. Like, bro, I was like, a bunker. Bro, I was like,
I'm going to close my blinds because shut the blinds because the Iranian bastards. And I'm being serious, though. But our next one here also goes to Joey Van Merden. He put in a 6 and said, is Steven Seagal going to be the new Russian Bolshevik army corporal for the Russian army?
You know it. He's got to be. Like, who else would it be? I mean, he's the guy, basically, for that kind of a whole deal there. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one, which is a 5 from Random Dude. He said, thank you for the live updates and coverage. It's a wild world. I pray it all ceases soon, but it's always darkest before the dawn. And I would agree with you. I would hope that the stupidity ends, but sadly, we live in this unfortunate mass called humanity. And while humanity is incredibly interesting and profound and incredible, it is also one of the dumbest and unfortunate things that we all have to live in. It's a bit of a mix, really. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And the next one goes to Random Dude, who puts in a 5. He said, thank you both for the live updates and coverage. It's a wild world, and I pray it ceases soon.
Whoopsie daisy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I actually just read that one before you got back.
You didn't put a red.
Yeah, I know. I know, man. That's why I said whoopsie daisy because I was like, damn, I didn't mark it.
Well, anyways, thanks, Random Dude, for that support. We also have a 5 from Chuck in Tennessee, who said, reports I got earlier was that Iran sent its Air Force to Pakistan for safekeeping and what was left of them.
That's what I was thinking too. I think that's what they were doing, is packing up some of them and sending them away to safety. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that is addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
But it's just sorry. I was trying to hold back the laugh. I couldn't. Excuse me. But this one goes to Cole's dad, who puts in the 5 and said, "Enforcer, have you had a chance to talk about this to someone?"
Um, um, well, I have to tell you that I have not had the time, Mr. Senator.
Have you seen the memes of that dude being like, you know the like WWE, like the Undertaker, like jumped up out of the coffin, like, you know that thing?
Yeah.
They put him in there and him like
Oh.
leaping out of the coffin, talking about they're gonna fix the other guy up and stuff like that.
Oh man, dude, that's crazy, man. I've been seeing so many memes about that whole deal. And there's also that great voice impersonator guy who does like a great Mitch. I feel like he ought to create a podcast once he, retires, because he clearly needs to. He's like 90 something. But when Mitch retires, he needs to create a podcast called Bitchin' and Mitchin', and it's just him and random guests that he brings on. Honestly, that would be probably a pretty interesting podcast to watch. As long as he's
They ought
like
to call
president.
it. They ought to call it Frog and Toad together again.
Man, honestly, that would get copyright infringement. Like, man, like dude, stop it. They'd be like, quit that. So I think bitching with Mitchin, bitching and Mitchin would be a pretty good one. At least to me. I mean, I don't know. Maybe my preferences are. Oh, I don't know. But anyways, a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Prescription Hugs, who said, "Got any grapes?"
I don't have any of those off the top of my head. I'm not really a big fan of grapes, really. I don't know. It's just something about the texture of them. I don't know. But big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that is addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Tabitha Silvers, who said, "If you guys did a meet and greet in the Midwest, it would be awesome. Enforcers both for president." And honestly, that would be pretty cool. And also, thank you for the vote of confidence. That would be pretty cool. But I did hear, though, I heard this. I heard that Iran's reaching out to certain organizations here in the United States to hurt people they don't like. That's what I heard. I don't know if there's truth to it. It's a particular one organization that kind of comes out of Mexico a little bit.
Oh,
but
no.
Huh?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Here's the problem, though. Look, they do contract work. They definitely do contract work. But it's usually in furtherance of the operation. And also on top of that, they don't want to come here and get a target put on them by the United States federal government, because then they're going to have heat coming down on them. So it's not worth it. They're making plenty of money doing what they're doing already, like, their whole little industry they got going with certain products. But I'm like, they don't need to get into the whole like industry of hurting people like for money. That's not. I don't think that's realistic. I think that might just be bogus.
Man, they're going to hit them with that Call of Duty. Get out there and hunt him. That's such a stupid voice.
Like, think about it. It's like, why would they go and pick the biggest country to like basically start messing people up in? It's like it's obviously going to put a huge target on them. It's like, it's not like they need the money. It's like they got money like crazy. It's like, do you see these trucks they're buying? They're going down there and buying these trucks and outfitting them with armor and bulletproof glass. It's like they got money to burn. Why would they need to go get something like that that puts a target on them?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's pretty true. But we will have to see about maybe living in the Midwest or doing a meet and greet of some sort. For some reason I was thinking of Lincoln, Nebraska. It's like, maybe we do live in the Midwest. So I was like, nah. But maybe we'll do a meet and greet someday. But we'll have to get some security, which is expensive. So we'll have to see if we can ever pull that off. And that's why we really haven't done a fan meet yet, is because we have so many lunatics that have threatened to kill us. And we really have no way to defend against it rather than ourselves, that we're, kind of concerned about the security side of things. Because like thousands of people would probably show up to the first one, I would assume. And loads of people would be excited to see us. And then there might be 1 or 2 people in the crowd who are going to try and do something mental, like either confront us and try and get into like a fist fight with us so that way they could sue us for money, or try and shoot us. We're not really sure. But a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a statement from CENTCOM. CENTCOM just put out a statement right now. It's something we should look at. Let's go take a look.
U.S. Central Command forces completed an additional round of strikes on Iran July 8th to further degrade Iran's ability to attack commercial shipping and innocent civilian mariners in the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces struck approximately 90 Iranian military targets, including air defense systems, coastal surveillance assets, missile and drone storage sites, naval capabilities, and military logistics infrastructure along Iran's coastline. The latest strikes follow successful execution of offensive strikes in Iran the night before. CENTCOM forces hit approximately 80 military targets July 7th, including more than 60 Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps small boats, to impose heavy costs for Iran violating the ceasefire by attacking 3 commercial vessels navigating the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces remain vigilant, lethal, and prepared to execute operations directed by the Commander-in-Chief. The videos here show the strikes that they conducted today.
Let's see it.
This is
Oh,
it.
wow.
Man. Oh my God. Oh,
Field. They hit the open field again.
Oh my God, they hit a trailer. Like they hit an empty trailer. Okay, so I think
They're looking for something.
this isn't really going to be dirt. Oh, this is Sarik again. They hit Sarik again. Bro, you gotta be kidding me. I'm going to lose it. This is like the 6th time they hit that stupid damn tower in Sarik, man.
Man, it's crazy. It's literally the same one.
Tweaking. Oh, my headset. Hold on, man. My headset just died right then.
Oh, man, he's freaking out about that headset. He got me worried for a minute. I thought something was happening.
For me.
Yeah, I'm filibustering right now. He can't even hear anything. Man, I'll tell you.
Is it back on? Hold
Oh,
on.
man.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh.
You there?
How's he going to tell me to filibuster? You're going to start yapping in the middle of it. Yeah, I'm here.
I'm sorry, man. I'm confused, man. It startles me. Man, I'm about to freaking lose it over this shit on Sarek, man. They've hit it 9 times now.
Honestly, like, it's wild to see him hitting the same thing over again. I mean, they've got to reduce this thing down to the bedrock at this point.
Yeah, I mean, really. I mean, dude, it's mental. Also, moving aside to the rest of it, then they go hitting the damn antenna. What is this?
Damn. What the man? I think this is an airfield. I think this is in what's it? Iran Shahar.
Bro, is that a... Hold up. Wait a minute. Look at that taxiway here. Like, this little ramp area. Let's go look at Iran Shahar and let's see if we can find that.
What was all that junk on the runway? It was looked like tank traps.
Bro, it looked like caskets. In the arms of an angel. Bro, I think this was actually in Bouchehair.
That would be the other location they hit that had an airfield, yeah. I don't know what that junk is on the runway, though.
I don't know either. It's weird. Oh, that's definitely Iran Shahar. Like, I think that was Iran Shahar.
That was the terminal shack, I think.
That is definitely Chabahar right there. And then there's another one of the little, like, trailer deals. Bro, they just got... Wait a minute. We've got a runway number here. 27. So, 27.
Or are they just storing ammo right in the middle of the active runway?
Oh, yeah. It kind of looked like it. Like, the storage precautions here are very slim. Let's see. 35. And 7. These runway numbers aren't lining up with the airfields that they confirmed to have hit.
That's weird.
Yeah, because that's 27 right there. Neither one of the runways at Iran Shahar or Bouchehair have the number 20. Maybe. No, it's not this one either. That's bizarre. So they blew up an airfield that they didn't even report, and they showed it on the footage. Huh. Well, that's the attacks. So that's interesting there. That's very interesting. Well, with that, we are on to the next one.
Oh, damn. Our next one here goes to Carlos Santiago, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you, Carlos, for that 50. He said, great work, guys. Enough to buy ground coffee filters, creamer, and sweeteners. And I just drink coffee straight up black. I don't put anything in it. I just drink it just straight up from the machine. So my coffee is real cheap. But thank you, Carlos, for that. I do need another bag of coffee though. But unfortunately, what say you?
Oh yeah, I do the same. I drink it just straight. Like I don't drink it with sugar, creamers, sweetness, anything. I drink that stuff bitter, so it can be bitter in my old ears. Like it ain't everything I've ever done. But a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Cassadar, who said, "Good morning, gents, and thanks for the news. And what's the deal with an AN-26B leaving Spain with a stopover in Ramstein, and the business class jets doing orbits the other day? Prost plus LSA SSG airborne out."
Oh, that's sadly, Cassador. I think I have to declare ignorance on when I don't know the situation that you're speaking of, so I think it's beyond my knowledge at the moment, sadly. But I do thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Tabitha Silver. She said, and also I already read that one, but thank you very much, Tabitha, for that support. I forgot to put a red check mark on it. And we also have a 5 from Data Relay, who said, "Mess with Ukraine, you get the kielbasa."
I tell you, they love giving out that. The Russians love getting kielbasa. You know, they just can't get enough of it. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Give Up Now once again. He said, "Back in the late 80s in the military, they were on something. They was peeling potatoes, and I told my bosses the Strait of Hormuz, and they said the Strait of Hormuz."
That's deep. I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from the best drummer, who said, do you all think that carpet bombing the coast and limited raids on fast attack caves solves the blockade problem and saves precision munitions for China?"
I would say to a degree, yes. We would have to use some precision munitions in some cases on some particular or specific targets, but generally we could get by with just dropping JDAMs on them. That'd probably be quite effective, considering they really don't have any air defenses at higher altitudes where we would drop those sorts of bombs on them. So, big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Lemon Geyser, who said, "Target Iran's transport erector launchers." I think they did. I think we saw that in that video right back there. They said every time they target shipping in a strait, make them pay for it.
That's generally what they've been doing right now, actually. That's they kind of work off of a concept of if they fire at a ship, then we retaliate against them. I say that we need to be proactive. We just need to start hitting them whenever they're in the wide open and try and goad them into getting in the open and then hit them hard then. That's what I would do. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And a big shout to Jeff, who put in a 5. And thank you, Jeff, for the $5 support and also helping to keep the channel running. We do appreciate that. We also have a 5 from Blind Man, who said, "French dark roast is my favorite coffee roast, then Colombian smooth dark roast, and what's yours? And LT, LSA, and good night." I honestly prefer a medium roast. Like that Starbucks Pike place is like just a good classic. I like that one. It's just a good medium. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I would actually say that pike roast is probably my favorite because it's really the only one I've ever had. So I go with pike roast generally. But a big thanks to you for support, Blind Man, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and a big good night to you as well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from One Great Lake, who said it just got to Paradise Inn on Mount Rainier, and somehow I have service here to tune in to you guys and monitor the situation in the scenic area. And LTLSA.
Paradise Inn on Mount Rainier? Mount Rainier? That's in Washington. Where is this Paradise Inn? I want to find this, actually. Gobbler's Knob. We have one of those here.
I'm in Washington.
Washington. Oh, let's see here. Paradise. Let me type this in. Paradise Inn. What we got here? What do we got here? Oh, it's right here. It's right here. Wait a minute. Is this that? No. Is this that one from the movie The Shining? Is this the one? It looks a lot like it on the outside.
Maybe. Also,
Oh,
by
no,
the way,
no, it's not.
if you filibuster for a second, I'll be back in a minute.
All right, got you, G. But this is a really nice looking place. I really like this one. It's cool. It's neat. It's got a beautiful view of the mountains. I like it. It's really cool. Actually, folks, I think the one from The Shining is not here. I think it's not at Mount Rainier. It's down. It's this one, the Timberline Lodge in Mount Hood. It's this one. I'll show y'all. Let me see if I can get a front view of this thing. See? That's the hotel from The Shining. That's the one. You can see it's snowed in and everything like they had it in the movies too. That's where it is. So really cool sort of a hotel, honestly. I think it's pretty neat.
One of these days they'll do a sequel to The Shining called The Brightening when nuclear war happens.
Man, you see when they get hit with the thermonuclear, they shine. Oh man. But anyways, a big thanks to you once again for support. Really cool hotel, by the way. I hope you have a fun time up there, One Great Lake. And long live the East Spring Army. And we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ray's Back. And thank you, Ray's, for that $10 support right there. We do appreciate that very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel keep on running. And I gotta say that if it wasn't for amazing folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, I see some people saying that I'm wrong. Well, that's bullshit. I'm never wrong. Where is this place? Where is it? Some of y'all are saying it's near Colorado Springs, which I wouldn't believe, because there's no damn way. Let me pull it up. Let's see. Hotel from The Shining movie. Real life location. Okay. Hold up. The iconic exterior shots come from the Timberline Lodge in Oregon. So I was not wrong. The externals did, at least, but I think they did use other hotels for the sets, and I think some of it was filmed in like Britain for some reason, and they used like salt for the snow or something, if I remember correctly. But yes, it is actually the Timberline Lodge Hotel, because if I show you all this one again, and I'm gonna rabbit hole on this for a minute because I gotta make sure that I'm dotting the T's and dotting the I's. Here's this hotel, right? Let's see, and let me go get the hotel from The Shining here really quickly. So, see, the external shot is of that hotel, and that's the one that I'm talking about, because that's when I think of the hotel from The Shining, it's this one because of the external view. So I hope that does address that well, but that is the hotel. That's literally the one. It's at Mount Hood and everything. So with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a super chat from DWRB, who put in a 5, and thank you for that support, by the way. He said, "Evening, Enforcers, and what are your thoughts on the now on again F-35s for Turkey, and any conflict of interest with the Russian air defense radars and LSA?"
From what I know, Turkey is actually giving away that S-400 back to Russia, I believe, or they're getting rid of it in general. And so I wouldn't really see any national security issues or threats to not give them an F-35. And really, Israel's objections don't really amount to hill of beans. Turkey was involved in development of the F-35, and not only that's a NATO state in a critically important waterway, so we generally need to provide them with good weapon systems. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a €20 support from Servicium once again. And thank you, Servicium, for the €20. They said 27 seems to be on Kish Island, and you guys made me geolocate. That's fun.
Kish Island? Give him a kish. Man, like here's Kish Island. Yeah. And runway 27. It's right here. And there's the X on the runway, too. So, yeah, you're dead on the nail, Scott Baldwin. Very observant of you. They didn't report a strike, though, in Kish. That's interesting. Very interesting. They did report a strike, though, down here on Abu Musa. Oh, that was the other runway. This was the other runway that they were showing. So, a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep running. Thank you for sharing that with us so that way we'd know. And with that, we're on the next one.
And moving on to our next support, this one goes to Game Theory, who said, "Any more news on FPS drone development contracts being issued by the Department of War?"
We haven't really been keeping up to date to that. At least I haven't. So I wouldn't really know what's been going on in that regard. But they're usually very slow to move from what I've heard. So I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you once again for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
I also have a 5 from Game Theory once again. And thank you, Game Theory, for that support. They said, "Matt, are you working on any new AI projects with Claude? And I actually broke down and did the $20 thing to try out Fable 5 the other day. It's actually really advanced. I was kind of impressed by it. It's better than that Opus. I didn't care for Opus very much. That wasn't a very good one. But generally, I'll just try to like pluck its neural net. Basically, I was about to say pluck its brain, but you can't really do that. There's no brain, but there is a neural net though, and I'll just sit there and try to see if I can get around, like not necessarily get around the safeguards. I don't try to do that, but just to test it and see what its responses are, just to see how advanced it's gotten, just out of curiosity. So mainly just probing, really. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that's very interesting to hear right there. AI projects on Claude. There's the scoop. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Mr. Personality, who puts in a 10. He said, "Pardon me, but I can't remember if you were both from Bama or Arkansas. If there were just three things or places you could bring with you to Utah, what would they be? Just curious and never moved across the country." Honestly, we're from Bama, by the way, to answer the question. Definitely not from Arkansas. I've never really even been to Arkansas. I think I've driven through it once. But three things or places I could bring with me to Utah. Honestly, corgis would have been the one thing. Sadly, they had to stay behind in Alabama. That's one thing. Let's see here. Uh, so I'm not sure about the other two. I'm not sure. There's a couple of friends back in Alabama I wish I could have brought with me. A few of them. Number three. I don't know. I'll be honest. I'm not saying this just to be like, like nasty toward Alabama, but I really didn't have a whole bunch like anchoring me down to Alabama for the most part. So that's kind of part of the reason why we moved to a large degree. There's good things at Alabama, just like there's positives and negatives to anywhere. But I don't know. Like I didn't really mesh with Alabama that well. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say the corgis, probably that little rail spotting place that we were at in Norris Yard. We would go to it every once in a while because there's not really anything like that out here, sadly. Um, and that would be it. Like that would be about it. I've got some friends that I still talk to in Alabama that are amazing folks, but I cannot strip them of their free will and bring them out here. So as far as like places or things, it would really just be those two, the corgis and the little train watching platform out here near Irondale, because that was a pretty neat place to hang out. So a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Legend. And thank you, Legend, for that 10. He said, "Climbed Grays Peak and Torrey's Peak in Colorado today and saw mountain goats on Grays Peak and marmots on Torrey's. And love you on LLT
Hey, and a big thanks to you for support. That's really cool to hear, actually. Mountain goats and a Grace Peak and a marmots. We love marmots. Marmots are amazing. An animal of the LSA, actually. And a big thanks to you for support. And I hope that you had an absolutely fun time with that. I probably would have dropped dead if I tried to do all that, because going up to Red Pine Lake here in Utah almost got me. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Toxic Pineapple, and thank you, Toxic Pineapple, for that 10. They said runway numbers are based on their magnetic heading, rounded up or down to the nearest 10, dropping the 0. The L, R, and C on parallel runways means left, right, and center.
That's true, actually. I did know that. I was trying to look around, though, at a rancher and stuff, because I was like, I'm not really sure if that's like 27. It's 35, so it's not exactly there. It would need to be flipped a lot more over to the being east to west running. But I was sitting there and thinking, because we only had Boucher and Aranshahar that we really talked about in detail earlier on the show, so I was using those as my only two candidates. I completely forgot that they attacked Abu Musa, and apparently they also hit Kish, which we didn't get any reports on. But that is true, and I thank you for sharing that interesting fun fact about how runways are numbered. Interstates are also numbered in their own way as well, which is a really cool thing to know. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a $14 support from Joe Hobo, and thank you, Joe Hobo, for that support. He said, "I've heard you mention many Kubrick films, but never the movie Barry Lyndon, which centers around the French 7 Years' War, and thank you to especially appreciate that."
I probably would. I think I've heard about that one before, and I think I've seen some clips of it on YouTube. I would definitely want to check it out. I would just have to say that some of Stanley Kubrick's films, I feel like they're kind of overrated. And I'll be honest, The Shining is kind of one of them, in my opinion. It's a very slow build-up to really nothing, at least in my opinion. But that's how I look at it. And of course, everyone has a different opinion, so please don't dogpile me for mine. I don't dogpile y'all for yours. Unless you're anti-American, then I will. But beyond that, big thanks to you for support, Joe Hova. And I hope the channel keep running, and I will have to take a look at that. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to DWRB, who put in a 5, and thank you, good sir, as well. He said, does the U.S. have its own equivalent of the Wagner Group? And I know we've used contractors in the Middle East before, and I don't think there's a group as well known. And there is. I'm not going to name them off, but there's one that's very infamous, that has changed its name and rebranded itself multiple times over because it had such a bad reputation that they had to get rid of that by trying to rename themselves and rebrand themselves. And we actually have several. There's several like private contractor groups that send out soldiers overseas on behalf of the U.S. government. It's actually more common than people think. But Enforcer, what say you?
Also, there is the Pinkerton Detective Agency, which used to be pretty much a PMC, but now they're more so into the private investigation side of things. They do security, but it's not at all like a PMC that you send into a war zone. You could pretty much send the Pinkertons into a war zone back in the day. They probably would have done well. Yeah, there are a couple of them. It's just that they will remain unnamed as far as the channel is concerned. Some of y'all might know who they are, though, and I see some of y'all putting it in the chat. But the big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Crispy, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Crispy, for that 10 Crispy support right there. And we do appreciate that, as always. And we also have a $5 support from Truck and Chef once again. He said the Stanley Hotel in Estes Park, Colorado.
The Stanley Hotel. The Stanley Hotel. Stanley Hotel. It's up here. It's up here. Well, what did they use this hotel for? Was it the interior shots? It looks like it might have been renovated from back in the day. But I think, yeah, this hotel was used. But the one for the exterior shots was the Timberline Lodge at Mount Hood. Because they actually, like, the opening shot that kind of, like, laid the scene for the movie was actually filmed in a whole bunch of different places. But I kind of associate with the whole deal, with the Timberline Lodge out in Oregon. Because when you see the establishing shot after they drive through the mountains, which I think were like up in like Montana or Idaho or something. Once they drove through there, they then make it to the hotel, and the whole thing's supposed to be set in Colorado, but they had to get more impressive stuff to make it look more interesting and more captivating than what was available in Colorado. So they filmed a part of it up north, like Glacier Park or something, and then they filmed the opening exterior shot out here at Timberline Lodge. And then I think the internal shots were filmed somewhere else entirely differently. And some of the movie, I think, was even filmed in the UK for some reason. So a lot of different filming locations there for The Shining. Very interesting movie, though. Kind of slow. Like, if you're looking for a horror movie, I would say it's not really that good of a one. But it is an interesting psychological movie. Like, if you take it from that approach, it's probably a really good one. But I took it from the approach it was going to be scary, and I wasn't really scared. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Scott Baldwin, who put in a $5 support. And thank you for that as well. He said, Laristan Ayatollah International Airport, the one with the 27.
And I thank you for sharing that, Scott Baldwin. And we found it. We actually did find it a little bit earlier. So huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
And a big shout out to Truck and Chef once more. He put in another 5. He said the beginning of The Shining was filmed in a mini glacier, Montana, the intro car ride.
Oh, I actually got, man, I was guessing about that earlier. It's like Glacier Park or something. Apparently that was the place. But yeah, it was a really cool opening shot. Really kind of set the scene of like how far isolated they were. Everything was hours away. Really kind of a cool like opening to a movie. It really did set the scene incredibly well. And a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Truck and Chef once more. And thank you, good sir, as well. He said, sorry, the intro was St. Mary's Lake in Montana with Wild Goose Island in the middle.
No, I mean, nonetheless, it's very close to Montana, somewhere in the mountains, and that's a good place to be. A really beautiful spot. I've never been up there a whole lot, but I want to go up there and see it someday. And so a big thanks to you once again for support, Truck and Chef. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Marc-Andre Burnett for putting in a 4 and Plazath for putting in a 2. And we appreciate the both of you very much for that support. We also have a 2 from SCR357 who said, there is no war in Ba Sing Si.
And a big thanks to you for your support, and there is definitely not a single one. Not a damn one. And a big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Nice, who said, do you think we can actually have peace with the IRGC?
Hell no. They're a terrorist organization that is adamantly looking for the destruction of the United States and Israel. And considering that we're a part of that, we'll never be able to have peace with the IRGC. So a big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Sharp W Gaming, who said, if Matt breaks the news and who repairs the news? Oh, nobody. It just stays broken. Once it's broken, it's not fixable. Like there's just no way to fix it. Like there's no repair that's known to man that could possibly put that back together, except for glue. But Enforcer, what say you?
I don't know who repairs it. I call the repairman. Call the repairman. But big things to you
Call an
once again. And
ambulance.
with that,
Call
we're
an
on the next one.
ambulance.
Huh?
I said, call an ambulance. Call an
Oh,
ambulance.
yeah, I didn't hear you I didn't hear you say that because I don't have the headset on. I just heard you laughing at the end. I was like, huh? I was like, what? But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have an 11 from Renaissance James. He said, if you have not done it, someday check out the old SAC Train Museum. Some authentic cars, male dining and sleeping, and there are tons of models. And got out there last month for the first time. Very impressive.
Oh, the California State Railroad Museum. I've seen this thing before. They actually have some really cool stuff in there. Like look at it. This thing's actually very famous, but I mean, so cool. I really like this. I would love to see this one day. This looks like an amazing museum. And maybe one day I'll be able to go to Sacramento and see that for myself. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Cody, who put in a 2, said, do the voice, please, sir. And thank you for the support. We appreciate it very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running because we're watching more amazing and incredible folks like you. I wouldn't be able to find the snakes and pick them up and fling them around my head like a lasso. And so a massive thanks to you once again. And as I always say, up the rum, raise hail, praise Dale.
And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from DWRB, who said Chabar has a runway 27. Maybe a strike there.
Maybe like yeah, that could have been a possibility as well. There's a lot of runway 27s apparently within the Islamic Republic of Iran. But it's not out of the question. It could have been here, but it looks like we have it generally located down the Kish. But a big thing to see once again. With that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $6 support from Flamingo, who said, hi, exterminators. Exterminators. He said, what do you think the best way to let's see here. The best way to stop Russia and Iran was to invest in thermonuclear energy to make energy cheap.
I mean, that's one way to do it. I would say that there's a very strong argument these days for strategic sufficiency and using electrical systems like cars and whatnot, and most everything electric, to be able to try and avoid that sort of a situation where we have to rely on foreign oil. But really that's more so of a sphere issue. It's not just ours, it's really our entire sphere. They really need to start moving away from oil so that way we can become a lot more self-sufficient and not relying on Middle Eastern oil to be able to keep our sphere running, to where a country like Iran could have a chokehold on us with that sort of a crux in mind. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from George Smith, who said, ever tried Tim Hortons coffee?
I never have had Tim Hortons. I'll have to try that someday, but I haven't had it yet. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also have a 5 from Kevin Silhouette. He said, have you ever been to the Southern California Rail Museum?
The Southern California Rail Museum. They got a lot of rail museums here in California. Where is this? This is down in L.A., kind of, sort of. Let's see what they have here. Oh, they've got mostly electric trams. That's interesting. I haven't been here before. I have heard some things about it, though, and it does look like a neat place. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Game Theory. He said, regular Coke or Diet Coke?
Regular Coke. Mexican Coke, to be honest. That's probably the best. And a big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Fabian Lachon. And thank you very much, Fabian, for that 20 right there. We do appreciate that. He said, fairly new here, but I'm loving the coverage.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and loving the coverage. We're happy to know that we're having another satisfied customer here. And we hope that you're around for a while. We hope you're here to stay. And so, long live the Lee Spring Army. A big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from David Ford, who said, original formula Coke with real Coke, PU Coke back.
I would agree. I love original Coke. It was so good, and then they changed the formula. I don't know when, but it just doesn't taste the same as it was when I was a kid. And a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And a big shout out to Susie B. Happy, who put in a 5 as well. And thank you very much, Susie, for supporting the channel. And we do appreciate that. And with that, folks, believe it or not, we have just gotten through a hell of a lot of super chats. And we do appreciate all that support very much. And this show right now, and let's see here. It's it's only gone for 5 hours. I thought it was like 6 already, but that's only gone for 5. That's actually pretty light. That's pretty lean for a breaking news stream right there. That's not even marathon length. That's barely. But thank you all once again for that support, and we do appreciate it very much. It's now time to get a couple of live chat questions and see what the folks from the chat had to say. Also, a big shout out to all of our Morse code decoders once again tonight. The Morse code was the same, but I saw y'all solve it, and we do appreciate y'all solving it, and we did notice that in the live chat. So we hope y'all solve that tomorrow too. When we have a new one. But also, we have a live chat question here from V Ghost, who said, do we have any idea of what those Chinese Y-20 brought into Iran for all those weeks they came in and out?
We don't. We actually sadly have no idea. I have a feeling it was military equipment, but we just don't know. Like, we don't really know. There's a big mystery around that still, and we still haven't been able to get any good answers. So with that, we're on the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Jam Fan. He said, what happened to the whole Iran running out of water thing? Weren't they talking about that, about digging deeper wells?
I don't know what happened. I guess they got some rainfall and they were lucky because we haven't heard any reports about that, or it's still really bad and they've just decided to completely bury that and not mention that for the outside world. I'm not really sure which, but it's one or the other. And so with that, I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, and we have reached the final question of tonight's stream. And so, who is the lucky last person who put in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Coca-Cola Mandate, who said, suppose the U.S. accepted limited monitored enrichment indefinitely. Does anyone believe Iran would have traded away its breakout option, or was that always non-negotiable?
I would say that the Iranians would probably have not. I would generally assume the Iranians are very adamant on being able to continue their nuclear program however they wish, which means that they're trying to work on a nuclear weapon. And I think that if they were truly crimped down to where they could not get out of the deal and they could not create a nuclear weapon, they would not stay in that and they wouldn't have agreed to it. That's what I'm thinking right now based off of how they're acting. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to everybody so much once again for watching over the course of this stream, because woo-wee, what a long stream it was. 5 hours and 16 minutes. Holy moly. We started this thing off at about like 4 or something, and it's already 9:50 local time. Holy moly. But I gotta say that it's been an absolute honor and an absolute pleasure to be able to run the stream for each and every single one of y'all, along with Enforcer Matt. We had a peak viewership here tonight of 18,000 people, and over the course of the stream, 221,000 people have watched the stream before it ended. We thank you all so much once again for watching, and we hope that y'all greatly enjoyed. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, or whenever the time requires to go live on a breaking news stream. And also another thing, folks, another thing to say, if y'all are looking for a short war video tomorrow, if one can be made, I'm going to be the one making that short war video. That's right, folks. Y'all are getting 3 days, starting today, tomorrow, and the next day, of me making the short war videos. Very weird enigma in the schedule. So with that, we will see you all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Slava. Long live the Leaf Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And a massive shout out to the 220,000 plus people, almost 250,000 people that have watched the show by the very end of it. And we hope to see all of you tomorrow night for the more breaking news. I'm sure will be happening imminently tomorrow. And we hope to see you all then as well. And the Enforcer will be putting out a short war video midday tomorrow if there's enough news to cover. And hopefully nothing happens midday, because I have to be somewhere midday. It's a bit of a non-optional thing. I have to be somewhere. And no, I'm not showing up to court.
He's going to jail.
No, I'm not going to jail. I got to go see the doc. The doc. They got, one dentist visit turns into an endodontist visit. You know how that kind of junk goes. But anyways, though, we hope to see you all tomorrow. And thank you all for joining us once again tonight. And we hope to see you all then. And of course, Slava Ukraine. Hear 'em, Slava. Get some rest and good night.